The Shenzhou Empire is situated in the frontier city of Yunnan Song Province. In the city's vocational awakening square, over 300 young individuals have gathered, mostly around 18 or 19 years of age. Their faces a tapestry of anxiety and anticipation. At last, the day of awakening has arrived. I hope to become a ghost envoy and secure a position in the inner city, liberating my parents from the perils of the outskirts. One youth spoke with fervent aspiration. Kostenvoy, you dream too grandly. That is an exceedingly rare profession once awakened. One would undoubtedly be sought after and meticulously cultivated by the major factions. Another countered, but the outskirts are far too distant from the demon-hunting stones, leaving us virtually unprotected. Just last night, a household above mine met a tragic fate, the scene awash in blood and devastation. May the Bodhisattva bless me. Even if I cannot become a ghost envoy, I yearn to awaken a useful profession and relocate to the outer city. Another sighed. Yi Guhong silently listened to the discussions around him, remaining taciturn. For he was indeed one of the residents of the outskirts. The family that fell victim last night was his neighbor. Yi Guhong had heard the terrifying roars of the malevolent spirit, the desperate screams of his neighbors, and the dreadful sound of bones being crunched, rendering him too frightened to even breathe. After attacking his neighbors, the monstrosity had approached Yi Guhong's doorstep. With a single strike, it had caused the security door to resound violently, leaving behind horrifying claw marks. Had it not been for his sister, Yi Qinxue, igniting a small remnant of demon-repelling incense just in time, causing the eerie beast to hesitate and retreat, the siblings would have surely met with calamity. This world is unfathomably cruel. 5 years ago, when the horror-themed online game Demon Seed merged with reality, everything changed. Daytime resembled the human realm, while nighttime descended into a hellish abyss, overrun by malevolent spirits and dancing demons. Although humanity gained the abilities of game characters, they lost the crucial capacity for leveling up through monster slaying, relying solely on personal cultivation and medicinal aids, resulting in sluggish advancement. Thus, humanity could only survive in places akin to safe zones, struggling to reconstruct order. I must awaken a formidable profession and bring my sister back to the inner city. Yi Guhong silently vowed, his face betraying an unusual calm. One by one, young individuals stepped into the awakening array, their heads glowing as their professions manifested in the void. Life profession, minor. Upon seeing this line of text, the newly transformed frail youth's face instantly turned ashen. No, I refuse. I do not want to mine. It is a death sentence. He stumbled backward, turning to flee. However, 2 merciless soldiers swiftly stepped forward, cutting him down with a single stroke, dragging him away like a lifeless dog. The onlookers gazed at him with sympathy, while those yet to undergo the transformation ceremony felt an even greater sense of trepidation. The miner's status is lowly, not only residing in the outskirts but also having to collect special ores that only appear at night, with a mortality rate exceedingly high, rendering them akin to consumables. The awakening ceremony continued, with individuals undergoing tests in succession. Chef, farmer, miner. After a string of life professions, a non-life profession finally emerged. Support profession, blacksmith. I have become a blacksmith. Ha, splendid. I can move to the outer city now, exclaimed a man named Zhou Tai, overjoyed, reminiscent of a scholar who had just passed the imperial examination. Many cast envious glances his way, especially the unfortunate souls who had been transformed into miners, their hearts likely filled with a torrent of curses. What a naive fool. Rejoicing over a mere support profession, Wang Chung, responsible for the transformation ceremony, scoffed, indifferently stating, "Go over there to register. Once the ceremony concludes, arrangements will be made." Yes. Zhou Tai dared not delay, responding with a chuckle and striding towards the support profession group. Yi Guhong witnessed his childhood companion's success and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, genuinely happy for him. Yet the next moment his smile vanished, for he beheld a resplendent, youthful woman, adorned in opulent attire, arriving with 2 bodyguards, striding arrogantly. "Make way! Clear the path!" The bodyguards barked coldly, pushing aside the youths participating in the ceremony, even knocking some to the ground. Naturally, discontent brewed among the crowd at such brazen behavior, and they glared at the intruders in anger. Who is this so audacious? Someone murmured in dissatisfaction. Sure, she is Lin Xinyue, the daughter of the Northern City King, Lin Fengqi. Another whispered in warning, causing the crowd to shudder. Lin Fengqi is one of the 4 kings who govern the border city, wielding absolute power in the northern district, where life and death are dictated solely by him. The daughter of such a prominent figure naturally possesses the audacity to act as she pleases. It is likely that the 2 bodyguards by her side are high-ranking main combat professionals. Yi Guhong furrowed his brow, recalling the humiliation she had previously inflicted upon him and his sister, igniting a fierce flame of indignation within him. However, Lin Xinyue had already noticed him. Ah, you, a lowly commoner, have lingered in the slums for so long and still haven't perished? Are you a cockroach? Lin Xinyue exclaimed, feigning surprise as she removed her sunglasses to scrutinize Yi Guhong. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Even Wang Qing displayed a look of astonishment as he turned to Yi Guhong. How could a mere ant from the slums possibly intersect with such a privileged maiden? In an instant, Yi Guhong became the focal point of the gathering. Pure luck, Yi Guhong replied in a low voice, his tone calm and unwavering. To maintain composure amidst turmoil, this was a principle Yi Qinxue had always instilled in him. At that moment, Wang Qing approached the 2, ingratiatingly bowing to Lin Xinyue, saying, Miss Lin, you're here for the transformation ceremony as well? We can attend to you immediately. Not urgent, Lin Xinyue interrupted, raising her hand and teasing Yi Guhong. I'm quite curious. What profession do you wish to awaken? Yi Guhong found the question trivial. Who wouldn't desire to awaken a legendary hidden profession? Yet he understood that answering thus would only invite ridicule from Lin Xinyue. Hence, he feigned indifference, stating a support profession. Commoners will always be commoners, with such meager aspirations. Lin Xinyue scoffed derisively. Yi Guhong remained silent, unwilling to engage with her. It was Zhou Tai, upon hearing this, who couldn't help but interject, Brother Yi, didn't you say you wanted to awaken a main combat profession? Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyue burst into laughter. You? Dream on? Your Yi family producing a talent like Yi Qinxue is already a miracle. Want to awaken a main combat profession? Just not turning into a miner would be a stroke of luck. Yi Guhong's displeasure mounted. He replied sternly, Miss Lin, do not speak so harshly. One should leave room for future encounters. Lin Xinyue, however, seemed to find this the height of absurdity, bursting into laughter. What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that? Do you think I would regard you as significant? You're not worthy. Enough. I find no pleasure in conversing with the likes of you, the dregs of society. Just keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Behold what true genius looks like. With that, Lin Xinyue strode towards the array. Then, a resplendent light erupted, blood-red hues swirling, cries of anguish filled the air, and a chilling wind howled. An omen! It's an omen! The entire assembly erupted in commotion, Wang Qing equally stunned. And for the first time, Yi Guhong lost control, a dark and fierce expression crossing his face as he clenched his fists tightly. He had witnessed such an omen once before. 3 years ago, when Yi Qinxue underwent her transformation, a similar phenomenon had occurred. This was the fortune that the Lin family had seized from Yi Qinxue, now forcibly bestowed upon Lin Xinyue. Without needing further observation, Yi Guhong knew what profession Lin Xinyue had awakened. Rare profession, medium. By the heavens, a rare profession. The second medium of the border city, possessing both main combat and support capabilities. The crowd was thrown into a frenzy, astonished. Yi Guhong understood the formidable power of the medium profession. With blood inscriptions, they could obliterate demons and malevolent spirits, while also providing protection against them, embodying both offense and defense. Their offensive capabilities surpassed that of assassins, while their defensive prowess eclipsed that of knights. And all of this should have belonged to Yi Qinxue. Under the awed, envious, and even worshipful gazes of the crowd, Lin Xinyue, brimming with self-satisfaction, raised her chin towards Yi Guhong. It's your turn now, let's see what you can compare against me. Yi Guhong took a deep breath, stepping towards the array under Lin Xinyue's provocative gaze. I hope you prove useful, perhaps I can keep you as a watchdog, rewarding you with a couple of bones to gnaw on. Lin Xinyue mocked as she brushed past him. If you truly become a miner, that would be quite amusing. Yi Guhong felt a surge of murderous intent, but remained silent as he stepped into the array. Then, boom! Divine light soared into the heavens, purple mist billowing from the east, coalescing into a sky full of purple-gold lotus flowers. Celestial melodies echoed, ethereal palaces manifested in the air, and divine dragons and phoenixes danced around. In that moment, the scene resembled a cataclysmic earthquake, creating a ruckus and an uproar. "What in the world? What in the world? What in the world?" Zhou Tai exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Is this an ascension to immortality? Such a dramatic omen must indicate a hidden profession. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lin Xinyu's smile froze in place. Yi Guhong, too, felt a jolt of shock, suddenly lifting his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What profession could it be? Chapter 2. Neil, apologize to the child, Yi Guohong. This line of radiant text materialized in the void, instantly igniting a stir. What the heck? It is actually the legendary hidden profession. There is only one in the entire Border City. Border City? I dare say. Throughout the whole of Shenzhou, apart from Marshal Song Jianfeng, he is the only one with a hidden profession. A cultivator. Can he fly with a sword, severing heads from 1,000 miles away? This is explosively impressive. Lin Xinyue no longer bore her previous disdainful arrogance. Her face was now ashen, filled with resentment as she glared at Yi Guohong. Why Yi Guohong's pupils constricted, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. For on his personal attribute panel, he beheld information that starkly contrasted with what the others saw. Unique hidden profession, demon seed. To prevent the heavenly demon seed from manifesting and inciting a hunt. The true profession information of the character has been concealed, appearing as cultivator. The shock within Yi Guohong was ineffable. A unique hidden profession, the demon seed. Uniqueness signifies that this hidden profession is unparalleled. There can never be a second. The term demon seed is even more astonishing. The game that has merged with reality bears this very name. Before Yi Guohong could fully regain his composure from the shock, many had gathered around him, their eyes gleaming as if they had spotted a coveted treasure. The newcomers were all direct descendants of the 4 great kings, eager to recruit Yi Guohong for their masters. Lin Xinyue witnessed this scene, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust, while her 2 bodyguards were visibly agitated. "Miss, a hidden profession. If we can recruit him under our banner, once he grows strong, he could shatter the balance and make the Lin family the sole overlord of the Border City. Miss, since he once had an engagement with you, why not revisit the old matters?" "Shut up!" Lin Xinyue shot him a fierce glare, her heart nearly fraying. 3 years prior, when Yi Qingxue transitioned to a medium, she became the object of contention among the city's 4 major forces. To bind Yi Qingxue to the Lin family ship of war, Lin Fengqi decisively chose to arrange a marriage, intending to wed Lin Xinyue to Yi Guohong. However, Lin Xinyue, proud of her status, could hardly condescend to regard Yi Guohong. To her, he was merely a worthless waste, overshadowed by his sister's brilliance. Thus, after Yi Qingxue was rendered incapacitated, Lin Xinyue unleashed all her pent-up dissatisfaction, subjecting Yi Guohong to the utmost humiliation. Were it not for the desire to attract talents and avoid appearing cold-hearted, the Lin family might have even sought to eradicate the pair of siblings. I once annulled our engagement, belittling him to nothing. Now, you expect me to lower my head and plead for him to return to the Lin family. That would be the utmost humiliation. I will never bend my head. Lin Xinyue silently gritted her teeth, resolutely preparing to leave. Leave? Where do you think you are going? A voice, cold and authoritative, rang out, causing Lin Xinyue's expression to shift dramatically. The speaker was clad in armor, exuding an extraordinary presence, bearing a massive square hammer on his back, radiating an aura of military might. Look, it's the king of the North City, Lin Fengqi. What the heck? Not just him. All 4 great kings have arrived. I see now. They also witnessed the earlier phenomenon and have come to personally recruit Yi Guohong. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, their gazes towards Yi Guohong brimming with envy and resentment. The arrival of the 4 great kings, extending an olive branch, was an honor of immense magnitude. Yet, as the focal point, Yi Guohong felt no pride. Rather, his heart sank slowly. Based on his sister's experience, being targeted by these high-ranking individuals was not necessarily a good omen. He even wished that the false facade of a cultivator was instead an inconspicuous main combat profession or even a support role. Father, Lin Xinyue felt a twinge of anxiety. I have always said, one should leave a line for others. One may meet again in the future. Yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Lin Fengqi's face was stern, commanding in tone. Go, kneel. Apologize to this child, Yi Guohong. What the heck? Wang Cheng's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The crowd was equally astonished, wearing expressions of disbelief. The king of the North City actually commanded his daughter to kneel and apologize to Yi Guohong. Even Yi Guohong was taken aback, never having expected such a turn of events. Father, are you out of your mind? Lin Xinyue, filled with indignation, retorted. So what if he has a hidden profession? What is so great about it? He might not even survive to reach a high level. Slap. No sooner had her words left her mouth than Lin Fengqi delivered a resounding slap across her face. With a scream, Lin Xinyue stumbled. The impact evidently severe. Do not make me repeat myself. Lin Fengqi's expression was frigid, his commanding presence imposing. Lin Xinyue, with tears welling in her eyes, felt a wave of deep injustice. Yet, ultimately, she chose to submit. Thus, before the eyes of the multitude, Lin Xinyue knelt before Yi Guohong. I'm sorry. I was wrong. In an instant, the crowd erupted in thunderous commotion, hearts racing, unable to believe the spectacle before them. Chapter 3. The Heavenly Demon Seed. Proven by slaughter. For an 18-year-old youth, such shock was beyond words. Just yesterday, he had been regarded as a lowly commoner, struggling for survival in the suburbs. Merely a day later, a cataclysmic transformation had occurred. The once imperious second miss of the Lin family had publicly knelt to apologize to him. Yet, Yi Guohong quickly regained his composure, sensing an undercurrent of strangeness in the situation. Miss Lin, please rise. I bear you no ill will. Yi Guohong feigned a look of confusion, hastily assisting Lin Xinyue to her feet. Lin Fengqi approached, a look of remorse on his face as he sighed. Guohong, this girl is thoughtless. I apologize for the embarrassment she has caused you. Do not hold it against her if possible. I wish to make amends for the debts incurred over the past 2 years to you and your sister. As long as you are willing to come to the North City, feel free to express any needs you may have, be it exquisite equipment, high-grade recovery potions, a villa and position in the North City, or anything else. I can provide it all. A sudden silence enveloped the crowd. Yi Guohong could even hear the sound of breaths being drawn sharply. Old Lin, your audacity is truly remarkable. The king of the South City. Li Jing suddenly interjected, a mocking grin on her face. You discarded her like a piece of trash. Yet now that you see she has awakened a hidden profession, you come here pretending to be the good guy? Excessive indulgence leads to premature endings, remarked the monk-like king of the West City with a cold smile. Your ties with the Yi family are severed. I suggest you do not force matters. Why not come to the East City? What old Lin can offer, I can provide as well. The speaker was naturally the king of the East City, a practitioner of the ghostly profession. Is that so? You can offer the rebirth cross? Lin Fengqi sneered. At this proclamation, the expressions of the three kings shifted. The rebirth cross was a one-time consumable that allowed a person to resurrect on the spot, granting a second chance at life. Though this world had fused with game elements, there was no mechanism for direct resurrection upon death. The rarity of an item that could grant resurrection was unfathomable. With only one existing in the entire city, the mere mention of such a thing illustrated Lin Fengqi's determination. Yet, the more he offered, the more wary Yi Guohong became. Something was amiss. Why Yi Guohong couldn't shake off the suspicion that Lin Fengqi was intent on putting on a show, seeking to lure him to the North City at any cost. Once on his turf, it would be all too easy for him to play foul and orchestrate an unfortunate demise, especially considering the animosity between Yi Guohong and the Lin family. The Lin family sought to eliminate all threats, ensuring no future troubles. Hemph, who knows what your true intentions are? Li Jing scoffed, then turned her gaze to Yi Guohong. Hey, handsome, where do you wish to go? In that moment, all envious eyes were fixed upon Yi Guohong. It was said that Sister Li was a demon sword master, capable of merging ice and fire magic into her swordsmanship, akin to the way a cultivator wields a sword with true essence. I wish to learn from Sister Li. Yi Guohong presented a rationale that everyone could discern was merely a pretext, offering the other kings a way to save face. Could a demon swordmaster and a cultivator be compared? This excuse was utterly flimsy. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengqi's eyes briefly flickered with an imperceptible shadow and a hint of murderous intent. Everyone knew that he and Li Jing were at odds. Yi Guohong's choice made his stance unmistakably clear. Yet, outwardly, Lin Fengqi sighed, feigning regret. Guohong, I respect your decision. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out in the North City. This promise will always hold true. He wore a mask of sincerity, highly deceptive. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Yi Guohong too adopted a serious demeanor, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, you insincere scoundrel. I will find an opportunity to eliminate you. Lin Fengqi smiled on the surface, but inwardly vowed vengeance. Enough, handsome, let us go. Li Jing, in high spirits, linked her arm with Yi Guohong, pressing her ample bosom against him. Yi Guohong had never encountered such a situation. Feeling the softness on his arm, his face flushed instantly. Yet his bashful awkwardness only made Li Jing beam with delight, as if reveling in his embarrassment. Everyone, farewell. Li Jing waved her hand triumphantly, leaving the three great kings with unsightly expressions. She laughed freely, unperturbed. Thus, Yi Guohong followed Li Jing, departing amidst the multitude of envious gazes. Upon boarding the vehicle, Li Jing inquired about Yi Guohong's residence and promptly instructed the driver to set off. It was only at this juncture that Yi Guohong found the opportunity to meticulously examine his attribute panel. Name, Yi Guohong. Profession, Demon Seed. Unique. Level, 1. Body refinement. Malice value, 0. Strength, 10. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10. Mentality, 10. Equipment, none. Skills, Heavenly Demon Divine Skill, unlocked. Rakshasa Supreme Skill, unlocks Meteor Strike. Rakshasa Battle Armor, Demon Heart Crossing. Rakshasa Battle Armor, Level 1 demonic energy coalesces into armor that envelopes the body, significantly enhancing defense during its duration. Meteor Strike, Level 1 a strike akin to a meteor, shooting forth with pointed energy, capable of sealing acupoints and severing meridians, as well as slaying foes. Demon Heart Crossing, activates a demonic state, greatly enhancing all attributes, but during this time, one becomes bloodthirsty and violent. Note: this skill increases the character's demonic value, potentially leading to an inability to regain sanity. Use with caution. Demonic value, 0.00. The malice value and demonic value are attributes not possessed by other professions. While the concept of demonic value is comprehensible, what, then, is this malice? As Yi Guohong pondered this, pertinent information surfaced in his mind. By slaying, one can acquire malice. The targets of such killings can range from various demons and monsters to humans. The higher the level of the target, the greater the malice value obtained. Malice can be utilized to enhance character level, skill level, and for skill exchanges. Yi Guohong's heart surged with shock. It was only now that he truly comprehended the formidable nature of his profession. It is worth noting that in this world of fusion games, the crucial mechanism of gaining experience through monster slaying is conspicuously absent. Except for the Demon Seed, all other professions bear little distinction from those in fantasy novels, relying solely on self-cultivation and medicinal elixirs for advancement. The acquisition of elixirs is exceedingly difficult, something beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As for self-cultivation, progress is painfully slow, placing immense demands on one's innate talent for cultivation. Yi Qingshua's rapid rise years ago was not only due to her profession as a medium but also related to her exceptional talent and astonishing speed of cultivation. Yet Yi Guohong stands as the sole entity capable of leveling up through combat. As long as he persists in his path of slaughter, he can continually grow stronger, truly the path of the demon. However, did I relish this? Yi Guohong's spirit soared, invigorated by the thought. Just how long would it take to eradicate the Lin family? A year? 6 months? Or perhaps 0.3 months? As this notion coursed through him, he felt an exhilarating rush. Chapter 4. Do you believe me when I say this dungeon is simple? Li Jing's red Ferrari glided into the suburbs, picking up Yi Qingxue before heading toward the southern city. Notably, Li Jing had anticipated that upon learning of her brother's ascension to a cultivator, Yi Qingxue would be overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, she merely displayed a fleeting look of astonishment before smiling and congratulating Yi Guohong. This reaction left Li Jing quite astonished, as she had not expected such a muted response. However, Yi Guohong was already accustomed to it. She was as tranquil as a chrysanthemum, as frigid as snow. His sister always exuded that kind of aura, harboring myriad emotions yet rarely revealing them excessively. The Ferrari ultimately halted in front of a standalone garden villa. This was the residence that Li Jing had gifted to the Yi siblings. Spacious and well-lit rooms, fully furnished, with a continuous supply of water, electricity, and gas available 24 hours a day. Compared to the severely damaged utilities in the suburbs, this was an unimaginable standard of living. The days of relying on firewood for cooking, candles for light, and rivers for water were finally a thing of the past. Just a reminder, while the house is indeed a gift, the costs for water, electricity, and gas can be rather steep, Li Jing stretched languidly, showcasing her perfectly sculpted figure. You know, the city's gas supply is limited. Use it sparingly. Even within the inner city, many people are frugal with their gas expenses. Yi Guhong remained silent, merely observing her. Li Jing smiled, gently lifting his chin, and mischievously remarked, if you're short on funds, how about considering selling yourself to me? Wonderful, please continue, Yi Qingxue said with a slight, subtle smile. Even if you too wish to perform a live-action restricted film, I wouldn't mind. Li Jing paused momentarily, then seemed to grow excited. Shall I take the liberty then? Damn it. Yi Guhong's mind was in disarray, and he helplessly replied, all right, Li Jie, enough with the jokes. Just tell me, how should I earn money? Isn't it just that you want me to work for you? Can't you just say it plainly? The matter of earning money can wait. I can lend you some. Your immediate priority is to level up, and once you reach level 5, I will naturally arrange work for you. How about this? I'll first take you to the novice dungeon. Although fighting monsters may not be particularly useful, there is a chance to discover low-level herbs like spirit buds that can assist beginners in leveling up, Li Jing stated. A novice dungeon? The moment Yi Guhong heard this, he was no longer drowsy. For others, combat might indeed be of little use, but for Yi Guhong, this was nothing short of a leveling paradise. He was eager to test the efficacy of his malice and skills. However, demons only appear at night, and even the novice dungeon in an alternate space is no exception. Thus, Yi Guhong could only wait until nightfall to join the newly awakened class changers in the dungeon. Consequently, Yi Guhong first borrowed 100,000 yuan from Li Jing for the daily expenses of the siblings. Afterward, he took a nap in the afternoon to rejuvenate himself, and once dinner was finished, he headed to the teleportation array. By 7 o'clock, night had fallen. Of the more than 300 individuals who had participated in the class change earlier, only around 70 or 80 remained, waiting to enter the novice dungeon. Those who awakened to life-related professions were directly eliminated, lacking the qualification to enter the novice dungeon. The novice dungeon allowed for team formations, with a maximum of 5 per group. Thus, most newcomers opted to form teams to enhance their safety. At this moment, Lin Xinyue had already formed a team. Besides her, there was a knight and a priest. Look, it's the great Yi Guhong. Yi Dage, would you like a priest? I can heal you and provide attack buffs. Yi Gu, choose me, choose me. I'm a monk, and my skill is the Buddha's lion's roar, which can dispel mental attacks. Yi Guhong's arrival quickly overshadowed Lin Xinyue, who was accustomed to basking in the limelight. This made her increasingly dissatisfied. How arrogant, awakening a hidden profession, thinking oneself remarkable. If I encounter you, I will surely take your life. Lin Xinyue seethed inwardly, recalling how she had knelt to him earlier that day, feeling a surge of resentment. How could she swallow her pride without eliminating him? Yet, Lin Xinyue was also aware that the novice dungeon had a randomized teleportation system. The space was unimaginably vast, and the likelihood of 2 teams encountering each other was virtually non-existent. She could only hope that Yi Guhong would face misfortune, inadvertently provoking a monster's lair and meeting his demise. As the teleportation array activated, a flash of light enveloped them, and their figures vanished. After a moment of dizziness, Yi Guhong found himself in an unfamiliar forest. The crescent moon hung like a hook, casting a dim light, while the woods were shrouded in darkness. A chilling wind rustled the treetops, reminiscent of ghostly wails, in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon Yi Guhong, exuding an eerie presence. Yet, Yi Guhong felt no fear. Instead, an exhilarating anticipation surged within him. Finally, he could test the potency of his skills. With a menacing roar, a filthy, blood-stained wolf, roughly the size of a calf, lunged at Yi Guhong. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Guhong sidestepped and pointed. Meteor strike. Whoosh! A beam of brilliance shot forth like a comet, piercing through the wolf's skull and splattering blood everywhere. With a resounding thud, the wolf collapsed, lifeless. Instant kill. You have slain Blood Wolf, level 1. and gained 2 points of malice value. Echoed in Yi Guhong's mind. It died this quickly? He was taken aback, never expecting his evasive maneuver to be superfluous. Was it possible that this blood wolf, though seemingly fierce, was merely a fade, weak at heart? However, the acquisition of 2 points of malice upon its demise confirmed that it was not a worthless beast. Though he had effortlessly dispatched the blood wolf, Yi Guhong did not let his guard down. Instead, he scanned his surroundings warily. Wolves are pack animals. Sure enough, more pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness. A monstrous werewolf stood upright, sprinting like a human, swiftly climbing a tree, watching Yi Guhong with predatory intent. With a flurry of wolves closing in, Yi Guhong's fingertips glimmered with a magnificent light, illuminating the dark, dense forest. One by one, the blood wolves fell, each met with a swift death. Without exception, in Yi Guhong's mind, the same notification resounded. You have slain Blood Wolf, level 1, and gained 2 points of malice value. Meanwhile, the werewolf-like creature seized the opportunity to leap into the air, its metallic, razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Yi Guhong. In a moment of crisis, crimson aura coalesced around Yi Guhong, forming a protective armor. Shura battle armor, clang. With a sound akin to iron striking iron, the claws slammed against the Shura battle armor. Yi Guhong felt a surge of force strike him, causing his blood to surge, and he staggered back a step. The werewolf also stumbled backward, its claws pained, a flicker of human-like horror flashing in its eyes. The Shura battle armor had merely sustained a few scratches, while Yi Guhong remained entirely unscathed. Roar, the alpha wolf, filled with ferocity, wildly brandished its sharp claws and launched an attack towards Yi Guhong. With a single swipe, it tore through a tree trunk as thick as a basin, causing it to snap instantly. Yet, despite such brutal and savage destructive power, when it struck against the Shura battle armor, it merely produced a resonant clang, failing to breach the defenses. Conversely, after Yi Guhong dispatched the final blood wolf, he swiftly retaliated with a single finger. The luminous beam shot forth like a meteor, swift as lightning, disappearing in an instant. He struck down the Blood Wolf King, level 2, elite creature, earning 8 points of malevolent energy. The alpha wolf's form stiffened, and then it collapsed with a thunderous crash, a bloodied hole the size of a walnut gaping on its forehead. Indeed, this was a novice dungeon, lacking in difficulty, as the mystical light surrounding Yi Guhong dissipated. He appeared to ponder. Meanwhile, on the other side, was this truly a novice dungeon? What a farce! The priest, pallid and horrified, was in a state of panic. Lin Xinyue's expression was equally grim as she gazed in terror at what lay before her. The knight, known for being a sturdy bulwark, had been effortlessly torn apart by the alpha wolf in a single move. His entrails and blood splattered across the ground. He died in a most decisive manner, leaving the priest no chance to heal him. Chapter 5. That night, a specter beheld its great-grandmother point 30 points of malevolent energy. This was the aftermath of a massacre, the spoils of Yi Guhong. After consuming 20 points of malevolent energy to level up, his personal attributes saw a marked enhancement. Name, Yi Guhong. Class, Demon Seed. Unique. Level, 2, 040. Body refinement. Malevolent energy, 10. Strength, 20. Vitality, 20. Dexterity, 20. Mentality, 15. Equipment, none. His strength, vitality, and dexterity attributes all increased by 10 points, while the mentality attribute only saw a rise of 5 points. This encapsulates the essence of body refinement. Upon leveling up, the mentality attribute is fixed at a 5-point increase. However, the 3 attributes associated with the physical body experience a direct increase of 10 points. Furthermore, with the elevation of his level, Yi Guhong's 2 skills, Shura Battle Armor and Meteor Piercer, were also upgraded to level 2. Excellent. Now then, Yi Guhong inhaled deeply, his gaze blazing like fire. The slaughter must continue. The novice dungeon could only be entered once, and after 2 hours, he would be forcibly teleported away. He needed to unleash a massacre within the limited time, to acquire more malevolent energy and enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, Yi Guhong immediately set off, searching for the traces of other demonic creatures. Thus, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. Everyone who entered the novice dungeon sought to avoid the malevolent beasts, hoping to find low-level medicinal herbs. Only Yi Guhong appeared eager to plunge directly into the monsters' lairs, relishing the prospect of a thorough slaughter. With his dexterity attribute enhanced, his movements became extraordinarily swift, his figure darting through the shadowy woods like a wraith. During his descent, Yi Guhong encountered several monsters, each dispatched with a single strike from Meteor Piercer. Without exception, he did not once pause in his stride. The monsters could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a silhouette, accompanied by a gust of wind, followed by a flash of brilliance, before they collapsed, bewildered, into a pool of blood. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Yi Guhong beheld a desolate mass grave. The wind howled ominously, flickering ghostly flames danced in the void, and several withered trees loomed like clawing specters under the dim moonlight. Eerie sounds echoed around him, as if phantoms were whispering malevolent laughter. Yi Guhong witnessed translucent specters emerging from the graves, while from the earth, decaying, maggot-infested arms reached out, or skeletal hands, frail as twigs, emerged. Fresh flesh has come to us. How thirsty I am. Blood, I crave blood. Alas, it is truly regrettable. There is but one living soul, far too scant for us to share. Not only the undead clawing from the earth, but the floating spirits too fixated their hollow gazes upon Yi Guhong, yearning to consume his very soul. Their intense longing for flesh and spirit rendered them frenzied with excitement. However, they soon realized something was amiss, for Yi Guhong exhibited not a shred of fear. Rather, he appeared more exhilarated than they, revealing a cruel, cold smile as he approached. Oh, instead of fleeing, he chooses to come closer to us. An overconfident fool, since you are so eager to meet your demise. We shall oblige. The apparitions, incensed by Yi Guhong's actions, emitted chilling, sinister voices, their visages twisted with malice, rushing forth to attack. They were consumed with fervor, envisioning Yi Guhong's grisly end, torn apart and devoured until naught remained. Yet, 30 seconds later, what? This is impossible. Spare me, Great One. Please spare me. Run. Flee swiftly. We will scatter. He cannot possibly kill us all. The horde of spirits fled in abject terror. Behind them, Yi Guhong, akin to the reaper marking the time, pointed his finger, and with each gesture, a specter would fall lifelessly to the ground, thanks to the enhancement of his dexterity attribute, along with Meteor Piercer. Being a ranged lethal skill, pursuing these lowly apparitions was child's play. In no time, Yi Guhong's mind was inundated with notifications of his kills. Kill the ghost, level 1, gain 2 points of malevolent energy. Kill the walking dead, level 1, gain 2 points of malevolent energy. Kill the ghost, level 2, gain 4 points of malevolent energy. Kill it in but a brief moment. Only one ghost remained, desperately fleeing across the wasteland. A mere glance backward sent it into a paroxysm of terror. It not only saw Yi Guhong in pursuit but, in a fleeting daze, glimpsed its great-grandmother. The ghost's great-grandmother, who in its living days loved to sing lullabies to it. Wait a moment. I have information. Do not kill me. The ghost wailed, prostrating itself before Yi Guhong in abject despair. Information? Yi Guhong's heart stirred, and he slowly lowered his outstretched finger. The ghost swallowed a non-existent lump in its throat, still shaken. What the hell? This is terrifying. Who truly is the specter here? Do you know where to find spirit herbs? Yi Guhong inquired, his demeanor inscrutable. Spirit herbs? The ghost hesitated, then stammered. Well, I have not heard of any. As soon as the ghost's words fell, Yi Guhong's brows furrowed slightly. The ghost's great-grandmother, oh, hell, why am I seeing her again? The ghost nearly lost its wits, howling. But I do know where the most dangerous place is around here. Oh, do tell. Yi Guhong's interest was piqued. The ghost, finally relaxed, hurriedly explained, head left and forward. There lies an ancient battlefield. Within, many vengeful spirits roam, and there is a headless general, fiercely formidable. Great One, you are so powerful. If you simply avoid that ancient battlefield, I assure you, there is nothing within 100 miles that can threaten you. A headless general? That sounds like a boss. Defeating it should yield significant malevolent energy, right? Lead the way. Yi Guhong commanded decisively. All right. The ghost instinctively started to rise, then suddenly realized and exclaimed, Wait, you intend to venture into the ancient battlefield? Lead me there. Do you not comprehend? Yi Guhong pressed, his patience waning. his brow furrowing as he spoke coldly. The ghost, recalling its great-grandmother, was gripped with fear. "Ah, no, Great One, this way." The ghost jolted, hastily putting on a forced smile as it guided the way. However, its smile was more wretched than a funeral dirge. Chapter 6's heart remained undisturbed, even as he leveled up right where he stood. Under Yi Guhong's command, the ghost sped ahead without daring to lag. Yi Guhong followed closely behind, opening his attribute panel to find he now possessed 66 points of malevolent energy. Without hesitation, he consumed 40 points of malevolent energy to reach level 3. Consequently, Yi Guhong's mentality attribute rose to 20. His strength, dexterity, and vitality attributes surged directly to 30 points. Along the way, Yi Guhong swiftly eliminated several inconsequential monsters, garnering an additional 14 points of malevolent energy. Nearly 20 minutes later, the ghost finally led him to their destination. "Great One, we have arrived," the ghost said nervously, pointing ahead to the ancient battlefield. "If all is well, I shall take my leave." Before it could finish, a radiant beam, as brilliant as a meteor, pierced through its forehead, and in an instant, it was no more. Throughout, Yi Guhong had never stated that as long as the ghost complied, it would be spared. Kill the ghost, level 2, gain 4 points of malevolent energy. Yi Guhong disregarded the notification and surveyed the scene. The ancient battlefield in the dark night lay silent and chilling, a savage and ominous aura swirling with the cold wind. The entire expanse was barren, the soil and rubble stained a dark crimson, as if covered in congealed blood. Scattered across the battlefield were groups of undead. Haphazardly spread out, they were decayed and rotting, clad in tattered armor, each bearing grotesque wounds capable of inflicting death. Upon sighting Yi Guhong, the undead erupted in excitement, letting out bloodthirsty roars as they brandished their bloodied weapons and charged forth. They were elated, yet Yi Guhong was even more exhilarated. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, repeatedly unleashing Meteor Piercer, sending beams of light streaking forth like ribbons. Thud, thud, thud. The chilling rays pierced through the tattered armor, penetrating the undead's bodies and causing them to perish instantly. Kill the undead foot soldier, level 2. Gain 4 points of malevolent energy. As Yi Guhong continued his slaughter, identical notifications echoed in his mind. A tremendous commotion attracted the attention of more restless souls, drawing them to this location. Soon, a contingent of shield-bearing specters positioned themselves at the forefront, intent on thwarting Yi Guhong's offensive and minimizing their own casualties. Behind them, more undead crossbowmen joined the fray. With a flurry of sounds, whoosh, 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 arrows rained down like a tempest, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, imbued with the essence of death. In an instant, Yi Guhong activated the Azura battle armor to shield himself and, leveraging his agility of 30 points, deftly dodged the majority of the projectiles. Even when a few arrows struck, ricocheting off the Azura battle armor with a resounding clang, they failed to breach his defenses. Yet, amidst his evasive maneuvers, Yi Guhong did not neglect to counterattack. The lethality of the meteor-piercing strike was unparalleled, rendering even the blood-soaked shield, steeped in a chilling aura, as fragile as paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. Yi Guhong relentlessly harvested the lives of the undead, rapidly accumulating his malevolent energy. As he reveled in the carnage, a sound akin to thunderous hooves approached rapidly from the distance. Cavalry? A surge of excitement coursed through Yi Guhong, his gaze igniting with fervor, blood surging within him. As an elite ancient troop, vanquishing them would surely yield a greater bounty of malevolent energy. By this time, Yi Guhong had already decimated the advancing infantry. The cavalry, upon entering the fray, charged forth with an unstoppable momentum, flanked by archers on either side, targeting Yi Guhong. The riders, mounted on towering undead steeds, made Yi Guhong appear diminutive in comparison. Alone, he stood against a small battalion of undead warriors. Yet, Yi Guhong felt no fear. He braved the relentless hail of arrows while executing meteor-piercing strikes. Capturing the leader before the minions, he aimed for the steeds first. With a series of brilliant flashes, he struck down the mounts of the leading cavalry one by one. The massive undead steeds crashed to the ground, causing the following riders to collide disastrously, chaos erupting in their ranks. The earlier aura of fearless charge, obliterating everything in its path, crumbled in an instant. Seizing the moment, Yi Guohong pressed his advantage, systematically dispatching foes and expanding his tally in a frenzy of slaughter. He received notification of slaying undead cavalry, level 3, earning 6 points of malevolent energy. This information continually surfaced in Yi Guohong's mind. He had felled several riders with his pinpoint strikes, none of them able to close in on him. During this time, however, the blood-red armor enveloping him endured a barrage of attacks from the archers. With the clanging of metal, brilliant sparks erupted from the armor. Had a level 5 knight been present, they would have been riddled with arrows, their body a mere sieve of blood. Yet, the Azura battle armor withstood all the arrows, suffering only minor superficial cracks, hardly significant. At this juncture, continuously activating the Azura battle armor and unleashing meteor-piercing strikes had severely drained Yi Guohong's mental energy, bringing him to the brink of collapse, unable to unleash his deadly techniques once more. Meanwhile, a palpable aura of malevolence, accompanied by the thunderous pounding of hooves, approached ominously. The boss of the undead battlefield, the Headless Horseman, was upon him. Yet, in this seemingly perilous moment, Yi Guohong felt no trepidation. His heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. Thanks to the slaughter he had conducted on the ancient battlefield, Yi Guohong had accrued 164 points of malevolent energy. Coupled with the 26 points remaining after reaching level 3, he now possessed a total of 190 points. Without hesitation, Yi Guohong consumed 80 points of malevolent energy, ascending to level 4. In addition to further enhancing his attributes, he triggered an upgrade effect, instantly restoring his state to its peak. The myriad cracks adorning the blood-red armor surrounding Yi Guohong healed instantaneously. Like a meteor, the brilliant light erupted anew, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the undead archers. Once more, the same information flooded his mind. Slaying undead archers, level 2, earning 4 points of malevolent energy. As the Headless Horseman, exuding a formidable aura, charged forth, Yi Guohong had just dispatched the final undead archer. The Headless Horseman loomed large, even without a head, standing at a towering height of 2 meters. Its steed was equally imposing, clad in armor. Just by their sheer size, the duo instilled a profound sense of dread. Moreover, the faint, eerie black glow radiating from the Headless Horseman only heightened the sense of danger. The ground trembled as the Headless Horseman galloped fiercely, drawing its sword, unleashing a visible wave of black blade energy that sliced through the air. Aimed directly at Yi Guohong. Yi Guohong's expression hardened as he faced this ferocious, unavoidable strike, immediately crossing his arms defensively before him. Boom! The blade energy crashed against the Azura battle armor, exploding with a deafening roar. The armor on his arms cracked under the force of the blow, threatening to shatter completely with another hit. This was the most brutal attack Yi Guohong had encountered since entering the dungeon. Though he had blocked this immensely destructive strike, the Headless Horseman had already closed in, no longer wielding a sword but a long spear over a meter in length. With the ferocity of its steed's charge, the spear lunged toward Yi Guohong's heart. In this seemingly dire moment, Yi Guohong made a bold, almost reckless decision. His eyes flared with intensity as he shifted from defense to offense, pointing a finger at the oncoming threat. Boom! The spear struck Yi Guohong's chest, the violent force causing cracks to spiderweb across the Azura battle armor. Yi Guohong felt a sharp pain in his chest as blood surged within him. Using the momentum from the spear's impact, he quickly distanced himself from the Headless Horseman, who was unable to continue its charge as the spear embedded itself in Yi Guohong's armor, because the fierce strike had already pierced his heart. With a resounding explosion, the dark aura enveloping the Headless Horseman shattered. This indicated that its passive skill, ethereal protection, had been breached at that moment. The Headless Horseman was hurled backward by the tremendous force, crashing to the ground, while its steed continued its forward charge. Unable to deliver a fatal blow? Truly the mark of a boss. A thought flickered through Yi Guohong's mind as he disregarded the galloping steed, pivoting to unleash another strike at the Headless Horseman. Just as the Headless Horseman rose, it had no time to defend or evade. Boom! This blow shattered its chest armor, exposing its rotting flesh and revealing the ominous white bones within. Even the heart barely discernible, the Headless Horseman was sent sprawling, yet stubbornly attempted to rise. Not dead yet. Yi Guohong's gaze sharpened as he pointed again. Whoosh! This time, the strike penetrated that cold, black blood-stained heart. the headless horseman's body hit the ground with a thud, and Yi Guohong swiftly turned to deliver a fatal blow to the oncoming undead steed, causing its lifeless form to collapse before him. He had slain the undead cavalry leader, level 6, team boss, earning 200 points of malevolent energy. He sensed the information manifesting in his mind, and as he dispelled the Azura battle armor, Yi Guohong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exhaled a deep breath. The malevolent energy acquired from slaying this boss was sufficient to elevate him by another level. Furthermore, the purple quality weapon, the 100 Battles Blade, was an unexpected boon. If sold at the auction house in the city, it would fetch at least 5 to 6 million, liberating him from his impoverished plight. One word: exhilarating. Thus, the once perilous and treacherous undead battlefield fell silent. The whispering winds rendered strikingly clear. Yi Guohong had single-handedly eradicated all the undead on the battlefield. He picked up the 100 Battles Blade and swung it casually at a nearby stone. An unusual phenomenon occurred. The moment the blade touched the stone, the 100 Battles Blade became ethereal, passing through the stone like a phantom, leaving no trace of damage. Yet after gliding past the stone, the blade regained its solid form. It is well known that game equipment has level restrictions for use. In this world, where gaming and reality intertwine, this principle holds true as well. What my sister mentioned about equipment level restrictions was precisely this. It seems that unless I reach level 6, this blade will merely be a decorative item in my possession. Yi Guohong mused, sheathing the 100 Battles Blade as he checked his malevolent energy. 358 points of malevolent energy. Yi Guohong expended 160 points of malevolent energy, elevating himself to level 5, further enhancing his attributes, 30 points in mental attributes, and 50 points each in strength, agility, and endurance. With little time remaining in the dungeon, yet still a distance to go before reaching level 6, I must hasten. Yi Guohong remained humble, urging himself onward. He promptly departed the ancient battlefield, continuing his pursuit of prey. After swiftly dispatching several monsters, Yi Guohong arrived in a shadowy forest shrouded in gloom. Mist enveloped the area, rendering it eerily silent, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. It seemed that apart from the flora, no other living beings existed within this forest. Moreover, Yi Guohong felt an unsettling sensation, as if many cold, watchful eyes were fixated upon him from the darkness. Frowning, he activated the Azura battle armor despite no visible threats. Yi Guohong had barely taken a few steps when an unexpected turn of events transpired. Whoosh, 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 a swarm of slender willow branches shot forth like swords, targeting his throat, heart, forehead, and eyes. Clang, clang, clang. The branches were deflected, failing to breach the defenses of the Azura battle armor. However, had Yi Guohong not made preparations in advance, who could say whether he would have been pierced like a hedgehog? A fool's errand. Yi Guohong's face contorted with fury, and he immediately pointed with intent. Yet, the enormous willow tree, though pierced, remained unscathed. Clearly, for it, a walnut-sized wound was insufficient to bring about its demise. Furthermore, the surrounding trees suddenly sprang to life, hurling forth branches as resilient as steel, whistling through the air with lethal intent, seeking to eliminate Yi Guohong. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Guohong unleashed a flurry of strikes. Although he could sever branches and penetrate the trees, none of his blows proved fatal. While the meteor strike possessed remarkable penetrating power, rapid execution, and considerable range, its shortcomings became glaringly evident at this moment. Its limited contact area rendered it ineffective against non-vital targets. As these peculiar trees, realizing they could not vanquish Yi Guohong swiftly, altered their strategy, transforming their piercing branches into binding tendrils, intent on ensnaring him and attacking him relentlessly until his defenses crumbled and he fell. Though his finger strikes could easily pierce through branches, how could he resolve the dense entanglement of limbs before being ensnared? The existing meteor strike could not shift the tide of battle. Thus, it was time to unlock a new skill. With this thought, Yi Guohong multitasked, dodging and countering the incoming branches while accessing his skill panel. Under the Rakshasa Supreme Art page, 3 sub-options appeared. For absolutes, 2 dominances, 1 annihilation. The sections for 2 dominances and 1 annihilation were grayed out, as they did not meet the prerequisite requirements. However, within the expanded page of 4 absolutes, the details of 4 skills materialized: Meteor Strike, Firefly Blast, Lightning Grasp, and Ghostly Axe Chop, corresponding to finger, fist, claw, and palm techniques respectively. Unlocking a single skill required a full 100 points of malevolent energy. Only upon mastering all 4 skills could the skills in the 2 dominances section be accessed. Without hesitation, Yi Guhong unlocked the Ghostly Axe Chop. Ghostly Axe Chop, level 5, using the palm as a blade, cleaving through gold and iron. Upon unlocking the new skill, Yi Guhong transformed his finger strikes into palm slashes, exuding a blade-like aura of 1-foot-long cutting energy. With his palm imbued with this energy, he executed a powerful diagonal chop. Crack! With a sharp sound, a multitude of branches were severed. Yi Guhong wielded his palm blade with deft precision, dispatching branches with ease, causing the eerie trees to emit cries akin to human wails. Crack! Another sharp sound rang out as Yi Guhong's hand, like a purple blade, cleaved through the willow, causing it to spew forth crimson blood as its trunk collapsed with a thunderous crash. Accompanied by its mournful cries, its roots, stems, and leaves rapidly withered. Yi Guhong had slain the ghostly willow, level 4, earning 10 points of malevolent energy. With a cold smirk, Yi Guhong felt a wave of pent-up frustration dissipate. Previously suppressed by these ghostly trees, he had felt a profound sense of indignation. But now it was his turn. Yi Guhong executed another palm strike, cleaving through another ghostly tree. Another instant kill. Chapter 8. Finished? I have yet to satiate my thirst for destruction. With the terrifying lethality of the Ghostly Axe Chop, Yi Guhong rampaged through the forest. The ghostly trees, rooted in the ground, could neither escape nor effectively band together for combat. Yi Guhong merely needed to sever the obstructing branches and deliver a fatal blow up close. For him, this was akin to a paradise for leveling up, with his malevolent energy skyrocketing. He slayed the ghostly cypress, level 3, earning 6 points of malevolent energy. He slayed the ghostly cypress, level 4, earning 10 points of malevolent energy. He continued his relentless assault. Among these ghostly trees, there existed some with unique attack methods. For instance, a ghostly pine could launch its needles like a torrential storm, instantly peppering an area with countless needle-like projectiles. Even its pine cones could be fired off, exploding with tremendous force. Unfortunately for the pine, its needles could not penetrate the Shura battle armor, and the pine cones failed to strike Yi Guhong's agile form. The shockwaves from the explosions were akin to a gentle breeze to him. Thus, this seemingly formidable level 5 ghostly pine also fell to Yi Guhong's Ghostly Axe Chop, yielding 14 points of malevolent energy. The Shura battle armor became battered from the fierce combat. Yi Guhong amassed enough energy to level up to level 6, further enhancing his attributes and restoring his state to its peak. With this level increase, he could now wield the 100 battle blade. Yi Guhong raced against time, charging towards the tallest banyan tree at the center. This ghostly tree was unlike the others. It was clearly a boss. Yi Guhong thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable excitement. This towering banyan tree appeared grotesque and sinister, its trunk adorned with protrusions resembling blood vessels, pulsating incessantly. Its canopy, the size of a basketball court, was laden with leaves as red as blood. Before Yi Guhong could close the distance, he was met with a barrage of fleshy banyan fruits hurtling towards him. Boom! Each fruit detonated upon contact with the Shura battle armor, splattering viscous pulp and blood-like juice everywhere, showcasing formidable lethality. Yet, Yi Guhong had already reached level 6. Compared to his previous battle against the Headless Knight, he had gained 2 levels, significantly enhancing his strength. The Shura battle armor sustained only minor, inconsequential damage. Swish, 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 even though the banyan fruits possessed potent corrosive properties. They merely emitted wisps of green smoke, being consumed at a sluggish pace. Conversely, the nearby trees splattered with fruit pulp instantly erupted in thick clouds of smoke, dissolving rapidly. Yi Guhong closed in on the ghostly banyan. Brandishing the 100 battle blade, crack, the blade sunk deeply into the trunk, over a meter deep. The ghostly banyan, seemingly driven mad, lashed out with thick branches. How many of my strikes can you withstand? Yi Guhong thought fiercely, braving the onslaught of the ghostly banyan, and struck down again. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With 60 points of strength, the purple quality level 600 battle blade, enhanced with blade energy via Ghostly Axe Chop, cleaved through the air. Boom! After 3 strikes, this remarkably resilient ghostly banyan collapsed, shaking the very earth. Yi Guhong had slain the centuries-old ghostly banyan, level 6, team boss, earning 200 points of malevolent energy, dropped items, ghostly banyan root, herb, da. Upon perceiving the message in his mind, Yi Guhong's heart stirred. He swiftly dug into the earth with his 100-battle blade, revealing a half-meter-long root, seemingly untouched beneath the withered banyan. It appeared to be the essence of the tree. The root glimmered with a faint black glow, exuding a chilling, eerie fragrance mixed with a bloody scent. Yi Guhong severed it, holding it in his hand as relevant information materialized in his mind. Ghostly banyan root, level 6, purple quality herb, can be used as a primary ingredient to concoct 5 low-level vitality pills, which grant experience boosts to characters below level 11. Can be directly refined into 20 low-level rejuvenation pills, providing substantial life recovery effects for characters below level 11. What a splendid find, Yi Guhong mused, stowing it away as he set off once more. Having reached level 6, he had become a dominant force within this dungeon. Even the centuries-old ghostly banyan had fallen to his 3 strikes, let alone the other ghostly trees. He raced against time, determined to cleanse the forest of ghostly trees before the dungeon's closure. As a result, Yi Guhong's malevolent energy surged to an astonishing amount, 544 points. Yi Guhong consumed 500 points of malevolent energy to elevate himself to level 7. This brought immense satisfaction to the 18-year-old, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. However, he soon furrowed his brow, pondering a concern. A tall tree attracts the wind. Would it be too ostentatious for a novice dungeon to raise me to level 7? What if Lin Feng grew anxious and resolved to eliminate me at any cost? With this thought in mind, Yi Guhong promptly accessed his skill panel. The Rakshasa Supreme Art was primarily combat-oriented and could not address his dilemma. However, Heavenly Demon Art was entirely different. This was a highly comprehensive cultivation method for demonic practitioners, encompassing not only combat skills but also crafting, alchemy, formations, and other auxiliary skills. The concealment technique could, to a certain extent, mask his presence and lower his visible level. Yi Guhong's eyes lit up, and he immediately spent 10 points of malevolent energy to unlock this skill. As a special skill, it was not influenced by his level but required additional malevolent energy to enhance. Reluctantly, Yi Guhong spent another 10 points to elevate the concealment technique to level 2. Finally, he used 20 points to open up 2 inventory slots, designated for storing and concealing the 100 battle blade and ghostly banyan root. After completing these tasks, Yi Guhong checked his personal attribute panel and felt invigorated. His spirits lifted. Name: Yi Guhong. Class: Demon Seed. Unique. Level: 7. Body Refinement. Malevolent Energy: 4500. Strength: 70. Constitution: 70. Agility: 70. Mentality: 40. Equipment: 100 Battle Blade. Skills: Heavenly Demon Art. Concealment Technique unlocked. Rakshasa Supreme Art, partially unlocked. Demon Heart Crossing. Meteor Strike, level 7. Ghostly Axe Chop, level 7. Shura Battle Armor, level 7. Concealment Technique, level 2 Special Skill. Reduces visible level by 2. Demon Heart Crossing. Activate Demonic State. Significantly enhancing all attributes, but during this time, becomes bloodthirsty and violent. Note: this skill will increase the character's demonic value, potentially leading to a loss of sanity. Use with caution. Magic value: 0.00. Yi Guhong cast a cursory glance at the attribute panel before dismissing it, continuing his search for traces of prey. Regrettably, beyond the ghost forest lay a precipice, leaving nothing in its wake. What a pity! This dungeon only permits me to reach level 7. Yi Guhong sighed softly, feeling a tinge of unfulfilled longing. Meanwhile, on the other side, level 3. I've reached level 3? Lin Xinyue exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief, unable to restrain her laughter. Covered in blood and bearing numerous wounds, her pallor betrayed her significant blood loss. Yet, Lin Xinyue was particularly elated, taking great pride in her achievement. It is worth noting that the highest record for the novice dungeon was set by Yi Qingxue at level 4. Even the 4 Heavenly Kings, upon concluding the dungeon, only attained level 3. I have matched the 4 Heavenly Kings. Ha! Yi Qingxue's spirit medium body is indeed powerful. Immersed in her joy, Lin Xinyue's expression soured slightly as she laid eyes on the lifeless body of her priest teammate. Deservedly so. Lin Xinyue scoffed coldly, giving the corpse a swift kick. Just moments ago, she had slain the priest herself. The reason was quite simple. Once the priest proposed to divide 30% of the spirit herbs, her path to death was sealed. I wonder if Yi Guhong has managed to level up to 2. Or perhaps he has already perished in the dungeon. With this thought, Lin Xinyue's anticipation grew, eagerly awaiting an answer. Chapter 9. Yi Guhong, do not cheat. In the outskirts of the border town, near the dungeon's teleportation array, there are still 3 minutes left before the dungeon closes, Wang Chung remarked, glancing at the time. The crowd buzzed with chatter, some parents anxiously awaiting the return of their children, fearing they might never see them again. Among them were those who felt detached, merely there for the spectacle. Hey, who do you think will have a higher level? Yi Guhong or Lin Xinyue? It should be Yi Guhong. After all, he is a cultivator. I'm not so sure. No matter how powerful a hidden class is, he is still only level 1. What if he encounters a high-level monster? That would be a dead end, right? The spirit medium's ability to sense danger is far more beneficial in this dungeon. Even Zhong Zhendong, the king of the East City, chimed in. Monk, what do you think? The monk, referred to as the king of the West City, candidly stated. The spirit medium can sense the aura of dark attribute spirit herbs, significantly increasing the chance of locating them. Clearly, he believed Lin Xinyue would progress faster in leveling up. I think so too. Zhong Zhendong nodded, reminiscing. Back in the day, Yi Qingxue reached level 4 in the novice dungeon thanks to such talents. That feat truly astonished everyone. Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but inquire about how she accomplished it. Instantly, someone informed him that Yi Qingxue had discovered 3 locations where the nethergrass thrived, seizing the opportunity to level up to 3 by snatching food from the tigeress mouth, and then employing a strategy of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf to dispatch the black water mystic snake guarding the nether flower, seizing the spirit herb and leveling up to 4 thereafter. Impressive! The one hearing this for the first time couldn't help but exclaim. However, he quickly sighed and shook his head, lamenting. What a pity that such a genius has fallen. Yi Qingxue stood quietly amidst the crowd, hearing these words but showing no reaction. Look, they're coming out. A voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention towards the teleportation array. In a dazzling display of light, over 40 figures materialized. At first glance, nearly all were stained with blood, some bearing expressions of sheer terror, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Xinyue stood at the forefront, instantly drawing the crowd's gaze. Level 3? Miss Lin has reached level 3, truly deserving of being a spirit medium. Lin Xinyue has matched the 4 heavenly kings. The Lin family is on the rise. Hearing these exclamations, Lin Xinyue appeared quite pleased and immediately boasted, What's level 3? I'm just half a step away from leveling up to 4. Upon hearing this, even Lin Fengqi revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. You've not disappointed me, my child. You possess talent that rivals my own from years past. Surrounded by the crowd, Yi Guhong couldn't help but chuckle at this moment. How short-sighted it is to revel in reaching level 3, by the way. Where is Yi Guhong? Lin Xinyue turned around, shouting, Yi Guhong, if you're alive, come out. Yi Guhong had no intention of acknowledging her, but before he could step out of the crowd, a gasp echoed. What the hell, level 5? Yi Guhong has shattered the record and reached level 5. How is this possible? Could he be cheating? Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong was tempted to retort, Yi Guhong, do not cheat. As this news reverberated like thunder, it sparked a commotion throughout the crowd, even stunning the 4 heavenly kings. What does Lin Xinyue reaching level 3 even mean? Yi Guhong has ascended to level 5. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon him. Lin Xinyue's smile froze, and a shadow of murderous intent flickered in Lin Fengqi's gaze. Only Yi Qingxue displayed a soft smile, her gaze tinged with pride. No, my friends. Yi Guhong felt a sense of helplessness, inwardly reflecting, if you're reacting this strongly to level 5, what would you do if you knew the truth? You'd go mad. Yi Guhong was not level 5 but level 7. Moreover, he had slain 2 team bosses, acquiring the 100 Battle Blade and the Ghost Banyan root. Yet, despite his efforts to remain low-key, he still shone too brightly. Other than the crowd, even the 4 heavenly kings gazed at Yi Guhong with intense scrutiny, as if their stares could scorch him. Witnessing this scene, Yi Guhong sighed to himself. Knowing that he would not be able to escape for the time being, Guhong, I'm very curious, how did you manage this? Lin Fengqi inquired. It seemed he felt no obligation to answer your questions. Li Jing stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Guhong. Not just old Lin. I'm also quite curious, Zhong Zhendong suddenly spoke. Indeed, please enlighten us, young friend. The monk, speaking with an ancient charm, clasped his hands together and earnestly declared, "This serves to satisfy our curiosity and, moreover, to utilize your experience to aid those who come after." Li Jing frowned slightly, pursed her lips, and emitted a soft tch, but refrained from further comment. With the three kings expressing interest, she felt it inappropriate to intervene. "It's not much. Just that I had quite a bit of luck." Yi Guhong revealed an awkward smile. "Seemingly embarrassed upon my arrival, I found a plethora of spirit bud grass." As soon as his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, each person staring at him as though he were a ghost. What? A ground full of spirit bud grass? Damn it. Not only did he awaken a hidden class, but he also encountered such unprecedented fortune in the dungeon. What kind of luck is this? So that's how it is. The monk was left speechless, wryly smiling, unexpected yet reasonable. Lin Xinyue was infuriated. Recalling how she had narrowly escaped death to reach level 3, while Yi Guhong had effortlessly risen to level 5, it was utterly suffocating, inciting a visceral urge to vomit blood. Is it just luck? What is so impressive about that? Lin Xinyue felt a deep-seated resentment, grinding her teeth in secret. With my talent for cultivation, I will surpass you in no time. As the priests on site completed their healing duties, all who had survived the dungeon exited the teleportation array. Some parents embraced their returning children, overcome with joy. Others, orphaned and alone, departed in solitude, and some, unable to wait for their children, wept inconsolably, even fainting on the spot. Witnessing this, Yi Guhong felt a pang of discomfort, but could only sigh in silence. "I in this world. Who knows how many partings and deaths occur each day, sister? I'm back." Yi Guhong turned to Yi Qingxue, smiling as he spoke. Perhaps in this world, Yi Qingxue was his only remaining kin. Regardless, there were still family members awaiting his return. That night, Li Jing treated the Yi siblings to a late-night meal. Celebrating Yi Guhong's ascension to level 5, after some contemplation, Yi Guhong finally spoke up. "Sister Li, I wish to become a night watchman." Li Jing's expression changed, and even Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. A night watchman is tasked with executing missions at night, primarily responsible for the outer city walls. This position is exceedingly perilous, often requiring confrontations with malevolent entities that invade the outskirts. Especially on the 15th night of each month when the blood moon rises. The demons will go berserk, launching large-scale invasions and wreaking havoc. "Why?" Li Jing asked, puzzled. Before Yi Guhong could respond, Yi Qingxue sighed softly. "He is influenced by our father. Why, Dad is a soldier, who has instilled in him a sense of duty to protect the homeland since childhood, teaching him to be a hero unafraid of sacrifice." Yi Guhong was taken aback, thinking to himself, "I just wanted to level up by defeating monsters. Where did you get this idea?" However, upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression transformed into one of astonishment as she scrutinized Yi Guhong, seemingly seeing him in a new light. "Wait, I thought I was just going to fight monsters and level up. Why do you make it sound like I'm some kind of hero?" Yi Guhong silently lamented, feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 10. Are you friends with Yi Guhong? Really? I don't believe it. Are you sure? The night watchman's duties are life-threatening. Li Jing attempted to dissuade Yi Guhong, elucidating the inherent dangers. The outskirts are vast and sparsely populated. Often, a small district consists of only a handful of families. Even if demons occasionally cause trouble, the casualties are usually minimal. Those greedy demons prefer to invade densely populated urban areas to devour more fresh flesh and blood. The outer city lies a considerable distance from the demon-suppressing stone, and the city walls at its periphery bear the brunt, frequently confronting the incursions of monsters. Sisterly, with the world in such turmoil, someone must step forward and take action, right? Yi Guhong feigned helplessness. Of course, he did not possess such lofty ideals. He merely followed along with Li Jing's misunderstanding of his intentions, cleverly concealing his true motives to avoid exposing his secret ability to slay monsters and level up. What a man! Li Jing sighed, lamenting, in these times, individuals like you are far too scarce. If all high-level beings shared your awareness, countless lives could be spared in this city. Witnessing Yi Guhong's resolute demeanor, She ceased her attempts to dissuade him and instead urged him to exercise caution. And no matter the circumstances, one's own safety must always come first. Furthermore, Li Jing arranged for a delivery of a purple grade level 5 longsword and armor, along with 10 low-level rejuvenation pills, to further enhance his survival capabilities. Consider the longsword and armor as my loan to you. There's no rush to return them. You can repay me when you no longer need them due to your higher level. As for those 10 rejuvenation pills, consider them a gift from me. Li Jing appeared exceedingly generous, reclining languidly in her chair. Yi Guhong was touched. Although he knew Li Jing's kindness stemmed from her investment in him, her assistance was indeed invaluable. Do you realize how fortunate you are to have someone like Sister Li? Li Jing shot him a glance, her eyes gleaming playfully, almost as if smiling. So, what do you think? Would you consider letting me support you? Yi Guhong, accustomed to her manner of speaking, jokingly replied, in due time. Who knows who will be supporting whom? All right then, I shall await the day you support me. Li Jing stretched, showcasing her graceful figure. It's getting late. I shall return to rest. You need only report to the Night Watch headquarters in the Southern District before 7 tomorrow evening. The following morning, at the Night Watch headquarters in the Southern District, a conference was underway. 8 captains, each above level 15, were in attendance. Yi Guhong, the cultivator who rose to level 5 last night, causing quite a stir in the city? How curious! Such a promising figure would take on such perilous work. One captain scoffed. I wager he's just here to collect a paycheck without lifting a finger. Mind your words, old Ming, another captain admonished. Yi Guhong is someone personally instructed by Lordly to be closely monitored. Ha! If you offend him, you won't need Lordly to intervene. I guarantee you'll find yourself in a world of trouble. What a joke! Having connections, Ming Tianqing cursed. And you, old Ming? Sister Jing despises being called Lordly. Why not try addressing her directly? The captain chuckled, prompting a reluctant smile from Ming. Forget it. Due to her name, Li Jing had been teased with the nickname Lordly ever since her school days. Enough chatter. Let us get down to business. Captain Huang expelled a cloud of smoke, flicking the ash away. Which of our camps is willing to take in Yi Guhong? The room fell silent, each captain exchanging wary glances. In their minds, Yi Guhong was a hot potato. If anything went awry within their ranks, who could bear the wrath of Li Jing? Old Ming, haven't you been lamenting about your camp's heavy losses lately and needing fresh blood? The captain from the Earth Division suddenly remarked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. You've got to be kidding. Ming Tianqing's eyes widened in outrage. The others, however, brightened at the suggestion, swiftly uniting in agreement. Yes, placing Yi Guhong in your camp would be perfect. Laughter erupted among them. To have a cultivator as your soldier, you should be overjoyed. The majority ruled, and the decision was made. Ming Tianqing protested in vain, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration toward Yi Guhong. What a farce! He's just a lucky fool. If monsters attack the city, I wouldn't be surprised if he soils himself in fear. As dusk descended upon the outer city, Zhou Tai returned home after a long day. Though weary, he felt a sense of joy. Not only had he awakened as a blacksmith, but he was also able to relocate to the outer city for work and life. His good friend, Yi Guhong, had awakened to a hidden profession and risen to level 5 through the novice dungeon. This news had his fellow workers boasting with great enthusiasm. Upon learning of Zhou Tai's close friendship with Yi Guhong, they treated him with utmost respect, addressing him as Brother Zhou. Naturally, some mocked, claiming Yi Guhong had become a big shot and would no longer remember someone like him. Zhou Tai, well aware of Yi Guhong's character, dismissed such comments as nonsense, confident that his friend would soon seek him out. He began pondering how to treat Yi Guhong to a good meal when a knock echoed at the door. Is it him already? Zhou Tai excitedly approached the door, only to be taken aback. The visitors were not Yi Guhong but 3 law enforcement officers from the Mineral Management Bureau. You must be Zhou Tai. The suited man presented his credentials and inquired. Yes, what is it? Zhou Tai replied, a tinge of anxiety creeping in. You are temporarily requisitioned. The suited man brandished a document signed by Bureau Chief Wang Leiming. You will accompany the miners tonight to execute night mining tasks. What? Zhou Tai gasped in shock that I'm a blacksmith, not a miner. You cannot force me to go mining. It's a death sentence. He cried out in terror, drawing the attention of curious neighbors peering from doorways. Take him away, the suited man commanded, and 2 officers swiftly seized Zhou Tai, dragging him from his home. Wait, I'm Yi Guhong's friend. If anything happens to me, He won't let you off lightly. Zhou Tai struggled desperately. Stop your bluster, the suited man sneered, utterly dismissive. If you're Yi Guhong's friend, then I'm his uncle. Zhou Tai felt a chilling sense of despair wash over him, as if his life was at an end. Unknown to them, shortly after Zhou Tai was taken away, Yi Guhong indeed arrived at his doorstep. Chapter 11. I'll just turn around and run. Are you afraid? After arriving in the outer city, Yi Guhong realized he still had some time before 7 o'clock. He decided to check on Zhou Tai and see how he was faring in his new home. However, Zhou Tai was nowhere to be found. Instead, a neighbor informed him that Zhou Tai had been forcefully taken away by officials from the Mineral Bureau, sent to work in the mines. Forcing him to accompany miners for night shifts was tantamount to a death sentence. Zhou Tai was a blacksmith, required only to process ore, not to dig. Was this arrangement a deliberate attack against him? Or was it a trap laid out for me? Yi Guhong's thoughts raced, his gaze sharpening. Please do me a favor and relay a message to Li Jing. Tell her I'm going to find Zhou Tai, and I need her to come quickly. I will surely reward you handsomely. The neighbor's face lit up with excitement as he quickly agreed. Of course, no problem. But what if I can't meet Lord Li? What should I do? Go to the Night Watch headquarters and mention my name. Before Yi Guhong could finish his sentence, he dashed towards the community gate to ask someone under Li Jing's personal protection. Regardless of how the Night Watch headquarters might regard him, they could not afford to underestimate the weight of the name Yi Guhong. The neighbor, fearing the repercussions of failing in his task, hurried off as well. Yi Guhong traversed the outer city and outskirts, and by the time he exited the border town, darkness had enveloped the sky. Leaving the safety zone, he ventured alone into the treacherous, enigmatic night. Yet, within him, there was no fear, only the burning desire for vengeance. With a real power level of 7, adorned in a level 5 purple-grade helmet and armor, along with a level 6 purple-grade battle blade, he felt emboldened. The transport trucks for the ore must take the main road, but I can take a shortcut through the mountains to reach Zhou Tai faster. With this thought in mind, Yi Guhong plunged into the forest. His agility of 70 allowed him to move swiftly, and with his shortcut, he would arrive at his destination in no time. Along the way, he encountered several malevolent creatures, which he swiftly dispatched without hindrance. However, just as he was nearing the mine, he furrowed his brow and came to a halt. This place, I've been here before. Yi Guhong sensed something was amiss. How did I end up back here? The phrase ghost wall flashed through his mind. He, big brother, stay and play with me. A little girl's eerie laughter echoed through the woods. Yi Guhong's expression hardened. Zhou Tai's fate was uncertain. He could not afford to linger here. In an instant, he activated the Shura battle armor, enveloping himself in a blood-red aura. Until the armor shattered, he was impervious to all forms of harm. No malevolent tricks could affect him. With unwavering determination, Yi Guhong pressed forward, his figure a blur. He refused to waste even a moment searching for the source of that sinister laughter. This time, his mind was no longer subject to strange influences, and he did not return to where he once was. Don't go. Don't you want to play with them? The eerie voice of a little girl echoed from above, seemingly unwilling to let Yi Guhong escape. A chilling mist enveloped the surroundings, and within the fog, threads hung down from the sky. A multitude of corpses, like puppets, were drawn towards Yi Guhong from all directions. Above the threads, 2 ghastly white hands loomed. A girl, towering at least 4 or 5 stories high, wore a sinister smile as she manipulated the corpses as if they were mere toys. If one were to be ensnared by an illusion, this would be the scene they witnessed. Yet, in Yi Guhong's eyes, only a small girl of about 1 meter stood beneath the tree eye in her hands. She clutched threads of red light, controlling the horde of corpses. Get lost! Yi Guhong was enraged, instantly drawing his sword to cleave the obstructing corpse in half, his form darting forward like the wind. It's useless. You can't find me. Before the little girl's words could finish, her expression turned to one of sheer horror, for Yi Guhong had already closed the distance, his sword falling with lethal precision. What are you laughing at? The blade, infused with the essence of 100 battles, sliced through the malevolent head in an instant. With a piercing scream, the little girl's figure dissipated into wisps of blue smoke. The corpses, now devoid of control, collapsed in a cacophony of thuds. Killing the Een Ghost, level 8, grants 30 points of malevolence. Yi Guhong, having swiftly dispatched the Een Ghost, did not pause in his advance. Minutes later, under the luminous moonlight, he beheld a truck parked at the mine site. For fully armed individuals were already on high alert. Judging by their gear, they comprised a knight, a swordsman, a mage, and a priest. Their formation was impeccable, and their equipment was complete. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai was bound with duct tape, humiliated and trampled underfoot by the knight. The absence of their level information suggested that they were all at least level 8. Why? Yi Guhong's killing intent surged, a cold smirk gracing his lips. What a grand display. Yi Guhong did not attempt to conceal his presence, appearing directly before the four. He could have struck first, attempting to eliminate one with a meteor strike. However, Zhou Tai was far too fragile. Should he startle them, even the priest could potentially take him down in a heartbeat. Why Yi Guhong? The swordsman glanced at Yi Guhong, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Not just him, the other three were equally exhilarated. They had prepared for Yi Guhong not to show up, and the current situation was a delightful surprise. Is Zhou Tai still alive? Let him speak. Yi Guhong spoke coldly. Ha ha ha, do you think you have the right to negotiate with us? The knight scoffed, as if hearing the greatest joke. Aren't you here for me? Yi Guhong replied with a sneer. If Zhou Tai dies, do you believe I would just turn around and flee? The knight's smile vanished, replaced by a look of fury. The female mage was equally stunned, her eyes wide as she wanted to retort. How can you say something so brazen as fleeing? However, the issue was that the distance between them was still considerable, and the four feared that Yi Guhong might indeed escape. Damn! The knight cursed, immediately crouching to tear off the duct tape from Zhou Tai's mouth. The other three remained watchful, their vigilance unwavering. Why Yi Gu? Run. They don't. Zhou Tai's urgent shout was cut short as the knight once again sealed his mouth, leaving him to emit only muffled sounds. If you dare to run, I will kill him. The knight hissed ominously. If you kill him, I will turn and flee. Why Yi Guhong did not blink, employing the same tactic. You dare. The knight, now furious, bit down hard. Asking, then what do you want? First, put him in the back of the truck. Why Yi Guhong remained utterly composed. I'll just stand here, waiting for you to approach. There were two words he did not utter. Waiting for you to come. To your doom. Chapter 12. Providing experience and equipment, truly hospitable. The four displayed expressions of confusion, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Why Yi Guhong was far too calm, seemingly unafraid of them. Was it the ignorance of a newborn calf, or the audacity of a strong dragon crossing the river? Yet, considering their level difference, the knight and his companions felt they were being overly suspicious. What of cultivators? Did they truly believe themselves invincible? Absurd. A mere level 5 dared to be so arrogant. It was akin to courting death. The youth was clearly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. It seemed that the experiences of the past few days had inflated this child's ego to an alarming extent. You better not play any tricks. The knight chuckled coldly, warning Yi Guhong. He single-handedly lifted Zhou Tai and threw him into the back of the truck, slamming the door shut with a thud and locking it securely. Why Yi Guhong indeed kept his word. Not moving an inch, the elemental mage, holding her staff, nodded at the knight. The knight immediately heightened his vigilance, leading the way with his shield raised, accompanied by his three teammates. With their composition, not only could they handle a level 5 foe, but taking down a level 10 adversary was also not a daunting task. Regardless of how one looked at it, the four held an absolute advantage. Yet, they remained unyielding, all poised for action. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, let alone when dealing with a hidden class. As they approached Yi Guhong, about 30 meters away, the knight suddenly sneered. Kid, I admire your courage. Just as he spoke to draw attention, the mage's staff erupted in red light, a fireball the size of a basketball hurtling toward Yi Guhong with searing heat. Not only that, but a sharp arrow, enveloped in black cold light, tore through the air like a whip, shooting towards him. It turned out that behind the pile of rubble at the mine, there lurked an assassin. After loosing a cold arrow, he stowed his longbow, drawing twin blades as he charged at Yi Guhong. Earlier, Zhou Tai had wanted to inform Yi Guhong that they had 5 members. However, before he could finish, his mouth had been sealed by the knight. Due to the level disparity, Yi Guhong's agility was insufficient to evade the fireball that was closing in. Hence, he chose to disregard the attack and braced himself with the Azura battle armor. Boom! The fireball exploded, igniting Yi Guhong's protective magical barrier in flames. At that moment, he appeared as a hellish demon clad in fiery battle armor, exuding immense pressure. Clang! Yi Guhong deflected the incoming cold arrow with a single strike. Just as the knight lunged forward, exerting all his strength to smash Yi Guhong's head with his shield while casting a taunt spell, the swordsman seized the opportunity to strike from the side. His sword aimed at Yi Guhong's neck. In theory, Yi Guhong, whose mental attributes were limited, would be affected by the taunt spell, compelled to attack the knight. The swordsman would then be able to launch a relentless assault. Unfortunately, the Azura not only possessed physical defenses but was also capable of resisting mental attacks. The swordsman had not anticipated that the taunt spell would have no effect on Yi Guhong, and thus did not make any defensive moves. Crack! With a swift backhand, Yi Guhong not only severed the swordsman's long sword, but also cleaved off his head, blood splattering like a fountain. He dispatched a team boss one level higher than himself with just 3 strikes. What of a mere swordsman? Killing the swordsman, level 8, grants 60 points of malevolence. The malevolence points gained from killing him were indeed double that of the same leveling ghost. Moreover, he had dropped equipment. What? Witnessing Yi Guhong eliminate the swordsman in a single blow, the knight and the others were utterly horrified. The assassin, frightened to his core, slammed to a halt, terrified of meeting the same fate as the swordsman. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the knight's heavy shield crashed against Yi Guhong's head. Unfortunately, the knight excelled in defense, but his attack power was lacking, failing to penetrate Yi Guhong's defenses. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Yi Guhong pointed, a brilliant radiance shooting forth like a meteor. The mage, in the midst of chanting the Fire Pearl spell, was directly pierced through the skull by the radiant beam. Collapsing into a pool of blood, her face frozen in shock. Killing the mage, level 8, grants 70 points of malevolence. The information that appeared in Yi Guhong's mind indicated that her power surpassed that of the swordsman. Yet, in Yi Guhong's eyes, there was little distinction. Both were fragile beings susceptible to a single strike. At this moment, the priest was pale with fear, feeling utterly useless, as if she were a mere bystander. With 2 teammates killed instantly, what good was her healing? Her heart crumbled, and she could no longer summon the courage to engage Yi Guhong in battle. A hostage. Yes, having a hostage in hand gave her a glimmer of hope for survival. The thought flashed through the priest's mind, leading her to abandon her teammates and dash towards the truck. However, her actions only served to infuriate Yi Guhong further. Get lost? Yi Guhong cleaved through the knight's shield. Forcing him back, he didn't even bother to finish off the knight, instead launching a meteor strike towards the priest. Killing the priest, level 8, grants 30 points of malevolence. Without any surprises, the priest met a swift end. What kind of monster is this? The assassin was paralyzed with fear, his mind racing. He had activated the stealth skill, slipping into invisibility and cautiously making his way toward the mountain. Terrified of making any noise that might alert Yi Guhong, offending me and still wishing to escape, Yi Guhong was filled with murderous intent, striking down the knight for 60 points of malevolence. Immediately opening his skill panel. With his own mental attributes, he was naturally incapable of detecting the assassin's presence. However, within the heavenly demon divine skill, there existed a technique capable of piercing through illusions. Yi Guhong spent 50 points of malevolence to unlock the illusion-breaking demon eye. He suddenly opened his cold eyes, his gaze crimson as blood, with wisps of red light escaping from the corners. As if possessed by the malevolent eye of a demon from the abyss, the figure of the assassin suddenly materialized within his line of sight, leaving no room for concealment. Moving stealthily, akin to a thief in the night, the absurdity of his slow approach was almost laughable. With a swift flick of a finger, a beam of light sliced through the void, piercing the assassin's skull. The assassin was slain, level 8. Granting 60 points of malevolence. Loot acquired. Shadow Twin Daggers, level 6, blue quality, clang. Yi Guhong sheathed his 100 battles blade, feeling a surge of vindication and immense satisfaction. Not only did he receive experience points, but he was also bestowed with equipment, demonstrating an unexpected degree of hospitality. He chuckled to himself, then expended 80 points of malevolence to unlock 8 additional inventory slots. Yi Guhong promptly stored all the acquired equipment in his item space before he severed the lock on the rear door of the cargo truck and pushed it open. The moment Zhou Tai laid eyes on Yi Guhong, His eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy. Holy crap, Brother Yi, you're incredible. Did you single-handedly take them all down? Yi Guhong untied the ropes that bound his hands and feet. Frowning as he urged, enough chatter. This place isn't safe. We must leave at once, right? Zhou Tai did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed him as they leaped from the truck. In that instant, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over Yi Guhong. His heart tightened as he glanced to the right, where a chilling mist surged like a tide, advancing towards the mine. Within that mist, a soft drizzle began to fall. As the fog spread, the area covered by the rain also expanded, revealing that the rain was a sinister crimson hue. What is that? Zhou Tai asked, his voice trembling with fear. The ghost mist? Yi Guhong's expression darkened. The malevolent mist harbored an extraordinarily dense aura of darkness, even provoking the phenomenon of blood rain. What kind of horror could emanate such a potent aura of malevolence? Forget mining. If you wish to survive, run! He bellowed towards the mine, hoisting Zhou Tai onto his back as they dashed towards the forest on the left. Chapter 13. Is this the fabled ghostly distraction? The miners, already on edge, were filled with a sense of impending doom. Upon hearing Yi Guhong's warning, they abandoned their picks and fled the mine in a frenzied swarm. As the three burst forth from the mine, the ghost mist had already reached the mine's perimeter. Witnessing the fog enveloping them and the blood rain falling, they were instantly struck with terror, scrambling onto the cargo truck. Where's the driver? I can't drive this thing, Zhou Tai exclaimed in panic. Where the hell did the driver go? Hurry up and drive, or we'll all die here. Amidst their frantic cries, a few more individuals returned to the truck, and the driver finally climbed into the driver's seat. Wait for me. The miners who hadn't T-boarded were in a frenzy. But those already inside were equally frantic. Forget them. Just drive. With a determined grit, the driver started the truck. Slamming the gas, he spun the wheel, accelerating back along the original route, abandoning those who couldn't T-board. Damn it! You bastards won't get away with this. The miners left behind were consumed by rage and despair, wishing to hurl the most vile curses at those aboard. They desperately chased after the truck, but it only grew more distant, swiftly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the mist surged forth, rapidly engulfing them as the fog enveloped them. The miners' bodies stiffened and withered. Their lifeblood transformed into wisps of crimson light, flowing into the depths of the mist. Within the fog, a sharp, eerie laughter echoed, seemingly filled with delight. In mere moments, the miners left behind had all been reduced to desiccated corpses. The mist then surged with an even greater velocity towards the direction the truck had departed. Clearly, the survivors inside were now targeted by the unknown malevolence. In the forest, Yi Guhong sprinted with Zhou Tai on his back, moving with remarkable swiftness. Zhou Tai marveled at the scenery zipping by, astonished by the speed at which Yi Guhong could run while carrying a full-grown man. Brother Yi, what do you think is lurking within that ghost mist? Zhou Tai recalled the unsettling scene, his heart still racing. What, do you wish to return and find out? Yi Guhong retorted, somewhat irritated. Forget it, Zhou Tai said, recoiling slightly, looking quite cowed. He then pondered aloud, by the way, those professionals earlier were from South City, right? How dare they lay hands on you in Li Jing's territory? Yi Guhong scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I suspect they are lackeys of the Mineral Bureau, intending to claim my head and curry favor with Lin Fengqi in North City. The Mineral Bureau was merely a resource management entity, and in terms of personnel strength, it could not compare to the Night Watchers. The strongest combatants they could mobilize were merely level 8 main combat professionals, and their numbers were exceedingly limited. Yet to deal with Yi Guhong, Wang Laming dispatched 4 level 8 main combat professionals and 1 level 8 priest. Do you know what Wang Laming looks like? Yi Guhong inquired. Yes, after his speech today, he even kept me behind to ask about my relationship with you. Zhou Tai's teeth gritted at the mention of the man. Did you tell him that we share a bond forged in blood, and that you saved me when I was 16? Yi Guhong surmised the course of events, feeling an internal fire of irritation blaze. You figured that out, huh? Zhou Tai replied, a bit sheepish. Serves you right for getting kidnapped. Yi Guhong shot back exasperated. Zhou Tai, feeling somewhat guilty, quickly shifted the topic to mask his embarrassment. By the way, Brother Yi, don't you think we've been rather fortunate? We haven't encountered a single malevolence on our way here. Yi Guhong casually remarked. I've already traversed this path once. Zhou Tai paused, and once he comprehended, a jolt of realization struck him. The malevolence they might have encountered along the way had already been eliminated by Yi Guhong. So, does that mean we're safe? Zhou Tai exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Not necessarily. Who knows if we'll run into some erratic fiends? Despite his words, Yi Guhong's tone remained relaxed and nonchalant. His calm demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in Zhou Tai. Indeed, as Yi Guhong had stated, they had not encountered any malevolence for quite some time. Yet just as they were about to reach the outskirts of the border city, an unsettling occurrence transpired. Brother Yi, look, it's dawn. Zhou Tai pointed to the sky, his face alight with enthusiasm. Yes, I see it, Yi Guhong replied, but then halted, feeling a disorienting confusion regarding the memories of the past few hours. It had clearly been a night, yet recalling the events felt as though they had transpired in merely an hour or two. Do you feel something is off? Yi Guhong queried. What is off? It's daytime. What kind of monsters could still be lurking? Zhou Tai responded, puzzled. As they conversed, a woman's jubilant voice rang out. You little rascal. I finally found you. It was none other than Li Jing. King Li is here. Brother Yi, we're completely safe now. Zhou Tai exclaimed in sheer delight. Is that so? Yi Guhong remained noncommittal, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a crimson light. Just as Li Jing revealed a radiant smile and opened her arms toward him, Yi Guhong drew his 100 battles blade and plunged it through her chest. Brother Yi, are you insane? What are you doing? Zhou Tai's expression turned to one of horror, but in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. The morning light he had seen transformed into darkness in an instant. Even Li Jing before him morphed into a figure reminiscent of a vengeful spirit with long hair. Wielding a bloodied dagger, had he been caught unawares, that blade would have likely found its way to Yi Guhong's heart. Chapter 14. You think you can flee after offending me? Accompanied by a chilling scream. The vengeful spirit dissipated into wisps of blue smoke, her essence scattered. The resentment and curses that had coalesced upon the blade melted away, leaving behind nothing but rusted iron that clattered to the ground. The foe, a level 9 specter, was vanquished, netting 50 points of malevolence. Thankfully, it was merely a level 9 entity. Had he encountered a creature of level 10 or above, it would have posed a significant threat. Yi Guhong mused, unwilling to invite further complications as he made a hasty retreat towards the border city point 20 minutes prior, on the road outside South City. Virum, a red Ferrari roared into life. Its convertible top down, speeding along the desolate roads. The silence of the night was pierced by the powerful roar of the sports Cart in this chaotic night, reminiscent of a realm of specters. The act of racing the car was akin to taunting all the malevolence along the way. It was an act of extreme arrogance, flaunting their audacity. The tattooed female driver, calm and collected, even managed to flick the ash off her cigarette. As a level 24 necromancer, Liang Hong possessed a high mental attribute. The spiritual attacks of ordinary malevolences posed no threat to her. However, her true confidence stemmed from the woman standing in the back seat. Basking in the wind, wielding dual swords, Li Jing, the South City Queen, a level 40 magic swordswoman. It seemed she had rushed over upon receiving news, her alluring figure wrapped in a pristine white towel. With only a trench coat draped over her, her lustrous black hair danced in the chilling wind, while beneath the coat, glimpses of her long, smooth, jade-like legs occasionally peeked through. Occasionally, reckless malevolences charged toward the speeding Ferrari. With a swift motion of her left sword, flames erupted like a roaring dragon, turning the specters to ashes. With a slash of her right sword, an icy blade cleaved through the air, bisecting the foes. Both corporeal and spectral forms were frozen by the chilling sword energy, shattering into crystalline fragments at the slightest breeze. With Li Jing's protection, the car sped onward without obstruction. With a sharp screech, the Ferrari came to a sudden halt, the tires screeching against the pavement in a cacophony of sound. Not far ahead lay a truck, its front end utterly wrecked. It appeared to have lost control, crashing through the guardrail and barreling off the cement roadway, ultimately colliding violently with the mountainside before it finally ceased to roar. Li Jing, with her pristine, glistening feet bared, darted lightly to the side of the truck. Upon seeing the two occupants in the front seat transformed into mere desiccated corpses, her expression turned icy, emanating a fierce aura of impending violence. Liang Hong, possessing considerable mental acuity, felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her scalp prickling with dread. Upon peering into the cargo hold, she gasped, her heart sinking. "Sister Jing, everyone here is dead. They've all become mummified." Li Jing's complexion darkened further. "What about Yi Gu Hong? I didn't find his body." Liang Hong hastily replied. Hearing this, Li Jing's expression softened slightly. Thank goodness, his body has not been discovered. There is still hope." With this thought, Li Jing leaped back into the car. "Let us go. We must continue searching." "All right," Liang Hong responded, returning to the driver's seat. Shortly after resuming their journey, Liang Hong's face shifted, and Li Jing's heart gradually sank. Before them lay a slowly shifting foggy area, where a drizzle of crimson rain fell, enveloping the mining site above. "Sister Jing, Yi Gu Hong may have already." Liang Hong pressed the brakes, hesitant to continue. "Drive through." Li Jing's voice was as frigid as ice. "Sister Jing?" Liang Hong's face displayed astonishment. The presence within the mist surely held a formidable rank, and even if they were to vanquish it, the rewards would likely be negligible. Why engage in such a futile endeavor? "Drive through." Li Jing's tone intensified, brimming with undeniable resolve. "We must see the living, or the dead." Thus, the Ferrari surged forward. "You can enter once the fog clears." When they were still some distance from the fog's edge, Li Jing sprang out, plunging into the haze alone. Moments later, accompanied by a piercing scream, the rain of blood abruptly ceased, and the mist dissipated. Liang Hong's heart jolted as she drove forward, only to find the mining site in utter devastation. Ice and flame intermingled, carving shocking ravines into the landscape. Vast expanses of ice-encased rubble crumbled away at the wind's touch, shattering into shards of ice. Li Jing wielded twin swords entwined with ice and flame, her back to Liang Hong, her trench coat and dark hair whipping wildly in the breeze. Truly, she was both fierce and striking. Even I, a woman, felt a flutter of admiration. Liang Hong marveled silently, lamenting that Li Jing did not possess a penchant for lilies. Who would such a formidable woman ultimately marry? Sister Jing holds Yi Gu Hong in such high regard. If he were still alive, perhaps. Liang Hong sighed, but in her eyes, Yi Gu Hong was already lost. At that very moment, the supposedly deceased Yi Gu Hong was traversing the outskirts, carrying Zhou Tai on his back. Upon reaching the outer city walls, the guards on duty dared not obstruct him, allowing him passage without hesitation. However, as Yi Gu Hong's figure receded into the distance, they could no longer contain their disdain. Damn, utterly disorganized and undisciplined. He dares to be absent on the first day of his watch. What will happen next? Exactly. He thinks he can venture out alone at night with a level 5 status. Does he not know how to spell death? If he makes it back alive, he should consider himself fortunate. If he encounters an 8th or 9th level monster, I doubt he'll return with his life. Clearly, not only the captains of the 8 squads, but even the ordinary guards held a poor impression of this connected individual. Yet, they only dared to voice these thoughts behind Yi Gu Hong's back. Why Yi Gu Hong remained oblivious to their idle gossip. Though he possessed a stamina attribute of 70 points, carrying a living person over a long distance inevitably led to fatigue. Yet, he did not relinquish Zhou Tai, for he did not recognize Wang Leiming. Only Zhou Tai could identify the scoundrel who had devised the trap intending to end his life. Yi Gu Hong was determined to slay him, to release the pent-up rage within. Wang Leiming, having committed such an act, would surely attempt to flee northward. As an outer city resident, he could not enter the inner city openly. Even if he managed to infiltrate, the guards at the north-south boundary would apprehend him, in other words. With this thought, Yi Gu Hong's spirits lifted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Wang Leiming's lackey likely hadn't even reached his master Lin Fengqi's domain. Just as Yi Gu Hong anticipated, when the pair spotted Wang Leiming, he was but a few steps away from the northern-southern city boundary. Unfortunately, he had already been halted by the guards of the southern district. The northern guards sought to escort Wang Leiming, yet the southern guards refused to let him pass. A quarrel ensued. The atmosphere tense, swords drawn on both sides. "Brother Yi, that's him." Zhou Tai pointed ahead, his voice laced with resentment. In truth, even without his prompting, Yi Gu Hong could discern this. After all, carrying Zhou Tai was merely a precaution against Wang Leiming blending into the crowd, rendering himself unrecognizable. Yet, in the presence of so many guards, He was far too conspicuous. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Laming turned and was immediately struck with terror. He saved the person. How did he survive after I sent 5 level 8 ruthless characters after him? Wang Laming felt a chill run down his spine, and without a moment's thought, he pushed past the guards standing in his way and rushed forward. Ha ha ha, I'm coming, as he crossed the boundary between districts. Wang Laming burst into laughter, but when he glanced back, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by sheer horror. Yi Guhong, having cast aside Zhou Tai, did not halt his advance. Instead, he charged towards him. A long sword in hand, radiating an unmistakable intent to kill. Chapter 15. Don't you enjoy counting down? Go ahead and count. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Brother Yi, perhaps we should reconsider, Zhou Tai shouted anxiously. Watching Yi Guhong's silhouette, calm down, don't act impulsively. Even the southern guards hurried to dissuade him. Wang Laming had crossed the boundary into Lin Fengqi's territory. If Yi Guhong were to kill Wang Laming now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to Lin Fengqi? To all observers, it appeared that Yi Guhong had become brazen to the point of recklessness. Stop him. The northern guards were filled with trepidation, fearing that their failure to protect Wang Laming would earn them Lin Fengqi's wrath. Help! Wang Laming was terrified, fleeing for his life. Yet, unfortunately for him, Yi Guhong, bursting forth with full speed, was already closing in. With a sudden push off the ground, he leaped into the air, and before the astonished guards below, he pointed a finger. With a swift sound, an unreserved ray of light pierced the air, penetrating Wang Laming's skull. Thud! The sound of the body falling into a pool of blood struck the hearts of all like a heavy blow. Killed an 8th level swordsman, earning 60 points of malevolence. Upon receiving this information, Yi Guhong exhaled deeply, revealing a cold smile. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. The southern guards were left in shock, while the northern guards seethed with rage, their eyes aflame with fury, as if they longed to swallow him whole, seeking death. How dare you kill someone in the north who belongs to King Lin Tian? Yi Guhong, do you wish to wage war against the north? If you wish to live, surrender. Yi Guhong. Faced with the southern guards' imposing demeanor, the northern guards were equally defiant, refusing to yield. If we truly hand Yi Guhong over, once Sister Jing learns of this, the southern guards present will surely lose their heads. I'll hand over your mother. What is Wang Laming even worth? How dare he be compared to Yi Guhong? Who do you think you're scaring? If you have the guts, cross the boundary and come cut me down. Just as both sides remained locked in a stalemate, another group of guards from the northern side arrived. Upon witnessing Wang Laming's corpse, they were instantly shocked, their murderous gazes fixated on Yi Guhong. The northern guards, emboldened by their numbers, began to stir restlessly. The leading commander issued a final ultimatum, threatening, I'll count to 0. If you don't hand over Yi Guhong, I'll slaughter you all. Yi Guhong's expression hardened as he opened the item space page visible only to himself, preparing to draw the 100 battle blade and activate the Shura battle armor. 3. As he began to count down, the southern guards grew somewhat flustered, even breaking into a sweat. 1. The northern commander wore a cold, sinister smile, his gaze fixed on Yi Guhong like a venomous serpent. Yet, just as the southern guards tightened their resolve and the northern guards readied themselves, the northern commander froze. The cruel smile vanished from his face, replaced by sheer terror, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Not only him, but the entire northern contingent was thrown into a state of uproar, as if they had encountered something dreadful, instinctively retreating. A figure, adorned with wings of ice and fire, surged forth, exuding a terrifying dual aura of searing heat and frigid cold, creating a powerful gust of wind as it approached at high speed. The sheer might required to conjure ethereal wings capable of flight was truly astonishing. Amidst the howling winds, Li Jing arrived beside Yi Guhong, her illusory wings of ice and fire dissipating. Count, why haven't you reached 0? She glared at the northern commander, her face betraying no hint of her murderous intent. It was a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. I was merely joking. I had no intention of taking action. The northern commander swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Why, Lady Li, please calm your ire. I was only following orders. Kneel. Li Jing interrupted him sharply, not waiting for him to finish. The general from the North City froze in place, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he mustered the courage to say, "King Li, I implore you to consider the face of King Lin." However, he was unable to complete his sentence. Before him, a flash of cold light appeared, followed by a sharp pain in his right ear. Ina One even caught a glimpse of how Li Jing had unsheathed his sword. In an instant, the general's ear had been severed. "Since you preferred a feigned deafness, I shall remove your ear." Clutching the blood-soaked wound, the general let out a heart-wrenching scream. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, never having anticipated Li Jing's decisive and ruthless action, showing not a shred of mercy for Lin Fengqi. How fiery! Even Yi Guhong displayed a look of astonishment, silently marveling at her formidable and domineering demeanor. Truly captivating. Such a sight was exhilarating. Kneel. Li Jing's expression remained unchanged as she reiterated her previous command. Thud. This time, the terrified general from the North City knelt with remarkable swiftness. What I said applies to all of you. Li Jing cast a cold glance at the crowd from the North City. In an instant, they all knelt in unison. It was not only the guards from the South City. Even Yi Guhong felt a profound shock. He gazed at the imposing figure of Li Jing, who stood tall with an undeniable aura, and suddenly recalled the words. A true man ought to be like this. The scene before him ignited a spark within Yi Guhong, awakening the vast prairie of ambition within him. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the North City. "A bunch of useless fools, stand up." Upon hearing this voice, the crowd from the North City immediately displayed expressions of delight. King Lin had arrived. They felt emboldened once more, hurriedly rising and parting to create a pathway. Clad in silver armor, Lin Fengqi emerged before them. "What great power King Li possesses! It seems he does not regard me." Lin Fengqi, with any respect. His expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Guhong. Unlike his usual demeanor, which concealed daggers beneath a friendly facade, Lin Fengqi's eyes were now filled with a chilling intent to kill. Laid bare without pretense. Chapter 16. Who dares to harm Yi Guhong? I, Li Jing, will not rest until death. Lin Fengqi, do you have any shame left? Li Jing scoffed, ridiculing him. "You know full well what you've done. I have refrained from killing anyone, which should be enough to save your face." "Oh? So does this mean I should thank you?" Lin Fengqi's face darkened. "If you insist on being so courteous, I shall reluctantly accept." Li Jing wore a playful smile, embodying a sense of mischief that was infuriating. "Enough with the pleasantries. Lin Fengqi, surrender Yi Guhong, and I will treat this matter as if it never happened." "What if I refuse? What do you intend to do?" Li Jing provocatively challenged. "Kill me?" At these words, both sides felt their hearts race, sensing that she was treading on dangerous ground. "Goodness, I implore you to tread lightly. If a battle truly breaks out between the South and North cities, who knows how many lives will be lost?" More than one person harbored this thought, their hearts tense with anxiety. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Lin Fengqi's eyes, but he coldly replied, "Do not be so quick to reject. Surrender Yi Guhong, and you shall receive the coveted Icefire Demon Lotus." A wave of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The Icefire Demon Lotus was a level 40 purple-grade elixir, only consumable by those proficient in both ice and fire magic, and of at least level 40. It was a perfect elixir tailored for Li Jing. Indeed, she was the only one in the entire border city who could refine it. She had long desired this elixir and had sought every possible means to exchange it with Lin Fengqi. However, Lin Fengqi had adamantly refused, fearing that if she leveled up again, she would surpass him. Yet now, Lin Fengqi was willing to trade it for Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong's heart skipped a beat. I refuse. Li Jing, however, did not even flinch, resolutely stating, "Why?" Lin Fengqi's expression darkened. "The Icefire Demon Lotus is indeed a marvelous item, and I am quite envious." But Li Jing scoffed. "Surely you do not believe its value can compare to the potential of a cultivator?" "You?" Lin Fengqi's face turned crimson with rage, teetering on the brink of an explosion. Yet Li Jing showed no fear, even fanning the flames. "Furthermore, you, Lin Fengqi, are well aware of your own reputation, aren't you? How many promises did you make to win over Yi Qing Snow? In the end, what fate did she meet within your Lin family?" She struck like a venomous snake, hurling insults without regard for Lin Fengqi's dignity. "Who would dare to trust a person like you?" "Li Jing," Lin Fengqi roared, and with a thunderous sound, pure white radiant light erupted from his body. Amidst the brilliant glow, He resembled a divine being descending from the heavens, exuding a formidable presence that was awe-inspiring. "Do you wish to engage in a death match with me?" Lin Fengqi's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present, leaving them in shock. "Come on, who fears whom?" Li Jing replied with a cold laugh, unleashing her ice-fire magic to counter him. "A mere level 39 paladin. You think yourself invincible? As long as you are not afraid of others reaping the benefits, I shall accompany you to the end." The atmosphere was charged with tension, and many held their breath, fearing that a great battle would erupt. Lin Fengqi's pupils contracted as he fixed his icy gaze upon Li Jing, seemingly trying to discern her true intentions. Was she merely posturing, or did she genuinely possess the resolve to clash with him? Li Jing stood her ground, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Very well, it seems you are set on opposing me." Lin Fengqi, infuriated to the point of laughter, extinguished the holy light enveloping him and coldly declared, "Everyone, listen closely. Whoever kills Yi Guhong, I, Lin Fengqi, shall offer a generous reward. Anything I possess, except for the Resurrection Cross and the Icefire Demon Lotus, will be theirs." Boom! The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, with gasps reverberating throughout the assembly. All eyes turned towards Yi Guhong, many filled with avarice, their hearts racing with excitement. "Damn it, you better not let me level up." Yi Guhong ground his teeth in frustration, longing to tear Lin Fengqi apart. "I dare anyone." Li Jing's voice rang out coldly, her resolve unwavering. "Whoever lays a hand on Yi Guhong, I, Li Jing, will not rest until death." This proclamation once again stirred the crowd into a frenzy. The guards felt a sense of paralysis as they gazed at Yi Guhong with complex and subtle expressions, even if they were tempted by Lin Fengqi's reward. Before taking action against Yi Guhong, they had to weigh whether they could survive to claim it. After merely one day of awakening, she had garnered such attention from the two great kings, surpassing even the legendary Yi Qing Snow, inciting envy and resentment. Lin Fengqi furrowed his brow deeply, casting a murderous glare at both Li Jing and Yi Guhong. Then, swallowing his fury and resentment, he turned to leave. Since he was unwilling to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Li Jing, remaining there served no purpose. Just like that, he left. The North City crowd was left dumbfounded, feeling exceptionally stifled and uncomfortable. They had never expected that even with Lin Fengqi personally intervening, they would not regain a shred of dignity. The South City crowd, witnessing their adversary's humiliation, was elated, reveling in the satisfaction of the moment. Buzz! Yi Guhong heard the familiar roar of a sports car and turned to see a red Ferrari speeding towards them. "Call your friends and get in the car." Li Jing stretched lazily, showcasing a figure that could leave one parched with desire. Thus, Zhou Tai also climbed into the red Ferrari. As the vehicle sped away, Zhou Tai felt a bit dazed, as if the night's events were a dream. Yi Guhong glanced at Li Jing, hesitating to speak. "No need for thanks. If you truly feel that your sister has treated you well, you can repay me later," Li Jing said languidly, reclining in the leather seat. Yi Guhong felt warmth in his heart and smiled. "I think the same." Rather than expressing gratitude through words, he preferred to demonstrate everything through actions in the future. Li Jing, however, tilted her head slightly, a playful glint in her eye. "But if you're eager to repay me, a meat offering will suffice." Hearing such brazen words, Liang Hong's expression turned strange, but she remained serious while driving, pretending she had heard nothing. Zhou Tai, on the other hand, was left stunned. "What the hell? Did I hear that correctly? King Li is flirting with Yi Guhong?" Zhou Tai, in shock, cast a respectful glance at Yi Guhong. Brother Yi is impressive, even managing to win over a woman like King Li. Yi Guhong, amused and exasperated, decided to play along. "All right, I'll seriously consider it." Li Jing smiled in response. "All right, enough teasing. Now, tell me, how did you manage to deal with 5 level 8 individuals? They encountered some evil spirits and suffered heavy casualties. I merely took advantage of the situation." Yi Guhong feigned sentimentality, spinning a tall tale. "You really have good fortune," Li Jing replied effortlessly, not mentioning that she had witnessed the fatal wounds on those 5 individuals. No matter how you looked at it, it did not resemble the work of evil spirits. All signs pointed to a startling conclusion. Yi Guhong had single-handedly killed 5 people without sustaining a scratch. Chapter 17. A dedicated and hardworking youth. Is this not welcome? Li Jing seemed like a compassionate boss, for as they passed Liang Hong's residence, she instructed her to go home and rest while she would drive. Thus, Zhou Tai experienced a special treatment, Li Jing personally driving her home. Accompanied by Yi Guhong in the residential community where Zhou Tai resides, a considerable commotion ensued. You mustn't be lazy, my friend. You need to strive for advancement. Yi Guhong reminded him before taking his leave. Although he was a blacksmith, it was not impossible to defeat a level 4 or 5 main combat class with a hammer once he reached level 10. If he were to grow stronger and forge higher level blue or even red equipment, both his status and living conditions would dramatically improve. Rest assured, brother Yi, just wait to don the purple gear I create for you. Zhou Tai retorted with a grin. After departing from Zhou Tai's home, Yi Guhong returned to his vehicle and entrusted all the gear he had acquired from the practitioners to Li Jing for auction. In the presence of Yi Guhong, adorned in purple attire, the 3 pieces of blue gear and 1 piece of red gear appeared rather meager. Besides converting them into cash, they held little practical value. You've unlocked the item space so quickly? Li Jing expressed her surprise. Well, that's how cultivators are, Yi Guhong replied vaguely, shifting the topic. Sister Li, how much do you think these items are worth? Low-tier blue gear isn't worth much. But this level 5 red staff, Li Jing pondered before speaking, selling it for 1.5 million should not be an issue. The wealthy in the city are willing to spend lavishly on high-quality gear for their low-level juniors. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Li, I only need this 1.5 million. The rest is for you, Yi Guhong stated, and no need for that. Do I seem like someone who lacks a bit of money? Li Jing shot him a playful glare. Why, Yi Guhong sighed. I know you don't lack it, but it feels unfair to let you make a trip for nothing, Li Jing, in a cheerful mood, remarked. All right, you little rascal, knowing to consider me makes me quite happy. What are your plans for the money? Yi Guhong replied candidly, intending to share 50,000 each with Zhou Tai and his neighbor who had relayed messages to him. The remaining funds would go towards repaying debts and daily expenses for the siblings. You're quite generous, Li Jing said, somewhat surprised that Yi Guhong planned to allocate 2/3 to Zhou Tai and his neighbor. After all, wealth can be regained once lost. Yi Guhong chuckled, as long as one possesses strength. Who worries about being short on funds? You're young yet quite ambitious, Li Jing remarked with a smile. All right, I'll front the money for you. Tomorrow, I will have someone deliver the 1 million. Yi Guhong expressed his gratitude and then added, by the way, Sister Jing, there's one more thing I wish to trouble you with. Li Jing looked puzzled. What is it? You don't have something else you need me to handle, do you? Just as she thought this, she caught sight of a root exuding a bloody scent mixed with medicinal fragrance. Yi Guhong was not an alchemist and lacked the necessary materials. Only by utilizing Li Jing's connections could he swiftly concoct the vitality pill. Where did you acquire this level 6 purple quality herb? Li Jing was astonished. I witnessed 2 bosses battling in the novice dungeon. One was slain, and the other gravely injured, so I seized the opportunity to scavenge. However, the injured boss fled upon seeing me. Leaving me with this Yi Guhong admitted. Feeling a tinge of guilt, Li Jing's expression turned strange, finding such an experience hard to believe. But could it be that he single-handedly defeated a boss to obtain the spirit herb? That seemed even more far-fetched. Yet, compared to such a fantastical notion, Li Jing preferred to believe his account. You wish to concoct the vitality pill? Upon seeing Yi Guhong nod, she stored all the items into her item space. All right, once I prepare the other materials, I will find the best alchemist in South City for you tomorrow. How will the alchemy fees be settled? Is it a flat payment, or do you take a cut from the potions produced? Yi Guhong inquired. Don't worry about it. I'll cover the cost this time. Li Jing displayed a commanding demeanor. Before Yi Guhong could respond, she asked, Shall I drive you home? Seeing her insistence, Yi Guhong sighed resignedly and replied, No need. I should head to the city wall. Li Jing looked at him incredulously. After everything that happened tonight, aren't you going to rest for a bit? Yi Guhong shook his head. You are quite responsible? Li Jing muttered, feeling somewhat emotional. Yi Guhong found himself at a loss, sensing yet another misunderstanding. I merely wish to level up as soon as possible. There's nothing so noble about it. Li Jing drove her Ferrari. Delivering Yi Guhong to the outer city wall, the night watchmen on duty, witnessing this scene, were already cursing internally. Damn it. What a show of power. On the first day, and already having Li Tianwang himself drive. Won't he be strutting around, stepping on our heads? Those damn connections, it was utterly infuriating to behold. Despite their inner thoughts, they maintained an air of respect, saluting Li Jing and warmly welcoming Yi Guhong. Do you need me to accompany you? Li Jing casually inquired. No need, sisterly. You should rest early and not delay your cultivation tomorrow, Yi Guhong replied. Very well, I shall take my leave. Li Jing waved her hand gracefully and drove off. After her departure, Captain Huang of the Huang Division turned to Yi Guhong, gently suggesting, today should be handled by Hong. The Huang 2nd Division is on duty. You, being from the Tian Division, need not be here. His implication was clear. He wished to advise Yi Guhong to leave this place to avoid any mishaps that could bring down the entire Huang Division. It's all right. I've come this far, Yi Guhong said with a smile, nearly choking Captain Huang. What was even more infuriating was that he added politely, thank you for your concern, Captain. Concern? Who the hell cares about you? Captain Huang felt like crying, wishing he could just tie him up and send him back to the inner city. Chapter 18. Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking human language? The segment of the city wall that the Huang Division was tasked with guarding stretched approximately 700 meters long. The captain, fearing for Yi Guhong's safety, insisted on placing him in the most secure location and assigned a level 13 knight to protect him. 13. Aside from the captain, this knight was the highest level present in the Huang Division. This made Yi Guhong, clad in the Night Watchman's exclusive black cloak, feel rather exasperated. Standing atop the city wall, he found no path ahead, only a cluster of buildings. From any angle, it seemed unlikely that any malevolent entities would launch an assault from this position. Yi Guhong wished to position himself at the city gate, where the main road lay flat and unobstructed, the site of frequent attacks by malevolent beings. Unfortunately, the Huang Division refused to agree, leaving him powerless to change the situation. What a miscalculation! Why Yi Guhong felt that even if he stayed until dawn, he would gain nothing. Minutes passed, and all remained peaceful atop the wall. Yet, not far from the wall, in the outskirts, a piercing and brief scream echoed, suggesting someone had met with misfortune. Did you hear that? Yi Guhong glanced at the knight beside him. Yes, the knight replied, his expression unchanging. Shouldn't we investigate the situation in the outskirts? Yi Guhong frowned. Our duty is to guard the wall. The fate of those in the outskirts is of no concern to us. The knight appeared somewhat impatient, but out of respect for Yi Guhong's connections, he restrained his emotions. Why? Yi Guhong fell silent. Indeed, in this damned era, who would risk danger to meddle in others' affairs? During his 2 years living in the outskirts, had he ever seen a night watchman step forward to protect the lowly citizens in the outskirts? If you won't intervene, then I will. Yi Guhong inhaled deeply, thinking this way. Rather than waste time atop the city wall, he would rather venture into the outskirts to slay demons and perhaps reap considerable rewards. Please inform the captain that I am leaving, Yi Guhong suddenly declared. All right, just wait here. The knight responded promptly, turning away while displaying a hint of disdain and disgust. Having formed a prejudiced impression, he assumed Yi Guhong was frightened by the distant screams and wished to flee. Bah, a coward scared of death. The knight's thoughts were filled with ridicule. When news of Yi Guhong's intent to leave spread throughout the Huang Division, they all regarded him with contempt. The knight soon returned to the original location but discovered Yi Guhong had already vanished without a trace. Did he run away before I returned? Is he that terrified? The knight felt speechless, incredulous that such a person could awaken a hidden profession. It seemed the heavens were blind. Little did he know. Yi Guhong had already leaped off the city wall, heading toward the area of chaos caused by the malevolent beings. Why? Yi Guhong traversed through the night, dispatching a few scattered malevolent entities before arriving at a community far from the city wall. The sounds of violent destruction echoed from the apartment buildings, starkly pronounced in the stillness of night. With power supplies long gone, not a single sensor light illuminated the community. Darkness reigned supreme. Clearly, a significant number of malevolent beings were scouring each household for human traces. To locate and eliminate them one by one would be exceedingly troublesome. Therefore, bang, bang, bang. Yi Guhong struck the lamp post repeatedly with the back of his blade, producing a resonant clanging sound. In that moment, the noise of breaking doors and windows abruptly ceased. It was as if the monsters in the community had all been drawn to this discordant sound. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from various apartment buildings. Reflecting the anxiousness of the creatures, a horde of grotesque skeleton monsters emerged from all directions, most wielding bone knives and shields, while a few peculiar ones brandished skeletal staffs fashioned from skulls and vertebrae. The sheer number was staggering, at least 40 or 50 of them, surging towards Yi Guhong all at once. How intriguing! Could it be that I have disturbed a nest of skeletons? Such a thought flitted through Yi Guhong's mind. Had any other level 7 practitioner encountered such a scene, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear, fleeing in terror. However, Yi Guhong activated his Shura battle armor, brandished his 100 battle blade, and charged forward with intent. Replacing his hand with the blade, he unleashed Demon Axe Strike. With each swing of his blade, the sound of cracking echoed incessantly. The 100 battle blade, enveloped in blade energy, proved exceedingly sharp, cutting through all obstacles. Whether it was bone swords, bone shields, or the skeletal bodies themselves, they were all cleaved in twain with a single stroke. More often than not, Yi Guhong dispatched 2 skeleton monsters with a single blow. Indeed, when the monsters crowded closely together, he could even fell 3 with one swing. It was a rarity for him to encounter a situation where he only killed one with a single strike. Killing 2 skeleton warriors, level 4, he gained 20 points of malevolent energy. Killing 3 skeleton warriors, level 4, he gained 30 points of malevolent energy. As Yi Guhong unleashed his rampage, the skeletal mages relentlessly attacked him. Spells of slowness, corrosion, and fireballs rained down upon him. Yet, they were all thwarted by the Shura battle armor. Despite their overwhelming numbers, causing the blood-red aura to show signs of corrosion and melting, the effects were minimal. In comparison to Yi Guhong's slaying speed, their assaults seemed painfully sluggish. During this exchange, several brave residents from the nearby houses peered out from their windows. Upon witnessing Yi Guhong's formidable prowess, they were struck with awe, followed by an overwhelming joy. Who was that person? How astonishingly fierce! By the looks of it, they must be above level 10. Dressed in a night watchman-esque cloak, could it be that the night watchman captain has come to save us? My heavens, the night watchman has ventured out of the city to rescue us. This is a first. Thoughts of relief and gratitude surged within them, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. Yes, a hero die in their eyes. Yi Guhong's slaughter of monsters brought him no benefit. He risked his life to save strangers he did not know. Was this not the epitome of selflessness, of alleviating suffering? Crack, killing a skeletal mage, level 5. He gained 14 points of malevolent energy. When Yi Guhong felled the last skeletal mage, the ground was littered with bones. 850 points of malevolent energy. This was the total he had amassed after his killing spree. Yi Guhong opened his attribute panel and decisively consumed 500 points of malevolent energy, leveling up to level 8. It is worth noting that many diligent individuals, even after 2 months of training, might not reach level 8. Yet, Yi Guhong had only awakened 2 days prior. Such a pace of advancement was nothing short of astonishing. However, Yi Guhong felt unsatisfied, internally musing. I still need 350 more points of malevolent energy to reach level 9. It feels a bit slow. I must accelerate my progress. Should the 4 heavenly kings hear his thoughts, they would likely be driven to despair. Have you heard yourself? Are you even speaking human words? Chapter 19. Ghost? Is this not a self-destructing infantry? Yi Guhong did not linger, turning to depart. Several residents wished to express their gratitude, but fearing the attention of malevolent spirits, ultimately remained silent. They merely watched his departing figure, silently paying their respects. If only there were more individuals like him. How many lives could be spared in this suburb? Many shared such thoughts, feeling a wave of emotion. Meanwhile, Yi Guhong continued to wander the outskirts, searching for traces of malevolence. The suburban area was vast and sparsely populated. Even the southern region alone was quite expansive. After leaving the community, Yi Guhong encountered few malevolent spirits. Survivors were hiding in their homes, making his solitary figure wandering through the night appear exceedingly out of place. It created the illusion that he was the only living soul left in this vast suburb. From time to time, Yi Guhong made noise, attempting to attract the attention of any lurking spirits, but his efforts yielded little success. Instead, the nearby residents, startled, cautiously peered out to assess the situation, only to be left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell, making such a ruckus in the dead of night? I see that courting death. Alas, they are all unfortunate souls. Perhaps a loved one has died, and he no longer wishes to live. For heaven's sake, if you wish to die, do it elsewhere. What if he attracts malevolent spirits and brings death upon us as well? The awakened residents each harbored their own thoughts, most of which were tinged with hostility. They failed to realize that Yi Guhong sought to attract and eliminate the malevolent spirits nearby. For the suburban residents, this was, in fact, a means of purging danger, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. Along the way, a man peeked out from an open manhole, his eyes wary. Once assured of safety, he opened the cover wider and urged Yi Guhong to take refuge inside. What a world we live in! Driven to reside in the sewers, sharing space with rats. Hearing the squeaks of rats from within the sewer, Yi Guhong sighed inwardly. He declined the man's kind offer, cautioning him not to trust strangers too easily. After all, should he encounter someone with malicious intent on stealing his food or worse, harming him or violating the women in his household, what then? It is vital to remember that the suburbs at night are truly a lawless domain. Devoid of order. Take care of yourself. The man, startled by this warning, quickly retreated into the sewer, closing the manhole cover. Perhaps he would never again extend kindness to others. Yi Guhong continued to traverse the suburban night. It was not until around 4 in the morning that he accumulated 92 points of malevolent energy. Along the way, he saved several households, evoking tears of gratitude. Some even knelt before him, thanking him for saving their wives and daughters. Naturally, Yi Guhong helped them to their feet, encouraging them not to take it to heart. After all, for him, it was merely a matter of convenience. It had been quite some time since he had made any significant discoveries. It was nearly time to return. Yi Guhong thought to himself as he made his way back along the road leading to the city gate. However, he had not walked far when he faintly heard the sounds of suona and drums behind him. Yi Guhong's eyes narrowed, and he immediately activated his Shura battle armor, spinning around to draw his blade. Before him lay an unexpected sight, a funeral procession, a group of mourners clad in white, some scattering paper money, others beating drums and blowing suona, while 4 ghostly figures bore a heavy, black coffin. These specters appeared no different from humans, save for their paper-like faces and pallid forms. Boom, 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 boom. In the stillness of the night, the sound of drums rang out with eerie clarity. Everything was so surreal. According to the old wives' tales, Yi Guhong blocking the path of the funeral procession was deemed an ill omen. If he did not step aside, he would be met with misfortune, or worse, illness. Yet, Yi Guhong dismissed such superstitions, standing firm like a rock in the road. His gaze was sharp as a blade, waiting for the malevolent spirits at the front of the procession to come within range. Should anyone else have dared to inhabit the sides of this main road in the suburbs, they would have been left utterly astounded by the sight, as the two parties drew closer. Yi Guhong struck. He unleashed 2 beams of radiant energy, cutting through the air and striking the foremost Yin ghosts. The beams pierced through the heads of 2 Yin ghosts, eliciting chilling shrieks as their faces contorted in agony. With a hissing sound, they dissipated into wisps of blue smoke, killing a Yin ghost, level 8. He gained 30 points of malevolent energy, killing a Yin ghost, level 9. He gained 45 points of malevolent energy. Easily dispatching 2 Yin ghosts, Yi Guhong's heart sank, and a grave expression crossed his face. The minions among these Yin ghosts were already level 9. What lay within that coffin might well have surpassed level 10. Thud! The coffin lid jolted violently, as if the contents within sought to burst forth. The Yin ghosts revealed expressions of deep resentment and hatred, chanting obscure, sinister incantations. In an instant, tendrils of green smoke emanated from Yi Guhong's Shura battle armor. As if it were being eroded by an unknown force, Yi Guhong's expression shifted, realizing that their methods were both enigmatic and deadly. Yet, were Captain Huang here, he would likely be left dumbfounded. So many level 8 and 9 Yin ghosts casting curses simultaneously could easily obliterate 2 or 3 level 10 practitioners. Yet, such a terrifying assault failed to breach Yi Guhong's defenses. He emerged unscathed. Hissing, Yi Guhong continued to unleash his strikes, dispatching Yin ghosts and charging forward. In the process, the blood-red aura surrounding him released even more green smoke. Showing signs of increased erosion, Yi Guhong closed the distance, cleaving 2 Yin ghosts with his blade, earning 75 points of malevolent energy. He then stomped down, forcing the nearly dislodged coffin lid back into place. The surrounding Yin ghosts, in a frenzied state, performed an unexpected act, self-mutilation. One Yin ghost, without hesitation, severed its own right arm, causing a slight crack to appear on the right arm of Yi Guhong's Shura battle armor with a sharp sound. Though the fissure was shallow, It made Yi Guhong's eyelids twitch. Had he not been protected by the Shura battle armor, his own arm could have been severed by that inexplicable force. Swish, in a flash. Yi Guhong, while repressing the coffin lid, struck down the dismembered Yin ghost. The same moment, another Yin ghost extracted its own heart and crushed it. The area over Yi Guhong's heart within the Shura battle armor cracked slightly, spreading a web-like fissure. Evidently, had it not been for its obstruction, Yi Guhong's heart would have suffered a grievous blow. Chapter 20. Ripping zombies apart, incomparably delicious, a must-try. Such an uncanny mode of attack left Yi Guhong quite astounded. Damn it, self-destructing infantry, is it? He silently cursed, exerting all his strength to annihilate the shadowy specters, aiming to halt their relentless assaults. In that fleeting moment, Yi Guhong's malevolent energy surged dramatically, propelling him past the threshold of level 9. Just as he activated his attribute panel, the coffin lid beneath him could no longer withstand the pressure. Bang! A tremendous force erupted, launching both Yi Guhong and the coffin lid into the air. Yi Guhong decisively expended 700 points of malevolent energy, ascending to level 9 before his feet touched the ground. With this elevation in level, not only did his attributes receive further enhancement, but his condition also instantaneously returned to its zenith. A frigid, ghostly aura emanated from within the coffin. As a zombie clad in a burial garment rose upright in that moment, Yi Guhong felt as if he were ensnared in a dizzying whirlwind. The scene before him shifting dramatically. In his line of sight appeared a horde of zombies, all dressed in funeral attire, resembling middle-aged men, their authenticity difficult to discern, protected by the Shura battle armor. Yi Guhong's consciousness remained unscathed. Yet, the zombies refrained from launching a mental assault, merely conjuring visible illusions. However, as Yi Guhong activated, breaking the illusion's demon eye, everything reverted to normal. Zombies can cast illusions as well? Have they become sentient? Such thoughts flashed through Yi Guhong's mind as he wielded his blade to slay the approaching specters. Cultivating the body, refining essence, and honing energy are the three foundational realms for all professions. Excluding mages, in the early stages, why this standard? Monsters above level 10 belong to the realm of refined essence, signifying they have attained sentience. It was confirmed that Yi Guhong had not misjudged. This zombie bore no resemblance to the rigid, wooden figures often depicted in films. Instead, it exhibited remarkable agility. Cloaked in dark, sinister energy, it leaped from the coffin like a wild beast, lunging towards Yi Guhong. Clang! The blade-enhanced 100 battle blade struck the zombie's head with a resounding chime, merely creating fissures in its protective dark aura. The zombie, with a fierce countenance, frantically clawed at Yi Guhong's protective energy with razor-sharp talons. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of metal grinding, sparks flew from the Shura battle armor, leaving behind a trail of gashes. Do you really think I can't kill you? Yi Guhong felt an inexplicable surge of anger, bracing himself against the onslaught of the zombie and the remaining specters. Opting for a purely offensive strategy, relentlessly striking the zombie with the 100 battle blade. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. This zombie was exceptionally resilient. Theo described it as having skin of copper and bones of iron would be an affront. Even if its protective dark aura was shattered, the 100 battle blade struggled to deliver a swift kill. In fact, each strike would sometimes lodge the blade within its body, requiring considerable force to withdraw it. Wait a moment, copper skin, iron bones, impervious to blades and spears. Doesn't that resemble external martial arts? Yi Guhong suddenly recalled a skill from the Rakshasa demon god technique that was particularly effective against this type of foe. One of the four supremacies, Lightning Grasp. After slaying the other specters, I will have sufficient malevolent energy to unlock this skill. The battlefield's dynamics shifted rapidly. Yi Guhong decisively altered his approach, first slaughtering the remaining specters, accumulating 180 points of malevolent energy. Subsequently, he expended 100 points of malevolent energy to unlock a new skill, Lightning Grasp, level 9A clawing force that can easily shred skin and bone, impervious to any external martial arts. Meanwhile, the zombie inhaled deeply, causing its chest to swell ominously. Roar. It unleashed a deafening roar akin to that of a wild beast, expelling a ball of ghostly blue fire. The flames surged with the wind, instantly spreading and igniting fiercely upon the Shura battle armor, visibly dissolving it. Even with the barrier of protective energy and level 5 armor, Yi Guhong felt an unbearable heat enveloping him. Yet within his blood-red eyes, a flame burned brighter than the ghostly fire surrounding him. Yi Guhong sheathed the 100 battle blade, forming his hands into claws, veins bulging, his finger joints pronounced, exuding an indescribable sense of strength. Moreover, crackling arcs of electricity danced upon his hands. Zzz. Yi Guhong unleashed lightning grasp, tearing the zombie's throat asunder with his left hand. Then, with his right hand, he delivered a claw strike that severed its neck, causing the zombie's head to roll upon the ground. Yet, astonishingly, even without its head, the zombie continued to thrash violently. Still alive. A fierce glint flickered in Yi Guhong's eyes. Then, a grotesquely bloody and horrifying scene unfolded. Yi Guhong, like the most ferocious beast, tore into the zombie's chest, ripping away large chunks of flesh and exposing its stark white bones. He then forcefully dismantled its ribs, achieving the true meaning of tearing skin and breaking bones. With the obstruction of flesh and bone removed, the zombie's heart lay bare before Yi Guhong. Without the slightest hesitation, he seized the heart and, with a resounding crack, crushed it in his bare hands. Black ichor splattered. In that moment, Yi Guhong appeared more brutal and fearsome than the malevolent spirits themselves. He had slain the corpse demon, level 11, elite monster, earning 450 points of malevolent energy. Just an elite monster. And it was this difficult to kill even after attaining sentience. Yi Guhong furrowed his brow, sensing that the world of night was more perilous than he had imagined. Yet, should he utter such a nonchalant declaration? Even Li Jing would be left speechless. Level 10 marks a watershed. Once one surpasses this threshold to reach level 11, a qualitative transformation occurs, rendering it significantly stronger than level 10. A level 9 confronting an ordinary level 11 monster is already fraught with danger. Let alone an elite monster. Under the constraints of being only level 9, even if Li Jing were to encounter this corpse demon, she would have to evade its might. Otherwise, there would be a substantial risk of perishing here. The ghostly flames that had enveloped Yi Guhong had now extinguished. Not only had the Shura battle armor been entirely dissolved, but even his armor was charred black. As for the Night Watchman's cloak, it had long since been reduced to ashes. His mental energy had been significantly depleted, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After some contemplation, Yi Guhong expended another 70 points of malevolent energy to elevate Hidden Demon Technique to level 4. Maintaining an external level of -4, ensuring it remained at level 5. Taking a deep breath, Yi Guhong assessed the outcomes of the night's endeavors, feeling deeply satisfied. Not only had he ascended to level 9, but even after expending 170 points of malevolent energy, he still retained 460 points. He was merely 540 points away from reaching level 10. It was time to return to the city. With a heart full of contentment, Yi Guhong set off on his journey home. The night was drawing to a close. Upon the city walls, the mood among the night watchmen was decidedly positive. For an entire night, not a single malevolent spirit had attempted to breach the city. The soldiers of the Huangzi camp believed they had simply experienced a stroke of luck, unaware that it was entirely due to Yi Guhong's efforts. Had he not eradicated the cluster of malevolent spirits on the main road, they would undoubtedly have approached the outer city. Should the shadowy specters collectively unleash their curses, several of these night watchmen would have surely perished. Just as the soldiers of the Huangzi camp awaited dawn, Yi Guhong emerged from outside the city. The instant they laid eyes on him, everyone was rendered speechless. What the hell, Yi Guhong? Wasn't he supposed to return to the inner city? How did he come back from outside? He spent the entire night in the outskirts. Judging by his appearance, it seemed he had just emerged from a fierce battle. The night watchmen were left in awe, murmuring amongst themselves. They realized that Yi Guhong was not a cowardly deserter. Rather, he was ferociously valiant, surpassing everyone present in bravery. He had ventured into the outskirts alone, battling demons and dispelling malevolent spirits without seeking any reward, risking his life. They had misjudged him. Tio dare undertake such actions at level 5. He truly was. The captain of the Huangzi camp hesitated, his expression complex. Truly a man? Speculated the level 13 knight. The captain of the Huangzi camp shook his head, exclaiming in resignation, "He truly seeks death." Chapter 21. Low-level cultivation pills? Delicious, love to eat. The captain of the Huangzi camp genuinely admired Yi Guhong. At the very least, He himself could not muster the courage to stand up for those unrelated individuals in the outskirts. However, reflecting on the events of the previous night filled him with trepidation. He felt Yi Guhong had acted recklessly. What if he hadn't made it back? Who could bear the wrath of Li Jing? Beneath the city gate, "Little brother, you," the captain intended to say something, but the words caught in his throat, morphing into a sigh. He could only smile wryly and say, "I'm just glad you're back. Please don't take such risks next time." Yi Guhong smiled, responding, "Thank you for your concern, Captain. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." He was well aware of the thoughts swirling in the captain's mind. However, Yi Guhong would never allow any reason to halt his pursuit of growth and strength. "All right, farewell." The captain of the Huangzi camp bid Yi Guhong goodbye. Yet, watching the latter's departing figure, he could not help but ask, "Could you tell me why you did this?" Yi Guhong was taken aback. Of course, he could not divulge the truth, exposing his secret of leveling up through monster slaying. Too many had perished in the outskirts. "I simply hope that more people can survive," Yi Guhong stated, leaving those words behind as he departed. The captain of the Huangzi camp believed him, moved by his sincerity. When Yi Guhong arrived home, Yi Qingxue was busily preparing breakfast. Watching his elder sister's diligent figure in the kitchen warmed Yi Guhong's heart. Since their parents had been absent over the years, Yi Qingxue had always taken care of him. "Sister, you should take a break. Allow me to help," Yi Guhong said as he entered the kitchen. "Forget it. Every time you cook, it's just about getting it edible. What culinary skills do you possess?" Yi Qingxue smiled slightly, skillfully adding the chopped scallions to the pan to fry them before retrieving them. Yi Guhong was rendered speechless. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Yi Qingxue continue, "Besides, I'm no longer a medium. I can't do much beyond these trivial tasks. Could it be that you wish for your sister to become a mere waste, living off others?" She turned her head and smiled softly at Yi Guhong. Gazing at her serene smile, Yi Guhong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although Yi Qingxue never spoke of her feelings regarding her own perceived inadequacy, how could she possibly be devoid of emotion? The thought of his once exceptionally confident older sister now belittling herself and even referring to herself as a waste filled Yi Guhong with an indescribable discomfort. Throughout his life, Yi Qingxue had always been his role model, and he had always taken pride in having such an extraordinary sister. "Sister, rest assured, I shall find a way to help you awaken once more," Yi Guhong murmured, offering her both solace and a vow to himself. Upon hearing the phrase "awaken once more," Yi Qingxue's expression shifted slightly, as if a thought crossed her mind. However, in the next moment, she casually chuckled. "In truth, not being able to awaken again is not such a grave matter. After all, I still have a younger brother who understands and cares for me, and that alone is enough to evoke envy in others. All right, do not linger here and be a hindrance. I shall be fine shortly." Yi Qingxue swiftly issued her dismissal, instructing Yi Guhong to wait outside. Before long, she had prepared breakfast, 2 cups of hot milk, 2 plates of scallion oil noodles topped with green pepper and shredded meat, and 2 fried eggs. Compared to their previous life in the suburbs, their meals had evidently improved. The only constant remained the fact that everything was served in pairs. Having gone a night without sleep after breakfast, Yi Qingxue would not let Yi Guhong wash the dishes and instead returned to her room to rest. He dozed off until noon, only to be roused by Liang Hong. Liang Hong had brought several pieces of news for Yi Guhong. First, the equipment he had entrusted to Li Jing for auction had all been sold. After deducting the auction house's commission, the actual amount received was 1.8 million. The 1 million had already been delivered to Zhou Tai and his neighbor by Sister Jing, leaving 800,000. As Liang Hong spoke, she handed a box to Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong was quite taken aback. 800,000? Wasn't it agreed that I would return 100,000 to Li Jing? It should be 700,000, right? Liang Hong replied helplessly. Sister Jing was just joking with you. Even the auxiliary materials for refining the Pei Yuan Dan were provided by her. Did you really think she expected you to repay that 100,000? Hearing this, Yi Qingxue turned to Yi Guhong with a smile and remarked, "Not bad. It seems you truly have been taken care of." Yi Guhong was rendered speechless, unable to find a retort. The second piece of news brought by Liang Hong was that the Pei Yuan Dan had been successfully refined. The materials, including the Gui Rong tree roots, had all been supplied by Li Jing. The news that she had provided 5 Pei Yuan Dan for Yi Guhong had caused quite a stir in the southern city, making many envious. Here they are. Liang Hong retrieved a brocade box from her spatial storage and opened it to reveal 5 plump, crimson pills. They exuded a rich and fragrant medicinal aroma, instantly uplifting one's spirit. Please thank Sister Jing for me, Yigu Hong sincerely expressed as he accepted the brocade box. What about thanking me? I ran an errand for you, Liang Hong teased. Then I shall treat you to a meal, Yigu Hong replied with a smile. Forget it. If Sister Jing misunderstands and thinks I am trying to steal her man, I would have a hard time explaining myself, Liang Hong quipped before returning to serious matters. By the way, Sister Jing knows about last night's incident. She asked you to refrain from such reckless behavior in the future to avoid risking your life. She also mentioned that if you don't listen, she might confine you in a little black room and give you a good thrashing. Liang Hong said with a grin, though it sounds like a joke. She might actually do it. Why Yigu Hong was left speechless. The little black room, a confinement play. Why does that sound so unseemly? He thought to himself, suppressing his internal ridicule. All right, I need to meditate and cultivate. Farewell. Liang Hong did not linger and waved goodbye. After seeing her off, Yigu Hong took out a low-level Pei Yuan Dan and swallowed it. Upon consuming the low-level Pei Yuan Dan, he gained 200 points of demonic energy. As the pill settled in his stomach, his vision brightened, and he felt invigorated. Such potent effects? Yigu Hong promptly consumed all 5 Pei Yuan Dan, resulting in a total increase of 1,000 points of demonic energy. The energy provided by the 5 pills alone was enough to elevate him to level 10. Without hesitation, Yigu Hong utilized the 1,000 demonic energy points he had just acquired to elevate himself to level 10. With the effects of the 4th level hidden demon technique, his visible level was now 6th. After some contemplation, he decided to adjust his visible level down by 3 levels at most, instead of the maximum of 4. Previously, he had only appeared to be level 5. Now that he had consumed 5 Pei Yuan Dan, it would be reasonable to adjust to level 7 to avoid raising suspicion. Having completed all this, he prepared himself, gathering energy as he awaited the arrival of night. This evening, it was the turn of the D Regiment, as well as Yigu Hong's Tian Regiment, to guard the city walls. Moreover, tonight marked the Blood Moon Night, a time when demons would run rampant, promising a bloody battle atop the walls. Chapter 22. Guarding the 700-meter city wall? I alone am enough. As dusk fell, Yigu Hong stepped out from Zhou Tai's home and arrived at the headquarters of the Night Watchman in the southern city. Before he could even enter the door, a cacophony erupted from the hall, rife with commotion. What on earth had happened? Yigu Hong furrowed his brow as he listened for a moment. Damn it, why should we have to take this? Just because Yigu Hong is a connected individual. The Tian Regiment gets to rest tonight while we, the Xin Regiment, are forced to step in? Switch shifts? I refuse. It's not even our turn to guard during the Blood Moon Night until next month. If you make us cover for you now, it's tantamount to sending us to our deaths. The Xin Regiment was in an uproar, collectively cursing and expressing their ire toward Yigu Hong. The so-called connected individual. If it weren't for the need to accommodate him, how could such an absurd arrangement have occurred? However, many of the Tian Regiment's night watchmen were filled with unexpected delight. This Blood Moon Night, they wouldn't have to risk their lives. Such a stroke of good fortune. I told you to accept your fate. Indeed, this is the captain's arrangement. Do you intend to be a coward? Why are you glaring at us? It's not like we forced you to switch shifts. That's right. If you have the guts, go find trouble with Yigu Hong. He's currently a favored individual by King Li. What can you do to him? The Xin Regiment was seething with rage, nearly ready to clash with the Tian Regiment. Enough. Yigu Hong is here. Meng Tiancheng, visibly annoyed, raised his voice, effectively cutting off the argument in an instant. All eyes turned toward Yigu Hong. The Xin Regiment's gazes were filled with resentment and animosity, particularly directed at him. Meanwhile, the Tian Regiment did not regard him as one of their own, and seeing him become the target of disdain. Many wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yigu Hong maintained a stoic expression, surveying the crowd before speaking in a deep voice. Tonight's shift change is the captain's arrangement? Upon hearing this, the Tian Regiment members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, internally cursing. Damn it, isn't it all because of you? What, do you intend to shift the blame onto the captain? Yigu Hong paid no heed to their thoughts. Continuing, has the captain issued any formal notification regarding this? His words prompted the crowd to exchange bewildered looks. No many shook their heads. Such matters are inherently disgraceful. If they were to leak out, it would reflect poorly on us. How could there be an official written order? Without a formal written directive, how could this arrangement hold any weight? Ye Guhong frowned and replied, without a written directive, how can it be considered valid? The crowd was dumbfounded, a startling realization dawning upon them. Based on his words, it seemed he was unwilling to change shifts and was prepared to confront the Blood Moon Knight directly. One member of the Tian regiment quietly thought this was bad and hastily interjected. But the captain said, without a directive, you cannot arbitrarily switch shifts. This is a matter of principle. Ye Guhong interrupted decisively. The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Everyone was left speechless, utterly taken aback by his assertions. So, what you mean is? The leader of the Xian regiment could hardly conceal his excitement, his voice trembling with anticipation. Isn't there a schedule? Ye Guhong pointed to the unchanged roster affixed to the wall. Taking a deep breath, tonight, the Xian regiment should not be on duty. Let your brothers return home. An uproar ensued, the previously agitated members of the Xian regiment suddenly erupting into wild joy. Did you really say that? The leader of the Xian regiment eagerly pressed, hoping to dissociate himself from the situation. Yes, I said it. Everyone can testify to that, Ye Guhong affirmed solemnly. Why are you still dawdling? Go. The leader of the Xian regiment, fearing Ye Guhong might retract his statement, immediately beckoned to his fellow soldiers. However, the Tian regiment was not pleased. Some, in their agitation, disregarded Ye Guhong's connections and openly shouted in protest. You crazy? The captain arranged this for you, and you, a level 5 novice, dare to play the hero? The shift change had already been firmly established. Why did he have to meddle? Right, if you want to die? We won't stop you, but why should we accompany you to the grave? Their collective outrage painted Ye Guhong as the villain who had doomed them. Yet, they appeared to forget that, according to the pre-established schedule, it was indeed the Tian regiment's duty to guard the walls tonight. Why? Ye Guhong scoffed and challenged them. Did I ever say I needed your help to guard the walls? The 700-meter wall was merely 1,400 steps. His voice resonated with authority. I alone am enough. A thunderous silence fell over the crowd as if his words had struck like a bolt of lightning. How audacious! Though they did not dare to voice their thoughts aloud, the sentiment was palpable. This fool is courting death. Some even let out derisive laughter, mocking, did I hear that right? A level 5 practitioner dares to utter such grandiose claims? Meng Tianqing suddenly recalled something, and at that moment, his heart stirred, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Ye Guhong. Wait a moment. He's already at level 7? Level 7? The crowd gasped in astonishment and focused their mental energy to verify, discovering that it was indeed true. Naturally, I'd heard that Sister Jing had gifted him 5 low-level Peiyuan Dan. Someone, with a hint of envy, sneered, clarifying the doubts of those who were unaware. Yet little did they know, the most crucial ingredient for concocting Peiyuan Dan was actually spoils earned by Ye Guhong himself. Ha! No wonder he's so arrogant. It turns out he has risen 2 levels in quick succession, his mindset inflated, unable to grasp his own limitations. Is this how the younger generation behaves nowadays? Relying on good fortune for rapid advancement. They become utterly reckless. Do they truly believe they are formidable? The crowd scoffed inwardly, harboring jealousy that bordered on madness. Although they were reluctant to openly offend Ye Guhong, they could not conceal the envy etched upon their faces. I understand, you young people are full of vigor. Hearing others speak ill of you, it's only natural to feel upset and wish to prove yourself. Yet Meng Tianqing, known for his fiery temper, suppressed his anger and said, but do not act impulsively. The Blood Moon Knight is not to be trifled with. Even if you were a level 15 practitioner, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Ye Guhong sighed inwardly, thinking to himself how difficult it was to enjoy the experience alone. This was the Blood Moon Knight, after all, where small monsters would flock to deliver their heads, allowing a swift rise to level 11, marking a transformative leap into the refining stage. Once he reached level 11, Wuden Ti that set off a snowball effect. It is no exaggeration to say that guarding the 700-meter city wall alone tonight is currently the quickest means of leveling up. Bar none. Thank you for your concern, Captain. I am confident, Ye Guhong insisted. You have confidence, do you? Meng Tianqing cursed inwardly, his expression growing increasingly grim. Are you sure? He struggled to contain his fury and asked directly. Seeing Ye Guhong nod, Meng Tianqing could no longer hold back and coldly laughed. Fine. Since you are so confident, I shall refrain from meddling further. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Do you think I must cater to you simply because you have connections? You think I lack temper, huh? Let us go. Meng Tianqing called for his subordinates to leave. Once outside the watchman headquarters, someone could no longer restrain their curiosity and asked, "Captain, are we truly going to ignore him?" Meng Tianqing lit a cigarette, his face displaying displeasure. It's not that we will completely disregard him. We only need to do one thing. What is that? Someone inquired with curiosity. Just wait to collect his corpse. Meng Tianqing scoffed, firmly believing Ye Guhong would inevitably meet his demise. Chapter 23. Blood Moon Night. Above and below the city wall as dusk descended, Ye Guhong stood upon the city wall, gazing into the distance. The southern city wall stretched approximately 1,400 meters, jointly guarded tonight by the Tian and D battalions. However, on the 700 meters assigned to the D battalion, there were as many as 35 individuals. In stark contrast, the 700 meters under the Tian battalion was solely manned by Ye Guhong. The 35 members of the D battalion were all on high alert, bracing themselves for the impending threat. Their hearts filled with trepidation, yet Ye Guhong, standing alone, exuded a terrifying calm, his face betraying no hint of emotion. As night fell, a blood-red full moon hung in the sky, its eerie glow casting a crimson veil over the world. Instilling a sense of unease, under the illumination of the blood moon, the dark creatures writhed restlessly, their thirst for flesh intensifying to an uncontrollable degree. Driven by such overwhelming desire, they seemed to lose their sanity, craving to rush towards densely populated areas for a feast. In the distance, monstrous shadows as large as mountains, with blood-red, lantern-sized eyes, gazed hungrily toward the border city. Yet they merely observed from afar, making no move. Low-level monsters could stir up trouble at the edges of the protective barrier of the demon-suppressing stones. However, once they surpassed level 20, the situation changed dramatically. Should these malevolent entities step within the sanctuary of the demon-suppressing stones, their powerful aura would provoke a resonance, unleashing brilliant divine light that could annihilate them. This is also why, to this day, there are numerous survivors in the suburbs and outer city. Yet even if the entities above level 20 dare not encroach upon the border city, the night still harbors tremendous dangers. Soon, malevolent creatures surged in from all sides, invading the suburbs. They were unwilling to waste time searching for the sparse residents hidden within, instead rushing toward the city walls shrouded in darkness with insatiable bloodlust. Ye Guhong did not have to wait long before encountering the first wave of the creature's assault. They're coming. His gaze was sharp as a blade, the fighting spirit within him ablaze like a wildfire. The first to appear before Ye Guhong were a swarm of flying monstrosities, a dark mass blotting out the moonlight and casting large shadows upon the ground. Among them were ghostly figures formed from gray mist, clawing and gnashing, alongside vultures and hawks that resembled monstrous avians, some of them enormous, easily the size of a person with wingspans exceeding 2 meters. With an ominous aura, their crimson eyes gleamed, and even under the moonlight, their surfaces glinted with a metallic chill. Clearly, their early arrival was attributed not only to their proximity but also to their ability to fly. Faced with these rapidly advancing creatures, Ye Guhong initiated the attack. Swoosh, 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 blazing rays of light streaked across the sky like meteors, effortlessly piercing through the creatures, causing them to plummet to the ground with anguished wails. Kill the Shadow Ghost, level 8, gain 30 points of malevolence value. Kill the Blood Feather Vulture, level 7, gain 20 points of malevolence value. Kill the Red Scalehawk, level 9, gain 45 points of malevolence value. Information regarding the kills continuously surfaced in Ye Guhong's mind. Despite the avian monsters unleashing their razor-sharp feathers as arrows, raining down upon him like a torrential storm, they merely struck his Shura battle armor, producing a series of metallic clangs as they shattered and ricocheted away. After Ye Guhong had slain several creatures, a red scalehawk suddenly swooped down with astonishing speed, closing in on him. Its blood-red feathers resembled scales, exuding a metallic texture, as if clad in a layer of personal armor. Boasting remarkable defense, its massive, sharp claws glimmered with a ghostly light, akin to a spectral blade, lunging towards Ye Guhong as if to tear him apart. Yet in that moment, Ye Guhong appeared even more ferocious. Rip! He effortlessly tore the red scalehawk in half, casually discarding its remains over the city wall. Kill the red scale hawk, level 10. Gain 75 points of malevolence value. After dispatching the level 10 red scale hawk, he pointed again. A beam of radiant light shot forth from his fingertip, instantly eliminating the approaching level 8 shadow ghost, earning him another 30 points of malevolence value. Simultaneously, amidst the flapping of wings, the remaining creatures surged forward, completely engulfing his form. By all appearances, Yi Guhong seemed to be in dire straits. Yet in the next moment, a brilliant flash of blade light emerged, arcing through the air, swiftly severing several monsters and unleashing a bloodbath. Accompanied by the creature's piercing wails, Yi Guhong went on a rampage. One man, one blade. In a matter of moments, he had slaughtered the majority of the monsters, dismantling the first wave of attack. It was an overwhelming massacre. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Yi Guhong's gaze blazed with intensity, his heart soaring. Merely from the first wave of monsters assaulting the city, he had amassed 480 points of malevolence value. He only needed a final 60 points to reach level 11. Meanwhile, 2 blocks away, at a roadside stall adorned with several small tables, Meng Tiancheng was enjoying drinks and late-night snacks with the men of the Tian Battalion. Captain, didn't you say we wouldn't interfere with Yi Guhong? Why have you kept the brothers here to enjoy a late-night meal? A level 13 knight sitting across from Meng Tiancheng questioned. From the knight's perspective, Meng Tiancheng's arrangement was to ensure they could provide support to Yi Guhong on the city wall at any moment. What if Yi Guhong truly perished, and Li Tianwang ordered him to accompany him in death? Meng Tiancheng took a swig of beer and chuckled coldly. Oh, what do you mean? The knight's heart stirred, already piecing together the implications. Think about it. If Yi Guhong ends up crying and begging us to save him tonight, he would owe us a tremendous favor, wouldn't he? Meng Tiancheng gazed toward the city wall, a look of derision crossing his face. I've long found him displeasing. This is a perfect opportunity to diminish his arrogance and let him realize his own limitations. I genuinely want to see, after we save his life tonight, whether he will still have the face to act arrogantly before me. Although the knight had guessed Meng Tiancheng's intentions, he displayed a look of utmost admiration, giving him a thumbs up in praise. Captain, you are truly thorough in your thinking. He couldn't help but feel excited, envisioning the unfolding events, already formulating how to write up the report for submission tomorrow. Yi Guhong, overestimating himself, insisted on having us, the Tian Battalion, leave, guarding the 700-meter city wall alone. Not only did he nearly lose his life without a burial place, but he also almost caused heavy casualties among the residents of the outer city. Thankfully, we of the Tian Battalion arrived in time, and after a bloody battle, we managed to turn the tide, resolving the mess he created. Meng Tiancheng laughed heartily, patting the knight's shoulder. You've done well. Write it just like that. Li Jing is known for her strictness regarding rewards and punishments. Upon learning of Yi Guhong's arrogance and obstinacy, almost leading to self-destruction, would she not punish him severely? Furthermore, the Tian Battalion not only resolved the trouble Yi Guhong caused, but also saved his life, preventing Li Jing's investment from going to waste. Who knows, they might even receive a reward. Are there still fireworks and windproof lighters on the city wall? Meng Tiancheng suddenly inquired. Yes, the knight confirmed with certainty. Meng Tiancheng immediately felt relieved, a sardonic smile spreading across his face. Then let us wait. It won't be long before we see Yi Guhong's distress signal. He was eager to witness Yi Guhong cowering in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Moreover, he anticipated the sight of gratitude spilling from Yi Guhong's lips upon seeing him arrive with reinforcements. Meng Tiancheng was filled with excitement, and merely imagining such a scenario brought him amusement. Little did he know, at that very moment, Yi Guhong had already ascended to level 11. He stood amidst a sea of demon corpses, furrowing his brow, pondering why the next wave of demons had yet to arrive. Chapter 24. Trouble. The demons had been frightened away. Upon the city wall, Yi Guhong opened his attribute panel to examine the changes that accompanied his elevation to level 11. Name: Yi Guhong. Occupation: Demon Seed. Unique. Level: 11. Refinement: Malice. 204. 1300. Strength: 110. Vitality: 110. Agility: 110. Mentality: 110. Upon entering the refinement realm, Yi Guhong's mental attribute, which was originally 55 points, had doubled to 110, achieving a harmonious balance across all 4 attributes. His formidable mental strength allowed him to cast more resource-intensive and potent skills. With the advancement in his realm, the page for Heavenly Demon Divine Skill now displayed an additional skill available for learning. Heavenly Demon Fiery Dance, a fire-type area attack skill. The attack range and damage are influenced by the skill level. Note: unlocking this skill requires a consumption of 400 malice points. He resolved to unlock this skill as soon as possible. While the Rakshasa Supreme skill was undoubtedly fierce and powerful, skills of the Four Extremities rank lacked area effect, unable to annihilate swathes of low-level monsters in a single blow. Fortunately, it was currently the Blood Moon Night. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he should soon accumulate enough malice points to unlock this skill. As Ye Guhong contemplated this, he cast his gaze towards the horizon. The demons did not keep him waiting long before launching another offensive. This time, not only were malevolent creatures soaring through the air, but various grotesque and ferocious monsters also emerged from the ground. Despite their low levels, their sheer numbers made them quite troublesome to deal with. Relying on their speed, the airborne demons charged forward first to offer themselves as sacrifices. As Ye Guhong dispatched them with ease, claiming another 270 malice points. The ground-dwelling fiends were already at the gates. Along the main road, within a radius of 200 to 300 meters, the walls were crawling with impatient monsters eager to ascend. Observing the multitude of ghouls poised to breach the outer city, Ye Guhong remained utterly unfazed, even displaying a cruel smile. Perfect! Let me put my new skill to the test. He swiftly opened the skill page and located the new skill under Heavenly Demon Divine Skill. Consuming 400 malice points, he unlocked it. At that moment, a horde of low-level monsters had already surged onto the city wall, a mass that could send shivers down anyone's spine. Dozens of creatures nearby rushed towards Ye Guhong. Meanwhile, the more distant monsters let out wild, frenzied howls, sensing the absence of any obstacles ahead and preparing to enter the city for a massacre. In an instant, Ye Guhong's battle blade erupted with blinding, searing flames. Boom! Ye Guhong stood motionless, yet a conflagration of blinding flames surged around him, roaring forth like a tidal wave. Wherever the flames passed, the demons were reduced to ashes amidst their anguished wails. The approximately 200-meter-long corridor of the city wall was instantaneously transformed into a domain of fire. He had slain 178 monsters of level 6 and below, earning 356 malice points. Note: killing monsters below one's level by 5 levels grants only minimal malice points. Killing monsters below one's level by 10 levels yields no malice points. He had slain 17 level 7 monsters, earning 340 malice points. He had slain 5 level 8 monsters, earning 400 malice points. He had slain 2 level 9 monsters, earning 90 malice points. A torrent of information flooded Ye Guhong's mind, leaving him astonished, even revealing an expression of disbelief. With a single move, he had annihilated nearly 200 monsters, securing a staggering 1186 malice points. This was simply beyond comprehension. Despite his efforts to suppress his excitement, he found his breath quickening and his heart racing uncontrollably. He had speculated on the might of Heavenly Demon Fiery Dance, but never imagined it would be so outrageous. A skill coverage radius of 200 meters, instantly obliterating all monsters below level 10 within range. Even the solitary level 10 ghost was consumed in flames, emitting a piercing, shrill scream. Though it had not been vanquished immediately, it perished shortly thereafter, providing Ye Guhong with an additional 70 malice points. Could a group of 4 to 5 level 11 mages casting fire-type magic achieve such effects? Ye Guhong had never witnessed such a scene, merely drawing instinctive comparisons. As he unleashed the Heavenly Demon Fiery Dance, not only did it deal a devastating blow to the demons, but it also created a tremendous uproar. The previously frenzied demons seemed to be stricken with fear, momentarily halting their assault on the city. This brief moment of apparent paralysis among the demons was soon eclipsed by an even more astonishing sight. Those demons possessing a semblance of intelligence abandoned their assault, uttering frantic and fearful cries as they turned to flee. Among them were numerous ghosts, capable of speech and even strategizing traps. As for the Blood Wolves and Crimson Blood Bears, while they instinctively felt fear towards Ye Guhong, they could not suppress their bloodthirsty urges. Though they dared not approach him, they still sought to circumvent him and infiltrate the inner city from other directions. In an instant, the multitude of fiends beneath the city wall either fled in terror or desperately pushed away from Yi Guhong, none daring to approach him, as if they wished to distance themselves as far as possible. This spectacle was utterly surreal, leaving even Yi Guhong dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that on the blood moon night, these creatures would go mad, recklessly charging into the outer city regardless of how many of their kind fell? How did this differ so greatly from what he had heard? While Yi Guhong was grappling with this, the soldiers of the DZ camp on the other side of the wall were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Even before Yi Guhong had unleashed the heavenly demon fiery dance, they had already been stirred. What the hell was that commotion over at the Tianzi camp? The enormous blaze was visible even from their position. Wasn't it said that only Yi Guhong was stationed there? With such a display, it felt as though a horde of mages had been summoned. Those closest to Yi Guhong's defensive perimeter were left wide-eyed, soon revealing an even more shocking revelation. The monsters over there were fleeing? What? Fleeing? I must be hearing things. What on earth is happening? There's only Yi Guhong over there. Why are the monsters not attacking him and instead making a detour towards us? The night watchmen of the DZ camp were left in utter disarray, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, those who were 2 blocks away from the Tianzi camp, witnessing the blazing inferno upon the city wall, were equally bewildered. The surging flames, although covering a stretch of 200 meters, did not reach the position of the fireworks. Was this a distress signal? It should not be, right? The 2 night watchmen of the Tianzi camp exchanged glances, instinctively turning towards Meng Tianqing. Did this even need to be said? Meng Tianqing sprang to his feet, excitement radiating from him as he waved his hand, declaring, "Let us go see how Yi Guhong is crying out for help." The soldiers of the Tianzi camp also appeared exhilarated, immediately following him as they hurried towards the city wall. Chapter 25. Li Jing. Oh no, I've become the scapegoat. Meng Tianqing led the Tianzi camp to the street behind the city wall, only to be met with a shock. The stretch of wall was completely deserted, with no sign of Yi Guhong. Only the dying flames and the charred, damaged wall remained. Where is he? Could he have already perished? A knight could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing this, Meng Tianqing's expression changed drastically, his heart sinking. He had intended to teach Yi Guhong a harsh lesson while portraying the Tianzi camp as the heroes who reversed the tide, earning accolades for his comrades. But if Yi Guhong had truly died, that would spell serious trouble. Had this fool not even managed to send a distress signal before meeting his end? Not necessarily. I believe he was simply too afraid and snuck away. How absurd. He boasted of holding down 700 meters by himself, yet when it came down to it, he simply ran away. You should pray he merely deserted. That would be better than him being dead. Hearing these remarks, Meng Tianqing frowned and interrupted, "Everyone, quiet. Let us head up to the wall." No matter the circumstances, Yi Guhong was unreliable, and they still needed to investigate. However, when Meng Tianqing and his group ascended the wall, they were utterly dumbfounded. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Yi Dagu, please come back. Indeed, the city wall cannot be without you." On the other side, the soldiers of the DZ camp were leaning over the wall, calling out loudly to the distant figures, eyeing the astonished gazes of Meng Tianqing and his companions. An utterly bewildering scene unfolded. A horde of demons was frantically scattering in retreat, the road ablaze with fierce flames, and Yi Guhong was right behind them, wielding his blade, evidently pursuing the demons. In Meng Tianqing's mind, such thoughts suddenly sprang forth, leaving him dizzy, as though he were ensnared in a dream. Goodness, have I lost my sanity, or has the world gone mad? Is Yi Guhong truly pursuing demons alone? Surely, this cannot be a mere figment of my imagination. Could it be some form of demonic illusion? The onlookers stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances, each reflecting the horror etched upon their faces. Yi Guhong was utterly frenzied with bloodlust. He paid no heed to the cries from the Earth camp, relentlessly slaying the demons until none remained. At this moment, Yi Guhong had amassed sufficient malevolent energy to ascend to level 12, having also completed a particular trial. I have merely gathered enough malevolent energy, yet have not reached level 12. Even so, defeating a level 7 monster yields only 2 points of malevolent energy. It appears that the criterion of being 5 levels below oneself is determined by the highest level I can achieve. Yi Guhong pondered silently, realizing that the common tactic of grinding monsters below 1's level would not suffice in this game. Noticing that he was alone, he decided to expend 1,300 points of malevolent energy, elevating himself to level 12. Upon glancing at his attributes panel, he discovered that all 4 fundamental attributes had been raised to 120 points. Upon entering the refinement stage, his mental attribute was no longer a weakness. The mental attribute would not only double upon reaching level 11, but would also increase by 10 points with each subsequent level, becoming indistinguishable from the other 3 attributes. Who could have imagined that Yi Guhong, who had only awakened 3 days prior, now stood at level 12? Compared to his initial awakening, his 4 attributes had multiplied 12-fold, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Tio caused such an uproar at level 7. Wasn't that a bit too astonishing? Ah well, perhaps I should slightly increase my visible level. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Guhong sighed in resignation, abandoning the idea of further elevating his hidden demon technique. With the external level effect at -4, others attempting to assess his mental strength would mistakenly believe he was merely at level 8. Although it was indeed absurd for an 8-level practitioner to send demons fleeing, Yi Guhong felt he had no choice. After all, a vast amount of experience points was being handed to him on a silver platter. One cannot afford to hesitate and forego experience points, as for the astonished inquiries of those atop the city wall. He had already prepared his response. Taking a deep breath, Yi Guhong cast aside his chaotic thoughts and quickly returned to the city wall. Meng Tianqing and the others regarded him with expressions of sheer disbelief, their faces a spectacle to behold. "What brings you here?" Yi Guhong inquired, taking the initiative. Meng Tianqing appeared awkward, at a loss for words. Surely, they could not confess that they had come to witness him in a state of desperate need? "The camp leader was concerned for your safety and sent us to assist," a level 13 knight quickly interjected, attempting to embellish the situation for the Earth Camp members. Upon hearing this, several from the Earth Camp, including Meng Tianqing, felt a twinge of guilt, their faces flushing with embarrassment. To utter such words was akin to losing all sense of dignity. Why Yi Guhong could guess their prior intentions, and hearing this only amused him. "Is that so? Then why didn't you arrive sooner?" His unabashed teasing left Meng Tianqing and the others feeling quite uncomfortable, their faces burning with embarrassment, toes nearly digging into the ground. "No need for assistance. As you can see," Yi Guhong, disinterested in further banter, casually stated, "I can defend the 700-meter city wall all on my own." He had said similar words before at the Night Watch headquarters. Yet, the scornful voices that had once echoed were now conspicuously absent. Beyond the indescribable shock they felt, the group was left with an insatiable curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. "How did you accomplish this?" Meng Tianqing inquired, having used his mental strength to check Yi Guhong's level. Unable to contain his astonishment, was it truly possible for an 8-level cultivator to possess such power? He felt a restless urgency akin to ants crawling within him, desperate for answers. "Sister Jing provided me with a complete set of golden quality equipment, including this Demon Slayer blade, which significantly enhances my skill's potency," Yi Guhong replied solemnly, weaving a tale of absurdity. After all, until the binding was lifted, others could not scrutinize the equipment's details. Wasn't it fair game for him to boast? Following his declaration, an oppressive silence fell over the scene. Meng Tianqing and the others looked utterly astonished, some even wide-eyed in disbelief. Golden quality equipment was exceedingly rare, often referred to as top-tier or divine gear. For instance, the Flame Soul and Ice Soul twin swords wielded by Li Jing were level 38 golden quality equipment. Even a piece of level 8 golden gear would be valued at least 2 to 300 million, and it was virtually impossible to procure. And such a precious set had been bestowed upon him by King Li. Meng Tianqing swallowed hard, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He instinctively began to speculate, cautiously probing, "So your ascent to level 8 is also?" Why, Yi Guhong chuckled, attributing his success entirely to Li Jing. "Surely you don't believe Sister Jing only granted me 5 spirit-nourishing pills?" Another wave of silence enveloped the gathering. Even the sound of someone gasping was painfully clear. "King Is he truly that formidable?" The crowd marveled in private, their gazes toward Yi Guhong shifting dramatically. It seemed they had underestimated his standing in Li Jing's eyes. "No, we must find a way to forge a strong connection with him." More than one person harbored this thought. Meanwhile, deep within the inner city, Li Jing suddenly sneezed. "Why do I feel as though someone is talking about me?" she pouted, muttering to herself. Chapter 26. The Possessed Night Watchman Yi Guhong. with an unwavering and even forceful demeanor, sought to send the Earth Camp members on their way. Meng Tianqing and the others had initially wished to stay, expressing their concern for his safety and their willingness to fight alongside him. However, upon hearing Ye Guhong mention the uncontrollable destructive range of the fire spirit technique, which could easily result in collateral damage, their resolve wavered. They had witnessed firsthand the fiery realm that had engulfed the wall, flames soaring into the sky, yet to simply leave without a care. Would they not face punishment tomorrow? Meng Tianqing wrestled with his thoughts. Ye Guhong saw through his internal conflict and stated plainly, if you insist on staying, you may assist the Earth Camp. Meng Tianqing's interest was piqued, and he immediately agreed. Very well, let us do it. Should anything arise, just call for us, and we will rush over at once. With this decision made, he led the group to another section of the wall, much to the delight of the Earth Camp members, who felt reassured that their safety was now secured. With 2 camps guarding the 700-meter wall, how could they not be safe? Finally, they departed. Ye Guhong exhaled, relieved to no longer worry about a group competing with him for monsters. He welcomed a brief moment of tranquility, idly awaiting the demon onslaught. However, an extended period passed without any significant invasion of demons. The sporadic demons that did appear only provided him with a meager amount of malevolent energy. This paltry energy was hardly sufficient. Couldn't more demons come? Ye Guhong sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, the Earth Camp members seemed quite content with the current situation. They even engaged in light-hearted conversation, with some lighting cigarettes and exhaling clouds of smoke, relaxing and sharing laughter. This starkly illustrated to Ye Guhong the disconnection between human joy and sorrow. It wasn't until around 4 in the morning that a sizable group of undead arrived. Shattering the relatively relaxed atmosphere, the Heaven and Earth camps braced themselves for battle, immediately entering combat readiness. Upon discerning the enemy's formation, a wave of alarm swept through them, igniting feelings of unease and tension. Yet, Ye Guhong's spirits soared as he fixated on the undead, nearly charging forward on the spot. Leading their ranks were a collection of grotesque skeleton creatures. As he surveyed the scene, he was met with a chilling expanse of white bones. In the middle of the ranks stood abominations fashioned from the corpses of humans and various animals, their grotesque forms exuding a visibly ghastly green mist, thanks to his heightened senses from 120 points in mental attributes. Ye Guhong could even discern the stitching scars that marred their bodies. Their decayed hands clutched rusted hooks and bloody cleavers, the dried blood a testament to their gruesome pasts. The rear of the formation featured several skeletal mages wielding staffs, along with a towering, imposing undead knight mounted on a skeletal warhorse, radiating a chilling purple glow. Moreover, even the skies above were filled with 2 types of creatures. The more numerous were monstrous entities resembling giant bats, their crimson eyes mirroring those of the gargoyles from Western mythology. The rarer were translucent figures, floating in the air like wraiths. What astonished Ye Guhong the most was that these aerial demons did not act like mindless creatures, recklessly launching an attack due to their speed. Instead, they moved in an orderly fashion, seemingly under command, keeping pace with the ground units. This formidable assembly of undead, with their numerous ranks and cohesive formation, bore the semblance of a miniature army, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as they advanced. Shrouded in death's chilling aura, the Earth Camp members grew increasingly tense, their hearts racing, and their scalps prickling with fear. Ye Guhong, however, regarded the multitude of undead with indifference, his brow furrowing as he focused on the tall, austere undead knight at the rear. With a sharp tug of the reins, the skeletal warhorse reared up, releasing a long, eerie wail. Who knows how it produced sound without a trachea? At the sound, the undead army abruptly halted. With a resounding clang, the Death Knight unsheathed its bone sword, and an overwhelming multitude of vengeful souls manifested around it, emitting anguished wails of despair that were particularly chilling. At the very moment the skeletal blade was drawn, the undead surged with fervor, launching an all-out assault on the city walls. The skeletal fiends advanced in relentless waves, akin to a tide of bones. Ye Guhong displayed no hesitation whatsoever and immediately unleashed the dance of fiery demons. Boom! The fiery clouds surged like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing clusters of skeletal creatures, incinerating them utterly into ash. He felled 154 ghouls of level 7 and below, earning 308 points of malevolence. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion of Heaven and Earth did not dare to lag behind. All the mages struck in unison, casting fireballs, fire chain spells, and wind blades upon the advancing monstrosities. In an instant, fireballs erupted, creating craters in the ground, while shattering ghouls into countless pieces, their broken bones still smoldering with flames. Wind blades, sharp as translucent daggers, sliced through the ghouls' forms with a howling ferocity. Yet, the devastation wrought by 10 mages in unison paled in comparison to the havoc wreaked by Yi Guhong alone. Taking advantage of the ghouls' distraction on the city walls, gargoyles and banshees launched their own assault from the skies. Roar! Several knights let out synchronized roars, employing group taunt skills to draw fire. Clutching their metal shields tightly, they invoked the light shield skill, enveloping their shields in a massive radiant barrier to bolster their defenses. Clang, clang, clang. Like giant bats, the gargoyles descended en masse, fiercely assaulting the light shield, creating a resonant sound as cracks swiftly spread across its surface. Meanwhile, swordsmen and assassins seized the opportunity to strike, fiercely cleaving at the taunted gargoyles. However, the banshees, clearly adept in mental attributes, were wholly unaffected by the group taunt. They went berserk, casting curses of slow and mutilation upon the defenders, plunging them into states of diminished agility, strength, and vitality. Moreover, larger banshees, possessing greater spiritual power, released piercing shrieks that caused intense pain for those with lower mental fortitude, leaving them screaming in agony and momentarily blanking out. Mental attacks from the banshees. Whoosh! One particularly large banshee, resembling a possession, opportunistically invaded a swordsman's body. The swordsman froze momentarily, and then his eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light, revealing a strange and cruel smile. Just moments before, he had been hacking at gargoyles, but now, without hesitation, he unleashed a blade wave, slaying an unsuspecting mage comrade. Chapter 27. A distress signal emerges, but it is not from Yi Guhong. Oh no. Qiangzi has been possessed. Quickly, kill him. The knight, bracing against the onslaught of ghouls, roared desperately, his eyes wide with panic. He was struggling under the relentless attacks, with even the light shield having been shattered, leaving him unable to assist the possessed swordsman. But it was not just Qiangzi. 2 others on the city walls had also been possessed, including another knight. The possessed knight swiftly turned his shield, striking it violently against a swordsman's forehead, causing blood to flow and leaving the poor fellow dazed. Around them, the gargoyles, no longer affected by the taunt, swarmed towards the other sentinels. Several warriors immediately shouted in anger, embroiled in a desperate struggle. The unfortunate swordsman, struck by the shield, was quickly torn apart in an instant. Chaos reigned atop the 700-meter city wall defended by the 2nd Battalion of Heaven and Earth. The cursed banshees, alongside the oncoming hordes of gargoyles and the possessed fighters, threw everyone into disarray. They fought back with wild abandon, completely lacking strategy. One mage, in a panic, mistakenly unleashed a fire chain spell, resulting in 3 basketball-sized fireballs detonating, killing one comrade and injuring another. While the city wall descended into chaos, a throng of ghouls began to swarm up the walls like ants. In the briefest of moments, the situation along that stretch of wall, once guarded by 70 warriors, had become dire. In stark contrast, the wall solely guarded by Yi Guhong bore an entirely different scene. As the gargoyles descended in a dark mass, Yi Guhong remained eerily calm, merely lifting his gaze with a cold glare, not even batting an eyelash. When they gathered densely enough and approached within striking range, he swung his sword to unleash a mighty wave of searing flames. The dance of fiery demons. Boom! A cacophony of wailing gargoyles echoed as they were reduced to ash amidst the flames. The falling embers painted a magnificent spectacle against the night sky, a breathtaking display of fiery rain, formidable and awe-inspiring. He felled 42 level 7 and below gargoyles, earning 84 points of malevolence. He also vanquished 12 level 8 gargoyles, gaining 360 points of malevolence. Furthermore, he eradicated 3 level 9 gargoyles, acquiring 150 points of malevolence. The flood of information surging through Yi Guhong's mind highlighted the astonishing yield of his strike. The banshees in the air had indeed cast numerous curses upon him, but alas, all were thwarted by the Shura battle armor. leaving him unscathed, with only wisps of azure smoke rising from his scarlet aura. Even the two larger banshees, whose banshee wails echoed around him, failed to inflict any mental impact upon Yi Guhong. They merely sounded like a ghastly lament, grating on his nerves enough with the wailing. Yi Guhong, irritated by the noise, expressed his feelings directly, with a swift gesture. He pointed, releasing a radiant beam that pierced through the cranium of a large banshee. With a shriek of agony, the banshee's head began to emit smoke, its spirit dissipating amidst its haunting cries, clearly a creature of mental prowess. Lacking in vitality, merely creating a hole through its spiritual core was sufficient to annihilate it. He felled a banshee, level 11, gaining 100 points of malevolence, as Yi Guhong dispatched this large banshee. Another level 11 banshee swiftly approached, its face contorted with hatred, intent on seizing Yi Guhong's body. Yet, upon making contact with the Shura battle armor, it emitted a piercing scream, as though a chemical reaction occurred, and it was engulfed in smoke, vanishing in an instant. The crimson-hued armor bore traces of slight corrosion from the encounter. To an unknowing observer, it might appear that the banshee was not attempting possession but rather acting as a sacrificial pawn, inflicting negligible damage upon the enemy. This was sheer bravery. No wonder it could wield possession and the banshee wail. It had evidently attained sentience. Yi Guhong silently scoffed and once more unleashed the dance of fiery demons, obliterating throngs of ghouls and acquiring another 130 points of malevolence. As another wave of gargoyles charged forth, they seemed to have learned from their predecessors, activating the petrification skill as the raging flames approached. Their flesh and blood transformed into stone, resembling masterfully carved statues, lifelike and vivid. In their petrified state, the gargoyles lost their mobility and became heavier, plummeting towards the ground. Yet, the rapid eruption of the dance of fiery demons submerged them in an instant. Even with their enhanced defenses, they could not withstand such ferocious onslaught. He felled 24 level 7 and below gargoyles, gaining 48 points of malevolence. He also defeated 6 level 8 gargoyles, acquiring 180 points of malevolence. Additionally, he dispatched 2 level 9 gargoyles, earning 100 points of malevolence. Even the solitary level 10 gargoyle could only endure the flames for 2 additional seconds before being reduced to charred remnants, its stone-like body cracking and crumbling, providing Yi Guhong with 100 points of malevolence. Had the sentinels on the other side not been overwhelmed and distracted, they would undoubtedly have been shocked to the core by the spectacle unfolding. Yi Guhong's extraordinary display captured the attention of the Death Knight. It emitted an intangible wave of mental energy, seemingly communicating orders. The creatures that had been confronting Yi Guhong decisively veered away, opting to attack the more crowded battalions of Tianzi and Dazai. The Death Knight had discerned that these lowly creatures were no more than ants before Yi Guhong, and continuing the assault would only result in needless casualties. Thus, a horde of grotesque, misshapen abominations, exuding a ghastly green mist and radiating a brutal, savage aura, charged towards Yi Guhong. Even the Death Knight galloped forward, brandishing its bone sword in pursuit, despite the formidable might of the enemies, including the boss, being drawn towards Yi Guhong. The sheer influx of other monsters left the sentinels in utter despair, nearly causing cardiac arrest. Boom, boom, boom. Meng Tiancheng managed to signal for help amidst the chaos, igniting a flurry of fireworks in the night sky. The captain of the Xuanzi battalion, awakened by the commotion, revealed a smirk of schadenfreude. It was clear that Yi Guhong was on the brink of demise. Serves him right for being so arrogant. Ha 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 ha. The commander of the Zuans, Lubu Kuji, decided to deliberately delay his rescue efforts by a few minutes. However, he was unaware that the one who signaled was not Yi Guhong, but rather Meng Tiancheng, who shared a close bond with him, akin to that of life and death. Chapter 28. The situation is awry. Ascend a level to calm the shock boom. Faced with the approaching elite undead, Yi Guhong raised his hand and unleashed a wave of blazing flames. The previously unstoppable Heavenly Demon's frenzied flame dance failed to display its overwhelming might at this moment. Under the command of the Death Knight, the grotesque amalgam of stitched-together creatures maintained a rather scattered formation. Although the coverage of the Heavenly Demon's frenzied flame dance was sufficiently expansive, only a handful of monsters fell victim to it. Even amidst the inferno, the stitched monstrosities were not incinerated on the spot. They merely sustained extensive burns, their thick flesh charred black as coal. The agony of the flames elicited anguished roars of fury from them, yet they resolutely charged through the fire, continuing their advance, their bodies gradually extinguishing in the flames. The inability of the heavenly demon's frenzied flame dance to annihilate the stitched monsters did not surprise Ye Gu Hong in the least. As an area of effect skill, its damage to individual targets was quite limited. Compared to single-target skills such as Meteor Strike and Lightning Grasp, it paled in comparison. While it was easy to obliterate a group of lower-level monsters with an area of effect skill, encountering higher-level monsters rendered it less effective. Yet, Ye Gu Hong had never contemplated relying solely on one skill to eradicate an entire group of elite undead. If one casting of the heavenly demon's frenzied flame dance was insufficient, then what about 2 or 3? Ye Gu Hong's mental energy had been excessively depleted, rendering him incapable of casting any further area of effect skills. However, he possessed ample amounts of malevolent energy. Thus, he expended 1,600 points of malevolent energy and ascended to level 13. He then unleashed the heavenly demon's frenzied flame dance once more. Boom! Another wave of searing flames erupted, causing a cacophony of wretched cries from the group of stitched monsters. Observing their grievous injuries without succumbing to death, Ye Gu Hong wasted no time and unleashed another torrent of blazing flames. Even these remarkably resilient stitched creatures could not withstand the inferno for a third time. They were swiftly reduced to ashes amidst their screams. Having slain 8 abominations, level 12, he gained 1040 points of malevolent energy. Slaying 5 abominations, level 13, earned him 800 points of malevolent energy. As this information surfaced in his mind, Ye Gu Hong felt a profound shock mixed with exhilaration. To have dispatched 13 creatures known as abominations and netted over 1,800 points of malevolent energy was no small feat. It was worth noting that ascending to level 14 required only 2,200 points of malevolent energy. This meant that Ye Gu Hong, having just reached level 14, was already on the cusp of level 15 within a mere minute. Such astonishing speed was nothing short of terrifying. If word were to spread, not only Lin Fengqi but even Zhong Zhendong and the monk would have to weigh their options. Should they choose to befriend Ye Gu Hong or eliminate him in his infancy to prevent any potential threat to their own power and standing? Yet, for Ye Gu Hong at this moment, he had no desire to ponder such matters, as he engaged in battle. A group of abominations had already circumvented the flames and closed in on him. Launching an attack, clang, the abominations hurled iron hooks, each adorned with chains composed of a dark, pulsating energy, tightly gripped in their hands. A glimmering array of iron hooks advanced towards Ye Gu Hong, seemingly intent on piercing through his flesh and bone. Dragging him down from the city walls, Ye Gu Hong swung his sword, cleaving through the chains with the precision of a ghostly axe. Even as the iron hooks collided with his Shura battle armor, they merely sparked and bounced off with a resounding clang. The few abominations had their thrown hooks lodged firmly against the edge of the city wall, and as the chains retracted with a clatter, they easily ascended the walls. Radiating a nauseating stench, they spread pestilence and disease with their sickly green aura, brandishing bloodied blades as they roared towards Ye Gu Hong. Without hesitation, Ye Gu Hong advanced and struck with his blade. Swish! The icy gleam of the knife flashed, and a grotesquely large head rolled away. The creatures that had previously withstood 2 casts of the heavenly demon's frenzied flame dance without dying were instantly slain by a single blow from his ghostly axe. Having slain an abomination, level 12, he gained 130 points of malevolent energy. Engaging in direct combat with several abominations, Ye Gu Hong discovered that they possessed not only formidable vitality but also considerable offensive capabilities. Their blades left marks upon his Shura battle armor. If they were to strike the same spot consecutively, they could potentially breach his defenses and injure him. Unfortunately, they did not have the opportunity, as the abominations that had ascended the city wall were swiftly eradicated by Ye Gu Hong. Meanwhile, the Death Knight advanced. Its skeletal steed ran along the straight city wall as if it were enchanted. Propelling the Death Knight upward, with the momentum of the galloping horse, the Death Knight raised its bone sword and swung it down towards Ye Gu Hong. Boom! Ye Gu Hong narrowly evaded the strike, but a massive chunk of the city wall was cleaved off and crashed to the ground. Observing the remaining abominations surging onto the battlements, Ye Gu Hong disregarded defense entirely, ignoring the descending bone sword. and unleashed the heavenly demon's frenzied flame dance once more. He had accumulated enough malevolent energy for an upgrade. Regardless of how much mental energy he expended or how grievous his injuries were, he would instantaneously recover upon leveling up. This meant that Yi Gu Hong now needed only to vanquish his foes with utmost swiftness. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, akin to the shattering of a thermos. The Death Knight's strike was less of a cut and more of a smash. The chest of Yi Gu Hong's Shura battle armor instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. He felt as though he had been struck by a speeding freight truck, a sharp pain coursing through his chest, causing blood to spill from his mouth and nose as he was sent flying. Yet, even as Yi Gu Hong soared through the air, he bore the pain. His eyes ablaze with fierce determination, and unleashed 2 consecutive casts of the heavenly demon's frenzied flame dance. Boom. This section of the city wall was instantly engulfed in flames, and the abominations within were obliterated. Providing Yi Gu Hong with a substantial amount of malevolent energy, the Death Knight, however, charged forth unfazed, galloping through the flames toward him. It believed that Yi Gu Hong's protective aura could no longer sustain itself, and with his mental energy severely depleted, he would be powerless to withstand its onslaught. With just 2 more strikes, it believed it could slay him. The Death Knight was exhilarated, its bloodthirsty impulse causing it to tremble with excitement. However, Yi Gu Hong had already ascended to level 14 after expending 2,200 points of malevolent energy. Not only had his attributes and skills been further enhanced, but his state had also been instantly restored to its peak. Clang! Yi Gu Hong executed a ghostly axe strike against the bone sword, producing a resonant clash. To his astonishment, the fierce attack of ghostly axe strike failed to sever the bone sword, nor did it create even a dent. The Death Knight evidently possessed a significant advantage in power. With a casual swing of its sword, Yi Gu Hong felt his arms go numb. Just how high was this creature's level? Yi Gu Hong's heart raced with alarm, prompting him to activate Broken Illusion Demon Eye. Under normal circumstances, it was challenging for a practitioner to discern a monster's information before slaying it. However, the usual circumstances were not absolute. Upon viewing the information of the Death Knight, Yi Gu Hong's gaze sharpened. An 18-level team-level boss? Chapter 29. I am level 14. Is it not reasonable to solo an 18-level boss? Generally, to slay an 18-level team boss without casualties, at least 5 level 20 powerful practitioners were required, along with suitable equipment, coordinated collaboration, and a well-rounded formation. Otherwise, there was still a risk of casualties or even a total wipeout. Yet here stood a level 14 practitioner, bizarrely challenging an 18-level team boss. Moreover, this practitioner lacked even a single piece of equipment above level 6. From any perspective, this seemed a battle devoid of suspense. Why Yi Gu Hong was destined to be utterly defenseless and meet a swift demise. Yet, the reality was far different. Why Yi Gu Hong not only survived but also, with the ferocity of ghostly axe strike, engaged the Death Knight in a frenzied duel. This scene was utterly inconceivable, evoking a surreal sensation. Yet it was happening. This cannot continue. I will be worn down. It would be more prudent to exchange injuries while I still possess the strength to fight. Yi Gu Hong felt his arms tingle from the impact. Yet a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He decisively abandoned the idea of trading blows with the Death Knight, delivering an aggressive strike while transitioning to a defensive stance. He then lunged toward the undead knight with his left hand clawing forward, while his right wielded the ghostly axe. Bang! The bone sword and the blade enveloped in sword energy collided almost simultaneously. The chest of the Shura battle armor instantly spread with spiderweb-like cracks. Yi Gu Hong was sent reeling from the impact, but he had also inflicted wounds upon the Death Knight, violently tearing away a piece of armor and flesh with his electrified left hand. In the midst of being thrown back, he swiftly pointed a finger, unleashing a meteor strike that pierced the wounded area of the Death Knight, where its armor had been stripped away. The Death Knight staggered, roaring in pain, and stamped its feet furiously, causing the city wall to tremble slightly. It charged toward Yi Gu Hong, swinging its sword to unleash a death curse that coalesced into a mass resembling black maggots. The Shura battle armor, upon receiving this curse, immediately emitted thick green smoke before shattering completely. Yi Gu Hong disregarded the impending doom and unleashed meteor strike in rapid succession, forcing the Death Knight to block with its bone sword. Clang, clang, clang. The bone sword endured the fierce and relentless onslaught, disrupting the Death Knight's rhythm and forcing it to retreat step by step in a relentless barrage of meteoric strikes. The once steadfast fortress finally succumbed. Fissures spreading with a resounding crack, culminating in its shattering demise. Consistency prevails as the singular point breaks the expanse. Devoid of a suitable weapon, the Death Knight's offensive and defensive capabilities plummeted, its head exploding after enduring several meteoric blows. Yet, even in such dire straits, it remained standing, embodying the spine-chilling vitality of an 18-level team boss. At that moment, the Death Knight's heart brimmed with a tumult of rage and frustration. Theoretically, it still possessed the capacity to unleash an ultimate skill known as manipulation of corpses, capable of controlling up to 6 bodies, granting them a fleeting state of undeath to assist in battle. Unfortunately, all the abominations atop the walls had been reduced to ashes by Yi Guhong. Leaving no corpses to command, Go single-handedly slay an 18-level team boss. What an immense accumulation of malevolence! Yi Guhong, wild and untamed, engaged in a ferocious battle with the Death Knight upon its approach. The once formidable 100 battle blade, now overwhelmed and riddled with gaps and cracks, was violently shattered, severing the Death Knight's arms. It is worth noting that when Yi Guhong acquired this level 6 purple quality weapon, he had yet to meet its minimum equip level. Yet, in a mere 3 days, it had become obsolete, unable to keep pace with Yi Guhong's rapid ascent, proving ineffective in combat. Following the destruction of the 100 battle blade, the level 5 purple quality armor followed suit, utterly rendered useless. Nevertheless, Yi Guhong unleashed a ferocious and brutal momentum, tearing apart the Death Knight's chest. Armor, flesh, and even the sturdy ribs met the same fate, all shredded asunder. With a final, resounding cry, Yi Guhong, akin to tearing apart resilient leather, exerted his strength, obliterating a heart into fragments. Upon vanquishing the Death Knight, 18-level team boss, he garnered 2,500 points of malevolence. He also obtained a mount, the Skeleton Warhorse, 18-level, purple quality, eligible for storage in his mount space. Yi Guhong felt a jolt of exhilaration. 2,500 points of malevolence. Even though he had reached level 14, the malevolence earned from slaying this boss was nearly sufficient for him to ascend another level. Moreover, that Skeleton Warhorse, categorized as Mount Loot, was indeed an unexpected delight. With remarkable speed, it traversed vertical surfaces as if they were level ground, all without consuming fuel. Could this be even more formidable than a sports car? Yi Guhong felt a surge of excitement but refrained from hastily mounting the horse to experience its prowess. Instead, he first accessed his data panel, Malevolence, 3,682,800. Upon witnessing such a gratifying figure, Yi Guhong promptly expended 2,800 points of malevolence, elevating himself to level 15. His attributes surged, skill levels advanced, and his state was fully restored. He then spent an additional 180 points of malevolence to upgrade Hidden Demon Technique to level 7, maintaining his visible level at 8, climbing onto the imposing Skeleton Warhorse, its hooves flickering with ghostly blue flames. Yi Guhong gazed toward another segment of the wall, his heart sinking. The sections guarded by the Heaven and Earth battalions were still engulfed in chaos. The sounds of battle echoed incessantly. Even the city gate had been breached. A horde of mindless ghouls, gargoyles, and banshees, bereft of leadership, either ravenously feasted upon the fallen sentinels or surged directly into the city. Yi Guhong was astounded. Here he was, a solitary figure, having vanquished both the boss and the abominations, and yet, a mere 70 individuals were unable to handle a throng of lesser foes, allowing them to breach the city gate? In his expectations, the 70 sentinels should not have been so woefully ineffective. Yet the reality proved otherwise. Not everyone possessed the immunity to the Banshee's wails, curses, and possession as he did, granting the enemy ample opportunity to act. Moreover, even the mages within the sentinels had skills with ranges far inferior to the heavenly demon blazing dance, limiting their efficiency in dispatching foes. After the mages were systematically decimated, the melee combatants struggled to eliminate enemies with any semblance of speed. The confluence of these factors birthed the utterly perplexing situation at hand. Had Yi Guhong not been present, the fate awaiting these 70 might well have been annihilation. Chapter 30. Let him kneel until dawn. Boom! Flames surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the legion of undead that had breached the city. Slaying 85 monsters of level 10 and below, he acquired 170 points of malevolence, resolving the crisis of the breached city gate. Yi Guhong did not pause. He commanded the skeleton warhorse with his will, which responded with a piercing whinny, galloping toward another section of the wall. Swish, 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 blades of light cleaved through the air, striking down the undead. The sentinels were both astonished and elated, exclaiming in unison, "It was Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong has come to our rescue. What the hell? Every strike is an instant kill. What skill is this? Sword Chi. He must be a cultivator. This undoubtedly is the legendary Sword Chi." The crowd was overwhelmed with excitement, and some, saved from the brink of death, were moved to tears, expressing their deep gratitude to Yi Guhong. "Clear the way," Yi Guhong shouted. Parting the crowd with a meteoric strike, the sentinels, not daring to linger, quickly stepped aside, forming a path for him. Like soldiers, they stood in formation to welcome the arrival of their savior. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves thundered as Yi Guhong charged forth. Unimpeded, he first utilized his meteoric strikes to eliminate foes from a distance, then engaged in close combat, cleaving through the remaining undead with his ghostly axe. Even without employing indiscriminate area attacks, his efficiency in dispatching enemies remained terrifyingly high. With Yi Guhong's forceful intervention, the sentinels swiftly regained the upper hand, completely purging the enemy. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, the survivors were left with feelings of dread and gratitude, overshadowed only by profound astonishment. The 30 or so remaining sentinels shared this sentiment, collectively turning to Yi Guhong. "Great one, thank you for your timely intervention. I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude." Meng Tianqing altered his address, recalling his earlier calculations, and felt a flush of embarrassment. He wished to candidly acknowledge his mistakes, sincerely apologize, and clarify his stance to Yi Guhong, yet felt it too shameful to articulate in front of so many. "Indeed, Yi, great one. Had it not been for you, we might have perished here tonight. What the hell? I wonder what the Xian battalion is up to. The distress signal went out ages ago, yet we haven't seen a trace of them. Captain Ming, isn't Captain Zhao of the Xian battalion your close ally? How is it that you nearly perished here, and he did not come to your aid?" The mention of this sparked outrage among the crowd, vocally condemning the Xian battalion for their inaction, with some even questioning the brotherhood between Zhao Songting and Meng Tianqing. At that moment, Zhao Songting finally arrived, lagging behind with his fellow members of the Xian battalion. Before he could utter a word, the sentinels on the wall unleashed a barrage of questions and accusations upon him. "What the hell? The malevolence has been eradicated, and now you show up. Were you waiting to collect our corpses and profit from our demise?" Even Meng Tianqing, brimming with fury, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Zhao Songting, I sent out the distress signal ages ago. Why the hell did you only just arrive?" Zhao Songting was utterly taken aback. He had assumed that the distress signal was emitted by Yi Guhong. The members of the Tian battalion, including Meng Tianqing, had not even been stationed at the wall that night. After grasping the situation, Zhao Songting was left dumbfounded, his heart racing. "What is happening?" Yi Guhong single-handedly wreaked havoc, while the 70 members of the Tian and Earth battalions suffered devastating losses. Seeing his close ally on the verge of turning against him, he hastily defended himself. "Old Meng, it's not that I didn't care. I thought that signal was from Yi." But before he could finish, Zhao Songting's expression shifted, and he fell silent. By the time he realized the implications, it was too late. "What? If it wasn't Captain Ming who sent the signal, does that mean you could stand idly by?" Yi Guhong sneered, challenging him. "No, absolutely not." Zhao Songting denied vehemently, panic washing over him. He was sweating profusely, desperately seeking an excuse to deflect the blame, only to be interrupted by Yi Guhong. "What you say is of no consequence. You ought to contemplate how to explain this to Sister Jing tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhao Songting felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had presumed that Yi Guhong was the one who sent the distress signal, all while harboring the intent to stand idly by, deliberately delaying assistance. Given Li Jing's regard for Yi Guhong, such actions would surely lead him to a dead end. With a gritted jaw, Zhao Songting suddenly knelt before Yi Guhong. "Great one, Yi. I understand my mistakes. I beg you, grant me a chance to redeem myself," he implored urgently, then began to bow repeatedly. The crowd gasped in shock, rendered speechless by the sight. Yet Zhao Songting cared little for public opinion. What did it matter if he lost face? Compared to his life, everything else was trivial. However, his abject display of humility failed to sway Yi Guhong. Why Yi Guhong found it laughable. You wanted me dead? And now you think this farce will change anything? He dismissed Zhao Songting, returning to the segment of the wall he had been guarding atop his skeleton warhorse. Great one, Yi, if you do not forgive me, I shall remain here on my knees. Zhao Songting refused to relent. Then kneel, by all means. Why? Yi Guhong coldly retorted. A chill swept through the crowd, and the members of the Xian battalion exchanged glances. Hesitating to speak. At last, Meng Tianqing, with a heavy heart, approached Yi Guhong to plead for Zhao Songting. Captain Meng, I advise you not to meddle in this matter, Yi Guhong said, frowning. Meng Tianqing felt a pang of compassion. But he is with me. Yi Guhong interrupted him sharply. If he is like Wang Laming from the Mineral Bureau, scheming to harm me in hopes of aligning with Lin Fengqi for a better future, can he still be considered your brother? You should think not only of yourself but also of your family. If my suspicions prove true, do you not fear becoming entangled in this, even risking your life? Hearing this, Meng Tianqing's expression changed drastically, and his heart sank. It dawned on him that Zhao Songting's behavior was indeed peculiar. He could not possibly be unaware that failing to act in the face of danger would lead to severe repercussions. Yet, Zhao Songting had chosen this path regardless. What kind of benefit could possibly justify such perilous risks? The answer became painfully clear. Cold sweat dripped from Meng Tianqing as he cast a horrified glance at Zhao Songting. Kneeling below, foolishness, he lamented, a bitter smile on his lips, yet he could no longer find the words to advocate for another. As time passed, rain began to fall from the night sky. The downpour intensified, the cold wind biting like a knife. Why? Yi Guhong sought refuge from the rain atop the city wall. Sipping hot tea, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Zhao Songting remained motionless in the pouring rain, knelt in despair, his head buried in the ground, unwilling to rise, even as the night gave way to dawn. Chapter 31. Zhao Songting, at the grave, emotionally steady. The morning sky was shrouded in gray. The relentless rain cascaded down like a curtain of pearls, shattering upon impact with the ground. Realizing the night had passed, Zhao Songting, drenched and disheveled, lifted his gaze towards the city outskirts. His breath quickened, and he clenched his teeth, seemingly having made a resolution at that moment. However, Yi Guhong descended from the city wall, appearing before him, accompanied by Meng Tianqing, who held an umbrella over him. Clearly, Meng Tianqing's attitude towards Yi Guhong had undergone a complete transformation, now filled with reverence. Upon seeing their figures, Zhao Songting's heart skipped a beat, unease washing over him. Will you go to Sister Jing to confess your sins on your own, or shall I escort you there? Yi Guhong stated bluntly. Zhao Songting turned pale, unsure if it was from the cold or fear, and shuddered. Yi, why must you make matters so final? You are magnanimous. Please spare me, if you let me off this time. My life will be yours from now on. Whether it be climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames, at your command, I shall not flinch, he pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face as he bowed repeatedly. Yet, within Yi Guhong's heart, there was no tremor, only a hint of amusement. Now you know fear, and resort to pitiful displays. Where was this sentiment before? Meng Tianqing felt a pang of discomfort, his expression complex. Old Zhao? Do not act in this manner. You are aware of King Li's character. As long as you have not conspired with Lin Fengqi to harm him, King Li would not condemn you to death. Zhao Songting's face oscillated between shades of blue and white, his lips quivering, yet he could not articulate a response. Meng Tianqing observed his reaction, his heart sinking further. Why? Yi Guhong narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. If you are feeling guilty and fear-facing Sister Jing, there is still a path for you. Zhao Songting's face brightened with hope, and he looked up at him. Why? Yi Guhong sneered. That is to break through the city gates and, taking advantage of the daylight, escape to the north to seek refuge with Lin Fengqi. You have knelt here for so long, was it not to wait for dawn, hoping to slip away once we leave the gates? Zhao Songting's thoughts were laid bare, and panic crossed his features. He hastily denied. No, that was not my intention. Yet, before he could finish, a glint of malice crossed his eyes as he suddenly drew his staff. Caught off guard, Meng Tianqing could only display shock. But Yi Guhong had been prepared, waiting for this moment. In a swift motion, as Zhao Songting brandished his staff, Yi Guhong struck down with his blade, severing his wrist and causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. Zhao Songting let out a chilling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, while Yi Guhong's blade, enveloped in a deadly aura, pierced his heart. With a forceful twist, he withdrew the blade, leaving Zhao Songting's chest drenched in blood, his lifeless body collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror and despair, the last sight before him being the unending rain cascading from the heavens. Defeated a mage, level 15, gained 400 points of malevolence, loot acquired, Frost Staff, level 13, red quality. Yi Guhong picked up the Frost Staff, and a surge of information flooded his mind, revealing a unique attribute, Frost, when casting ice-based magic below level 20. The skill is treated as one level higher. This meant that an 18-level ice spear, under the influence of this staff, would be equivalent to a 19-level ice spear. It was not uncommon for top-tier red quality equipment to possess such special attributes. Zhao Songting's body lay cold, blood mingling with the rainwater, staining the surrounding puddles a pale red. Yet, all the sentinels, including Ming Tianqing, felt their hearts racing, unable to calm their tumultuous emotions. Yi Guhong, with an apparent strength of level 8, had decisively slain a level 15 mage, leaving everyone in shock. Even disregarding the disparity in power, such ruthless determination, without even a flicker of hesitation, was not something an ordinary 18-year-old could embody. Let us depart. Yi Guhong pushed aside the umbrella offered by Ming Tianqing and summoned his skeletal steed. He mounted with grace, riding off into the rain, leaving the onlookers to murmur amongst themselves, incredible, though mages are typically fragile. Zhao Songting was still level 15. Shouldn't a level 15 mage have some resilience? Yi Guhong is only level 8, yet he managed to slay him with just 2 strikes. What 2 strikes? The one that severed the hand does not count. The one that pierced his heart was enough to finish Zhao Songting. The crowd speculated that the golden weapon in Yi Guhong's hand had played a crucial role. However, as a cultivator, Yi Guhong's inherent strength was not to be underestimated, especially the sharp blade aura that enveloped his weapon, which did not go unnoticed by the crowd. As for the level of the Death Knight and the Abomination, they had previously debated this, estimating them to be level 11 monsters and level 11 team bosses. After all, they had not defeated either and could only speculate. Logically, with Yi Guhong's level 8 strength, even with a full set of golden equipment, taking on a group of level 11 monsters would be a tall order. Moreover, this conjecture had received Yi Guhong's tacit acknowledgement. The onlookers marveled, considering the level 11 team boss to be formidable. Despite Yi Guhong's ferocity, even his level 8 golden armor had been rendered useless. And his level 8 golden blade had shattered, not to mention he had consumed a low-grade rejuvenation pill. Yet they could hardly imagine that the truth was even more outrageous. The abominations were not level 11, but at least level 12, with some even reaching level 13. The Death Knight, on the other hand, was an 18-level team boss, a terrifying entity capable of annihilating entire battalions on the battlefield. Moreover, Yi Guhong possessed no equipment advantage. His 100 Battles blade was merely level 6 purple quality, and his armor was only level 5 purple quality. He was fighting primarily based on his own strength. Fortunately for them, their imagination spared Yi Guhong the trouble of concealing his true combat strength. Yet, despite their gross underestimation of both Yi Guhong and his opponents, the Sentinels remained captivated by the spectacle. They believed Yi Guhong to be a remarkable individual, destined for greatness, and wholly worthy of Li Jing's investment. Little did they know, on the day Yi Guhong no longer feared Lin Fengqi and no longer needed to disguise his true power, they would be left aghast, realizing their initial assumptions had been far too conservative. Chapter 32. Is it not just leveling up? Allow me to demonstrate on the spot. Yi Guhong returned home, refreshed himself, and while having breakfast, engaged in conversation with Yi Qinxue before retreating to his room for a rest. The intense battle of the previous night, coupled with the sleepless hours, had not taken a toll on his body, but the relaxation brought about a sense of psychological fatigue. He slept soundly until noon, only to be awakened by Yi Qinxue. The people from the Xuanzi battalion have been kneeling outside for the entire morning. You should hurry and check, she said, exasperated. Those unaware might think you have been bullying them. Kneeling for a whole morning? Yi Guhong was taken aback, puzzled. Why did you not wake me earlier? Yi Qinxue sighed. They begged me not to disturb your rest, saying they did not wish to interrupt. and kept bowing to me. What could I do? Yi Guhong chuckled. Have I become that influential now? It seems so, Yi Qinxue replied with a smile. You are probably not far off from how I was back then. Yi Guhong laughed softly and stepped outside. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the sight of over 30 members of the Xuanzi Battalion, arranged in a neat formation, kneeling in front of the villa. The rain has lessened, yet the members of Xuanzi camp have long been drenched, resembling drowned rats. Some residents from the inner city, holding umbrellas, stand to the side, watching the spectacle and whispering amongst themselves. All right, everyone, rise. What are you all kneeling before me for? Am I some unscrupulous boss withholding wages, forcing you to come here to collect debts? Yi Guhong found the situation both amusing and vexing, genuinely surprised by this turn of events. The leader of Xuanzi camp immediately lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he said, My lord, we saw the distress signal last night but arrived late. Please forgive us. Yi Guhong sighed, helplessly retorting, if I truly intended to do something to you. Would you still be kneeling here? Now, get up quickly, before I'm compelled to kick you. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. After hearing of Yi Guhong's furious slaying of Zhao Songting, they were filled with trepidation, each feeling a sense of danger. Who would have thought that Yi Guhong was actually quite easy to deal with and had no intention of holding them accountable? His thoughts were rather straightforward. These individuals clearly did not share Zhao Songting's intentions to harm him in order to flee to Lin Fengqi. Otherwise, once the situation was revealed, they would have taken every measure to escape, and would never have appeared here. After all, a high-level priest could easily force them to articulate everything with a single spell, leaving no room for concealment. They had merely been delayed due to Zhao Songting's deliberate arrangements. Furthermore, Yi Guhong did not even require the assistance of Xuanzi camp. Such trivial matters were hardly worth his concern given his current perspective. Didn't you hear? Yi, my lord, has instructed us to stand. Who dares disobey him? The leader of Xuanzi camp barked at the others, rising first. Thank you, Yi, my lord. The members of Xuanzi camp hurriedly expressed their gratitude and stood up as they respectfully bowed and withdrew. Yi Qinxue, standing nearby, couldn't help but tease, with so many kneeling before you, don't you feel like a landlord? A landlord? Why not just say I'm Huang Shiren? Yi Guhong replied, utterly speechless, causing Yi Qinxue to stifle a laugh. After lunch, Yi Guhong retreated to his room, feigning a period of intense meditation. Though the perfected demonic cultivation technique, Tianma Shentong, contained methods for practice, it clearly stated that any traditional cultivation methods were inapplicable to demonic beings. The value of malevolence differed from that of experience. It could only be obtained through slaughter. The Tianma seed was born for the purpose of killing. Only by validating one's path through bloodshed and stepping over the corpses of gods and demons could one shed their chrysalis and transform into a true Tianma. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Jing arrived. The first thing she said upon seeing Yi Guhong was an accusatory, "You dare to guard the 700-meter city wall alone on Blood Moon Night at level 8. Are you courting death?" Yi Guhong replied helplessly, "Am I not fine?" Li Jing narrowed her alluring eyes slightly, a smile teasing her lips. "Didn't I tell you to stop taking such risks? Otherwise, I'll confine you to a small dark room for some proper punishment." Sensing the impending danger, Yi Guhong cleared his throat and said, "Sister Jing, please let me explain. I had my reasons for doing so." Li Jing crossed her arms and glared at him, her expression suggesting that unless he provided a convincing story, he would be the one at a loss. Yi Guhong, undeterred, stated seriously, "The profession of a cultivator is quite unique. One must possess the resolve to slay demons and uphold justice, ensuring that one's actions align with one's knowledge to traverse the path of cultivation smoothly." This declaration genuinely startled Li Jing. After all, the hidden profession of a cultivator was shrouded in mystery, with scant individuals privy to its related information. The notion of slaying demons aligned perfectly with the responsibilities of a cultivator, leaving little room for critique. "Really?" Li Jing frowned slightly, somewhat skeptical indeed. Yi Guhong feigned helplessness. "If it weren't for this reason, why would I exert myself so much?" Li Jing found his reasoning somewhat valid, but still retorted, "That doesn't justify risking your life like that, does it?" To divert the conversation, Yi Guhong jokingly remarked, "Sister Jing, are you concerned about me?" Li Jing rolled her eyes, brushing off the comment. "Then explain this. What do you mean by saying I didn't just give you 5 vitality pills? What do you mean by saying I provided you with a complete set of golden equipment? Golden equipment? A whole set at that. When did I become so wealthy? I wasn't aware of it myself, Li Jing pondered, her mind in a state of disarray. Truly, one is at home when the pot falls from the sky. News had spread everywhere, suggesting she possessed an abundance of materials for refining low-level vitality pills, along with numerous low-level premium equipment she had no use for. This led some of her subordinates to harbor discontent. If she had such valuable items, why had she hidden them away before, unwilling to share? So it turns out only Yi Guhong was deemed worthy of investment, while their long-standing efforts were not deemed sufficient for her to reward them with surplus items. Yi Guhong felt somewhat guilty and awkward. Isn't it because of your reputation? No matter how astonishing my deeds are, as long as they're attributed to you, it all seems reasonable. Li Jing face-bombed, feeling like a scapegoat. She had never anticipated being exasperated by a mere level 8 youth. Fine, I'll endure it. As long as you level up quickly, consider it an investment on my part. Li Jing sighed, resigned to her fate. Really? Yi Guhong's eyes lit up. Yes, just focus on your cultivation. Li Jing took a deep breath, speaking earnestly. Even if you were to jump straight to level 11, it could be said that I provided you with vitality pills as your sustenance. Lin Fengqi was a cunning individual, always calculating, overthinking his actions. If he believed Yi Guhong was merely leveling up rapidly due to pills alone, he would never go to such lengths to eliminate him. Yi Guhong felt a stir in his heart, realizing that her and his sister's evaluations of Lin Fengqi were remarkably aligned. Could this be a case of heroes sharing a similar vision? He entertained the thought, then smiled and said, Then I shall not hold back. Li Jing scoffed, unconvinced. Hold back? Are you suggesting you can level up right now? Yes, Yi Guhong nodded. Then, under Li Jing's astonished gaze, his displayed level instantly transformed to 9. Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 33. The enigmatic city of Wudong, the illusion of the phoenix, as the exalted southern king in the eyes of countless individuals. Li Jing seldom displayed such an expression. Yet, she was truly taken aback. Internally, she was screaming, feeling as if she were being pranked. Observing her reaction, Yi Guhong found it amusing. Weren't you worried about my leveling speed? How simple it is. I can level up right here to show you. Surprised? Aren't you? Unexpected? Isn't it? Thrilling? Isn't it? Li Jing struggled to regain her composure, attempting to adopt the demeanor of someone accustomed to grand spectacles. But this was a scene she had never encountered. How did you achieve this? Li Jing couldn't help but inquire why cultivation speed has always been rapid. After slaying demons last night, it felt as if I were riding a rocket during my training, and I just happened to reach level 9. Yi Guhong continued to speak with utmost seriousness. WOW. Li Jing involuntarily gasped, genuinely impressed, a true genius. If I were Lin Fengqi and knew of your extraordinary talent, I'd probably go to great lengths to eliminate you. Yi Guhong felt a pang of helplessness, thinking how a mere level 9 had evoked such a reaction from her. What if she knew he was currently level 15? No, not at all. Yi Guhong humbly dismissed her praise. Li Jing shook her head earnestly, stating, previously, aside from your sister, the three of us, including Zhong Zhendong, were regarded as the individuals with the highest cultivation talent in the border city. You're aware of this, right? Seeing Yi Guhong nod, she sighed, a hint of resignation in her voice. Yet, 5 years have passed, and none of us have managed to reach level 41. Compared to your cultivation talent, we truly fall short by a significant margin. As Li Jing spoke, her gaze sparkled with admiration for Yi Guhong, and she couldn't help but smile. That look resembled that of a prisoner released after 20 years. Encountering a stunning beauty, especially one without clothes. Sister Jing, why do I feel like your smile is somewhat terrifying? Yi Guhong's eyes twitched slightly to its nothing. I simply feel that my investment this time has paid off handsomely. Li Jing smiled, her enchanting eyes crescent-shaped, increasingly pleased with Yi Guhong, even licking her cherry-red lips. Yi Guhong felt uncomfortable under her gaze, as if he were on the verge of being ambushed. Then cultivate diligently. As long as you ensure your safety, I won't stop you from slaying demons every night. Li Jing, in high spirits, stood to leave. The unpleasantness of being a scapegoat had dissipated entirely, just as she was about to exit the villa and rejoin the world outside. She suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to Yi Guhong, saying, "Next time, I'll send you a few batches of low-level vitality pills, ensuring you reach level 11. Goodbye." Li Jing waved her hand gracefully and departed in a Ferrari. Meanwhile, the onlookers nearby were left in a state of shock, gazing at Yi Guhong with expressions of disbelief. Wait, did I just hear that correctly? If I remember correctly, the asking price for those items has skyrocketed to 1 or 2 million. And nobody is willing to sell them. A few batches of low-level vitality pills? Is she seriously offering them to him as if they were mere meals? Not only the neighbors and passers-by, but even Yi Guhong was momentarily taken aback before a warmth spread through his heart, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Li Jing's words were evidently intended for the ears of others. In doing so, she effectively solidified the rumors of her ability to concoct numerous low-grade Peiyuan pills. To prevent Yi Guhong's extraordinary cultivation talents from being exposed, Li Jing willingly took on this burden. Indeed, Sister Jing was quite a remarkable person. Why, Yi Guhong mused, growing fonder of this guardian-like woman. That afternoon, Yi Guhong, bearing an outward level of 9, made his appearance at the headquarters of the Night Watchman. Everyone assumed his rapid advancement was due to the considerable number of low-grade Peiyuan pills provided by Li Jing. Though they felt a twinge of envy, they merely sighed in admiration, refraining from further comment. It was at this moment that Yi Guhong learned he had been appointed by Li Jing as the new captain of the Xin unit. He was not required to adhere to a schedule and could operate independently. Furthermore, Yi Guhong could patrol a section of the city wall measuring 700 meters, allowing the other night watchmen to guard the remaining 700 meters. He felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. Thus, for the next 3 nights, Yi Guhong stationed himself atop the city wall. This earned him deep respect among the entire Night Watchman organization, who regarded him as a selfless young man dedicated to slaying monsters and protecting the populace. However, the typical nights were never comparable to the Blood Moon nights. Not only was the number of monsters limited, but their levels were often lower as well. After 3 consecutive nights, Yi Guhong barely managed to reach level 16. Although this progress was already extraordinary, he felt a hint of dissatisfaction. In order to ensure that his displayed combat prowess aligned with his outward level, he raised his apparent level to 11 on the 3rd night. What Yi Guhong did not anticipate was that the headquarters of the Night Watchman would commend his diligent efforts. They not only advanced his salary by a month, but also tripled the remuneration for his captaincy. As Yi Guhong stood there, clutching 3 heavy boxes filled with cash, amounting to 3 million, amidst the enthusiastic applause of his fellow night watchmen, he wore a bewildered expression. I merely wished to level up by slaying monsters. How did I become a model worker? Yi Guhong thought to himself, while outwardly expressing modesty, claiming he was unworthy of such accolades, having merely done what he genuinely wanted. Yet, his words only intensified the admiration on the faces of those around him. And the applause grew even more fervent. Yi Guhong initially believed he would lead a life of idleness during the day and guarding the city at night. However, on the 4th day at noon, Li Jing arrived unexpectedly, bringing with her a truly shocking piece of news. Night watchmen in the eastern city had discovered the elusive Wudong Guiqing, a city that only appeared at night. Li Jing wasted no time and, with an excited expression, declared, "There are numerous low-grade spiritual herbs just outside the city. There must be plenty of rare treasures inside." Upon hearing such astonishing news, Yi Guhong instinctively asked, "Is the information reliable?" "Absolutely reliable," Li Jing replied earnestly, producing several photographs taken at night. As Yi Guhong glanced at them, he beheld an ancient city majestically suspended under the moonlight. Although veiled in mist, he could discern the silhouettes of towering trees. At the city's center stood a golden Wudong tree, its ethereal form soaring like a skyscraper. Surrounding it were radiant phoenixes, their light piercing through the dense fog as they danced gracefully. A level 25 priest confirmed the Night Watchman's claims using a truth spell, proving they did not lie. Li Jing quickly added, Yi Guhong's heart raced as he looked up at Li Jing. "So, what you mean is, we must enter the city. Let's make a big score." The figure before him, a striking woman with a fiery aura, spoke with fervor, devoid of any semblance of a demure lady. Yi Guhong's heart surged with excitement and adrenaline. As he prepared to respond, he suddenly noticed Yi Qingshu sitting nearby, her demeanor off. Upon hearing the words Wudong Guiqing, she fell silent, her brow furrowed tightly as she stared intently at the photographs. Li Jing cast her a deep glance before addressing Yi Guhong. "Zhong Zhendong has already rushed to investigate overnight.
Based on his assessment, there are some Wudong trees in the city center that have absorbed phoenix blood. The phoenix blood Wudong has the ability to grant rebirth. While it may not resurrect the dead, it can lead to a second awakening. Hearing this, Yi Guhong's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced in a surge of emotion. He fixed his gaze on Li Jing, his breathing quickening. If they could obtain the phoenix blood Wudong, Wuden Ti that mean his sister, the fallen genius, could rise again. At that moment, however, Yi Qingxue let out a soft sigh. After more than a year, this ancient city has finally been discovered. Why Yi Guhong was taken aback, his expression filled with surprise. Sister, you've seen this ancient city before? Yi Qingxue nodded gently. Years ago, I suffered a grave injury within the city and barely escaped with my life. Yi Guhong's expression shifted slightly, and Li Jing inquired, astonished, were you that reckless? After investigating Wudong Guiqing, Zhong Zhendong did not seal off the information for himself, indicating that even with his strength, he lacked the confidence to delve deep and return alive after claiming its treasures. The very act of disseminating this news suggested he was likely rallying the four great kings to jointly assault Wudong Guiqing. That such a perilous and enigmatic place had once been traversed by Yi Qingxue was astounding. At that time, I had no other choice, Yi Qingxue replied with a sense of detached calm, smiling. Lin Fengqi had already uncovered the secret of the spiritual mediums and was merely waiting for Lin Xinyue to turn 18 to act against me. I had to desperately seek rare materials to level up quickly, striving to stand against him to protect both myself and Guhong. Li Jing furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating the secret of the spiritual mediums. Indeed, Yi Qingxue stated frankly, spiritual mediums are not just a profession but also a unique constitution. Upon reaching the refining essence stage, one can even refine their own blood to transfer this constitution to others. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's gaze sharpened, a cold smile gracing her lips. I wondered how it could be so coincidental that Lin Xinyue awakened as a spiritual medium. It seemed she was coerced into sacrificing herself to create opportunities for Lin Fengqi, only to be discarded like a worn-out garment afterward. Li Jing's expression twisted in disgust, revealing her disdain for Lin Fengqi. Why Yi Guhong remained silent, but the mere thought of that father-daughter duo ignited a fiery hatred within him. Causing his fists to clench tightly, Yi Qingxue regarded him earnestly. The reason I did not inform you of the Wudong Guiqing was to prevent you from acting impulsively. Implicit in her words was a plea for Yi Guhong not to venture there, to avoid potential calamities. Yet, Yi Guhong stubbornly shook his head, then turned to Li Jing and asked, Sister Jing, what are your plans now? Li Jing replied, Wudong Guiqing is a unique situation, akin to a dungeon. It seems to operate under a certain spatial rule. It is divided into 3 zones from outer to inner. Those below level 20 will be randomly teleported to a specific area in the outer zone. Individuals between level 20 and level 31 will be sent to the middle zone. Only those above level 31 will be directly transported to the inner zone. Only by conquering all 3 zones can we break the restrictions of the central area and confront the Phoenix's ethereal form to vie for that fabled divine tree. For this reason, the 4 great kings must not only attack in unison but also gather elite members from all 3 level brackets to forcefully breach Wudong Guiqing. This is not merely an opportunity for high-level individuals, but also a grand feast where lower-level characters can seize their fortunes. It is clear that for the practitioners of the border city, this would be an unprecedentedly grand battle, brimming with opportunities for treasure. Such a scale of battle sounds like an epic dungeon. Yi Guhong remarked in a way. Yi Qingxue shook her head, correcting him, not merely like. It is indeed an epic dungeon. Upon her initial entry into Wudong Guiqing, relevant information had surfaced in her mind, indicating she had entered an epic dungeon. As news of the 4 great kings mobilizing forces to assault Wudong Guiqing spread, it caused a tremendous uproar in the border city. By 3 in the afternoon, all personnel, vehicles, and supplies were prepared. Each of the 4 great kings led approximately 500 individuals, with the majority, around 350, falling within the level range of 11 to 20. The 21 to 30 range comprised only about 150. And those above level 31, including the 4 great kings, numbered merely 12 in total. For the assault on Wudong Guiqing, the border city had mobilized a staggering 2,000 practitioners, an unprecedented display of might. Yet, amidst a crowd of peers who easily exceeded levels 18 and 20, Yi Guhong, with his level 11, felt distinctly out of place. The other practitioners occasionally cast glances his way, some filled with envy while others harbored disdain. Isn't he just a fortunate beneficiary who relied on low-grade Peiyuan pills? Who knows what his true cultivation talent is? He might just be a waste. They thought to themselves, what does being a cultivator matter? Perhaps his progress in the future will lag behind even that of a snail, rendering King Li's investment futile. Many entertained such thoughts, yet none were foolish enough to voice them. Yi Guhong sensed the peculiar gazes upon him, but chose to disregard them. Finding the situation rather amusing in his heart, he truly did not regard these individuals as worthy of his attention. If a confrontation were to ensue, each and every one of them would be nothing more than easy prey for him. Come, distribute them all, one for each person, and wear them properly. Before setting off, Liang Hong called out to the group, handing out armbands adorned with red cloth and yellow characters. Sister Hong, what is the purpose of this? More than one voice echoed the same inquiry. Upon entering Wudong Guicheng, our group will be dispersed and randomly teleported to various locations. If you see the character Nan on your armband, it signifies that you are from the southern city. Recognizing our own, we can assist each other. We can also band together to avoid being slaughtered and robbed by the other three factions. Liang Hong spoke candidly, causing some to change color, their hearts tightening. It dawned upon them that, in comparison to the demons and malevolent spirits, it was perhaps the other practitioners who posed a greater threat. Li Jing further ignited the tension by lighting a slender lady's cigarette. And after exhaling a cloud of smoke, she coldly tossed out a bombshell. Do you know who proposed the idea of wearing armbands to distinguish the various factions? Lin Fengqi. Prepare yourselves. I suspect he has issued a lethal order to the Northerners. Kill any of our people on sight. An uproar ensued, as the gravity of their impending peril became palpable even before they embarked. However, who was afraid of whom? Upon spotting the Northerners, they too could strike back and seize their gear. Moreover, as she continued, Li Jing revealed a mischievous smile, seemingly amused. There's no need for us to engage in open conflict with the northern city. Let the factions on either side reap the spoils. Thus, she waved her hand, and another batch of armbands, hastily produced by a textile factory, was distributed. This time, they bore the characters for Dong instead of Nan. Yi Guhong observed this scene with a peculiar expression, his gaze enigmatic. He could already envision Lin Fengqi's men seeking to eliminate those from the southern city. Yet, searching high and low, he found no one bearing the Nan character on their armbands, only those marked Dong or Shi. Perhaps the Northerners would also employ similar tactics. Masquerading as individuals from the east or west, then, the practitioners from both sides would likely be bewildered. When did we have so many people? Just the mere thought of such a scenario filled Yi Guhong with amusement. Chapter 35. The Moonlit Night, the Ancient City, the Hidden Danger in the Mist. A chaotic convoy composed of charter buses, vans, sedans, even public buses, and a sports car, carried a total of 500 individuals. Departing from the southern city, they traversed the main road toward the eastern city. Yi Guhong did not set himself apart. He mounted his steed. Though his skeletal warhorse, a creature of the undead, possessed the qualities of tirelessness and remarkable speed, it held a distinct advantage over vehicles, being able to navigate more complex and perilous terrains. Yet, why the rush? Was he eager to distance himself from the main group only to collide with Lin Fengqi and meet his demise? Thus, at Li Jing's invitation, he took a seat in the back of a Ferrari. Sister Jing, do you think Lin Xinyue will be there tonight? Yi Guhong casually inquired. Probably not, Li Jing replied with a cold smile. Tonight is far too perilous. It is nothing like the novice dungeon. Although Lin Xinyue holds herself in high regard and is blissfully unaware of her own limitations, Lin Fengqi certainly wouldn't allow his precious daughter to take such great risks. Yi Guhong sighed and nodded. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to take her down, but it matters not. It is only a matter of time. Yi Guhong mused, confident that the day he would slay the Lin father-daughter duo was not far off. At the very least, tonight presented an unprecedented opportunity to elevate his own level at an astonishing pace. As the grand convoy exited the city, it nearly filled the road, treating the two-way lanes as a single lane. 5 years ago, such audacity would have provoked furious curses from opposing drivers. Yet now, as they journeyed along, no other vehicles were in sight. The villages and towns along the route appeared desolate, devoid of human presence. With many buildings overgrown with verdant vines, after more than half an hour, the convoy reached its destination. The drivers gradually pulled over to the sides of the road, seeking parking spaces. Even parked on the asphalt, they occupied only one lane, and all vehicles faced the direction of the border city. Once they departed from Wudong Guicheng, they could drive away without needing to turn around. Zhong Zhendong and Lin Fengqi's people had already arrived, filling both sides of the road with vehicles. Upon seeing Li Jing and her group approach, both factions cast their gazes in unison. The practitioners under Lin Fengqi's command displayed unabashed hostility, sneering openly. Before long, the monk arrived with another 500 individuals. Now, everyone was present. A glance around revealed that the asphalt road was lined with vehicles for quite a distance, with a total of 2,000 people divided into 4 distinct factions. Awaiting the arrival of nightfall, as time passed and the sun began to set on the horizon, tension and excitement permeated the AIRD. Yi Guhong sat atop the bus, gazing upward. At last, night had fallen. As the darkness enveloped the land, a magnificent ancient city appeared as if conjured from thin air. Wudong Guicheng loomed like a challenge to Newton himself, or perhaps possessed some form of anti-gravity technology. Its foundation suspended at a height of 6 or 7 stories, it remained utterly motionless, showing no signs of descending. Its grandeur was such that, standing in close proximity, the onlookers could not fully grasp its entirety, only catching glimpses of the towering walls, marred by the scars of battle and weathered by time. Furthermore, a handful of malevolent spirits suddenly manifested among the crowd, as though monsters from a game had materialized. It must be said, these spirits were exceedingly unfortunate to appear in such a location. They barely revealed themselves before being overwhelmed by attacks from all directions, meeting a swift and direct demise. Enter the city. The 4 kings' gazes burned intensely as they spoke in near unison. Yi Guhong leaped down from the bus roof, joining the main group as they set forth. There was no need to devise a means to ascend. As long as they reached the shadows beneath the ancient city, their forms would vanish in a flash of light, transported into the city itself. Have you all remembered what I said? Lin Fengqi glared at the northerners, his face a mask of cold, ruthless intent. We remember. The crowd roared in unison, their excitement palpable, akin to wolves spotting their prey. Upon encountering Li Jing from the southern city, strike without hesitation. If you can slay Yi Guhong and bring back his head, the rewards will be nothing short of exhilarating. Excellent. Do not disappoint me, Lin Fengqi sneered, gesturing for them to commence. With a shimmering flash, one by one, they began to enter Wudong Guicheng. Exercise utmost caution. If you cannot win, retreat. After all, you have your mounts. They will find it difficult to pursue you, Li Jing cautioned Yi Guhong before he stepped into the city. Yi Guhong was left speechless, thinking to himself that his steed was likely not meant for escape, but rather for hunting others. No wonder she felt confident bringing him along. She believed he could run if he couldn't win. Reflecting on this, Yi Guhong nodded in agreement before stepping into the shadows. Soon, everyone had entered Wudong Guicheng. Before Yi Guhong's eyes, the scenery shifted, and he found himself standing on the cobblestone path nestled between the city walls and buildings. He had entered the epic-level dungeon, Wudong Guicheng, just as Yi Qing Snow had described. Upon entering the ancient city, information flooded his mind. Beneath the silvery moonlight, a faint mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility and rendering distant sights indistinct. Everyone was aware of the dangers lurking here, yet none could ascertain what lay within the mist nearby. This sense of the unknown instilled unease and tension in many who had entered the city, their nerves taut, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Chapter 36. Look, moving equipment and experience points. For Yi Guhong, the mist's influence was inconsequential, activating, breaking illusion's demon eye. His eyes glowed with a demonic red light, even the corners shimmering with faint glimmers. If others were to find themselves in this fog, only seeing a pair of red eyes, would they not think they had encountered a malevolent spirit and be startled? Yi Guhong thought whimsically, but did not dispel the skill's effect in his view. The mist had nearly dissipated, and only wisps of thin fog remained, no longer obstructing his sight. Thus, he spotted 2 figures at the end of the path, appearing amid the flow of light. Both individuals were taken aback upon seeing one another. Almost springing into action, however, as they discerned the Bei character on each other's armbands, relief washed over them. Goodness, you startled me. Turns out you're one of us. Enough chatter, quickly swap armbands to avoid being targeted by those from the southern city. Right, right, I almost forgot. The level 18 knight and level 19 swordsman quickly removed the armbands bearing the character Bei and donned those marked Dong. Just then, the knight caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes emerging from the mist behind the swordsman. What the hell? A ghost? The knight was thoroughly frightened, instantly raising his shield in front of him and reinforcing it with a light shield spell. The swordsman also paled, instinctively retreating behind him, tightly gripping his long sword and fixating on the source of the disturbance. As the distance between them narrowed, the two finally discerned the appearance and stature of the newcomer. In that instant, their anxiety and unease evaporated, replaced by sheer exhilaration. Goodness, we just entered and already encountered the solitary Yi Guhong. What a stroke of luck! They each thought in unison, bursting forth with this singular notion. In the eyes of the two individuals, the mere level 11 Yi Guhong was utterly insignificant. They believed that, without the assistance of their companions, they could effortlessly dispatch him and reap astonishing rewards in the process. Thus, both displayed expressions of cruel excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, they charged towards Yi Guhong. The knight, fearing that Yi Guhong might escape, even resorted to using a taunt. With a swift gesture, Yi Guhong unleashed a radiant beam that pierced through the swordsman's skull in an instant, as blood splattered. The swordsman collapsed into a pool of crimson. Swordsman slain, level 19, gained 600 points of malevolence, equipment dropped, Silver Moon sword, level 16, red quality, Silver Moon light armor, level 18, blue quality. Such information flashed in Yi Guhong's mind. However, as the warm blood splattered across his face, the knight, who had previously been exhilarated and fervent, suddenly felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him from head to toe. His expression transformed to one of sheer horror, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Thud. The knight abruptly skidded to a halt, crouching low as he heavily planted his shield onto the ground. What had he just witnessed? A single strike. An individual of level 11 had effortlessly dispatched a level 19 swordsman with a mere gesture? The knight was utterly petrified, his worldview shattered in an instant. He could not comprehend the situation. Moreover, he had no time to ponder, for at that moment, BEM, a resounding crack filled the air as a streak of light struck his shield, the tremendous force nearly toppling him over. The massive shield forged of light was immediately shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Even after penetrating 2 layers of defense, the already waning meteor strike still possessed residual power. With a resounding crack, it shattered the knight's armor, causing a sharp pain in his chest. Such terrifying lethality sent chills down the knight's spine, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Wait, spare me, Yi Dalao, please spare me. Realizing he could not withstand such a lethal blow, he immediately cried out in desperation. Yet Yi Guhong, without so much as a blink, pointed once more. Poof! The radiant beam shattered the knight's shield, piercing through his chest and exiting his back. Under the overwhelming force, the knight fell to the ground with a thud, his chest and back drenched in blood. Knight slain, level 18, gained 550 points of malevolence, equipment dropped, rock shield, level 15, red quality, Silver Moon heavy armor, level 18, blue quality. Gazing at the 2 corpses before him, Yi Guhong let out a cold sneer. With such meager abilities, they dared to challenge him. They had come to offer their heads and equipment. It seemed. Lin Fengqi, you better ensure that your subordinates of this level do not show themselves, or I shall leave none alive. Yi Guhong vowed silently, storing the 3 pieces of equipment in his inventory, leaving only the level 16 red quality Silver Moon sword hanging at his waist before striding away. As he began to explore the vicinity, he soon heard a cacophony of anxious and furious shouts. Following the sound, Yi Guhong arrived at a street paved with blue stone slabs. Amidst the mist, a makeshift team of 30 or so individuals was engaged in a fierce battle against the encroaching malevolent spirits emerging from various buildings. These spirits took on both ethereal forms and corporeal forms of undead, exhibiting formidable strength and bloodthirsty brutality. What was even more astonishing was that on either side of the road, not only were there rows of phoenix trees, but clusters of peculiar fragrant grass exuding a blue luminescence, resembling jade, were also scattered about. Yinming grass, a low-level spiritual herb of the Yin attribute, many of which had even blossomed into Yinming flowers with enhanced medicinal properties. To Yi Guhong, Even the Yiming flowers held little value. Yet here, along the roadside of the outer area of the dungeon, they grew abundantly, appearing common and worthless. What could this possibly signify? Yi Guhong had no time to ponder further and promptly joined the fray. Utilizing his Yinmoon sword to execute Ghost Axe Slash, he unleashed staggering destructive power, rendering him nearly unstoppable. The group of monsters, all below level 16, stood no chance against him, falling like wheat before a scythe. After accumulating roughly 1,000 points of malevolence, the area finally fell silent. His ferocious display had drawn the attention of several onlookers. As the battle concluded, a multitude of eyes turned towards him, and soon, gasps of surprise erupted. Why Yi Guhong? The individuals from the northern city were instantly filled with mixed emotions, and after a brief exchange of glances, they charged at him. Yi Guhong wasted no time. Summoning his skeletal warhorse and mounting swiftly, galloping through the fog. Quick! Chase him down, don't let him escape. The northern city dwellers, frenzied as if they had spotted a coveted reward, disregarded the Yiming grass entirely and surged forward in a mob. Meanwhile, the practitioners from the eastern and western cities exchanged peculiar glances but took no action. The southern practitioners, though hesitant, glanced at their meager numbers and, feeling vulnerable, dared not pursue in such circumstances, who would not fear that in attempting to rescue Yi Guhong, they might instead lose their own lives. Thank goodness Yi Guhong appeared. Otherwise, if those from the northern city made a move, it would be us who would perish. They could only speculate if he would manage to escape unscathed. Alas, I fear he is likely to perish. Thoughts varied among the crowd. Little did they know that Yi Guhong was not fleeing but rather luring the northern city dwellers into a trap. Intending to eliminate them all at once, Yi Guhong deliberately slowed the pace of his skeletal warhorse, glancing back at the pursuing individuals, a cold and cruel smile curving his lips and his eyes. These pursuers were not human but mere vessels of malevolence and equipment. Chapter 37. Your stealth skill is as laughable as you. Were I to strike directly, I could likely take down 4 or 5 of them at most. The rest would scatter in fear, risking the chance of letting some escape. Moreover, the presence of other witnesses posed a problem. Should word of my true strength spread, it would surely expose my capabilities. Thus, it is far more prudent to draw the snake out of its hole, leaving no witnesses behind. This was Yi Guhong's plan, as anticipated. The practitioners from the northern city regarded him as an easy target. Almost everyone believed they could easily take him down, recklessly pursuing him. Due to the disparity in speed, their formation quickly fell apart. 4 assassins and 2 wind mages chased the closest, occasionally launching wind blades at Yi Guhong. Yet the skeletal warhorse deftly evaded them, leaving the 2 mages in a state of exasperation. Meanwhile, the 4 assassins activated their stealth skill, becoming invisible. However, unbeknownst to them, under the effects of broken illusion they were utterly unhidden in Yi Guhong's sight. That all you can do is run. Aren't cultivators supposed to be formidable? I want to bully you. If you have guts, dismount and let us duel. The 2 mages, infuriated and helpless, cursed in frustration, wishing they possessed a taunting skill. They knew shouting was futile, yet they desired to vent their emotions through such exclamations. Of course, if they could attract a malevolent spirit to block Yi Guhong's path, that would be even better. But just then, Yi Guhong made an unexpected move. He suddenly tightened the reins, causing the skeletal warhorse to halt and pivot. The onlookers, perplexed by his actions, were momentarily elated, almost dizzy with the unexpected joy. Yet in the next instant, some were left speechless. Swish! As the skeletal warhorse turned, Yi Guhong pointed, unleashing a brilliant beam that pierced the fog, directly slaying an unsuspecting mage. Elemental Mage slain, level 18, gained 600 points of malevolence. Equipment dropped, Storm Staff, level 17, red quality, Tranquil Robe, level 15, red quality. As this information flashed through Yi Guhong's mind, the remaining 5 were left in shock. What? One of the wind mages jolted, promptly casting wind control to create distance. Yet 2 assassins, gritting their teeth, resolved that in their invisible state, Yi Guhong could not see them, and they lunged at him with their blades. Yi Guhong revealed a mocking smile, promptly pointing again, shooting down one of the assassins mid-leap. Your stealth skill is as laughable as you, poof. Blood sprayed as the assassin's form suddenly became visible, and before he could let out a scream, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, Yi Guhong paid no mind to the kill notification. After dispatching the first, he swiftly drew his sword, slaying the second assassin. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated 3 foes, each with a single strike. This immense display of power shattered the remaining 3's resolve in an instant. What the hell? I was invisible. How can he see us? His eyes must be different. Perhaps like the mage's detection skill, he can see invisible units. The trio was struck with dread, turning to flee without hesitation. Unfortunately for them, Yi Guhong was already in pursuit, unleashing a barrage of meteor strikes. Poof! Yi Guhong shot down the wind mage, gaining another 600 points of malevolence and acquiring his equipment. With the speed of his mount, he quickly caught up to one of the invisible assassins, severing his blade and neck with a single strike. Assassin slain, level 17. Gained 490 points of malevolence. Equipment dropped. Paralysis daggers, level 16. Red quality. After witnessing their comrades fall one after another, the last remaining assassin was on the brink of madness. He contemplated the futility of outrunning the skeletal warhorse on the flat terrain, and thus, with agility, he scaled a nearby courtyard wall, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Despite his evasive maneuvers, the assassin was pierced through the abdomen by a meteor, collapsing with a thud into the courtyard below. Get up! Hurry! Stand up! The assassin was overwhelmed by an insatiable will to survive, his eyes ablaze with fervor, forcing himself to rise. Yet, upon turning to look, despair and terror surged over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. That skeletal warhorse, gliding effortlessly, had borne Yi Guhong to the top of the wall. From his lofty perch atop the towering skeletal steed, Yi Guhong gazed down upon him. Those crimson eyes appeared to the assassin as more fearsome than the very eyes of a demon from hell. With a hiss, a brilliant radiance erupted, snuffing out the assassin's life. Assassin slain, level 18. Gained 560 points of malevolent energy. Equipment dropped. Venomous Fong, level 14 purple equipment. Yi Guhong glanced at his attributes panel, only to discover he had accumulated 4,900 points of malevolent energy, more than sufficient to reach level 17. The exhilarating speed of his ascension felt akin to riding a rocket. It was time to surprise the enemies behind him. With a cold smirk, Yi Guhong disregarded the loot and charged toward the foes behind. The group, witnessing Yi Guhong galloping towards them, stood transfixed in shock. Before they could comprehend the situation, flames surged like a roaring tide towards them. This is bad. Panic ensued as they hastily employed various defenses against the raging inferno. The onslaught came too swiftly and spread too broadly. These professionals, not particularly known for their speed, found themselves with nowhere to flee, forced to endure the fiery assault. Fear not, everyone. Such area of effect skills consume vast energy. He cannot. What the hell? An ice mage who had cast an ice armor spell on himself was cut off mid-sentence, his voice replaced by utter terror. Yi Guhong unleashed 2 more rounds of Celestial Demon's fiery dance, engulfing a lengthy stretch of street and the surrounding structures in flames. Despite being of higher levels than Yi Guhong, the group could not escape unscathed from 3 successive area of effect attacks, transforming into human torches, their anguished screams piercing the air. The ice mage frantically stacked his ice armor, even as the water element crystals melted away. He gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "It's fine. I can sense his mental energy is depleted. He cannot possibly unleash a 4th. What the fuck?" At that moment, the ice mage's eyes nearly bulged out, and he was on the brink of collapse from sheer fright. For Yi Guhong had consumed 4,600 points of malevolent energy, ascending to level 17. Once his state was fully restored, he unleashed 2 more waves of blazing inferno, consuming the remaining foes. Chapter 38. Wow, the drop rate is truly high. The flames roared like a frenzied dragon, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yi Guhong executed 6 consecutive casts of Celestial Demon's fiery dance, the destructive power compounding exponentially, leading to the demise of numerous professionals amidst their heart-wrenching cries. Swordsman slain, level 18. Gained 550 points of malevolent energy. Mage slain, level 18. Gained 600 points of malevolent energy. Knight slain, level 17. Gained 500 points of malevolent energy. Slain. A torrent of notifications flooded Yi Guhong's mind. In addition to the kill confirmations, a plethora of equipment drop notifications followed. Each slain professional yielded at least one piece of gear. Predominantly, these were of red quality, with the worst being blue quality. Ultimately, amid such a terrifying assault, only the Ice Mage managed to escape. His survival in the Inferno was not solely due to his formidable power and excellent equipment, but largely attributed to his advantageous attributes. Even so, the Ice Mage's hair was scorched, his body appeared as if it had been roasted, covered in blisters from burns, presenting a most pitiful sight. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he endured the agony, completing a high-level spell as he burst forth from the flames. Blizzard. The Ice Mage raised his staff aloft, the elemental core radiating a brilliant light of ice attributes, and massive ice spikes rained down from the heavens like blades. Hiss! Almost simultaneously, Yi Guhong pointed, striking down the mentally exhausted Ice Mage. He had no time to assess the malevolent energy and equipment drop notifications, swiftly recalling the skeletal warhorse into his mount space. Bracing himself to withstand the vast area of the impending magical assault, boom! The ice spikes cascaded like a torrential waterfall, unleashing astonishing lethality. The sound was deafening, and the immense force caused the ground to tremble violently. As if an earthquake had struck as the onslaught concluded, Yi Guhong felt a throbbing pain throughout his body. The Shura battle armor bore the marks of impact, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, a testament to the terrifying assaults he had endured. Despite the armor appearing on the brink of collapse, as if a mere touch would shatter it, Yi Guhong's gaze remained resolute, his heart ablaze with excitement. For he had just reviewed the latest notifications. Mage slain, level 20, gained 740 points of malevolent energy, equipment dropped. Xianbing staff, level 20 purple quality, fire-resistant robe, level 18 purple quality, 0.2 pieces of purple equipment. One at level 18 and the other at level 20. This mage not only possessed level 20, but also such exquisite gear it seemed he was among the elite within the entire border city. Potentially a key figure nurtured by Lin Fengqi, someone he held high hopes for. To think Lin had gone to such lengths to provide me with experience and equipment. Yi Guhong chuckled coldly. Glancing at his attributes panel, which he had opened while bracing against the blizzard skill, ensuring he could level up directly before his Shura battle armor shattered. Malevolent energy, 6495,600. Seeing this information, Yi Guhong exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. Yet, doubts soon crept in, leading him to ponder. Did it really require 5,600 points of malevolent energy to ascend from level 17 to level 18? Why did it seem that since the refinement stage, my experience requirements for leveling up had surpassed those of other professions? Yi Guhong was uncertain if this was merely his illusion, but he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Such matters could surely be clarified by asking his older sister or Li Jing later. Even if it were not an illusion, what could be done? With the singular ability to slay monsters and level up, Yi Guhong's ascension speed remained unparalleled, leaving all others far behind. After consuming 5,600 points of malevolent energy, he ascended directly to level 18, and his damaged Shura battle armor was instantly restored to pristine condition. Having leveled up twice in quick succession, he wondered how high he could rise by the end of the dungeon. Merely contemplating this filled him with anticipation. With his acute senses, he could already hear faint, eerie roars and growls echoing from the surroundings, infused with an exhilarating wildness. Clearly, the commotion had drawn the attention of some lurking malevolent spirits. Yet Yi Guhong remained unperturbed, even eager for them to arrive and offer him experience. He leisurely opened his item space, intending to store all the equipment he had acquired. However, the original 10 slots in his inventory were evidently insufficient. Unlocking slots 11 to 20 required 20 points of malevolent energy each. Unlocking slots 21 to 30 required 30 points each. Yi Guhong glanced at the cost for unlocking additional slots, resolutely consuming 500 points of malevolent energy to expand his inventory to 30 slots. As he collected all the spoils, his item space revealed 8 intermediate rejuvenation pills, 3 intermediate spirit solidification pills, and a total of 20 pieces of equipment. Moreover, Yi Guhong possessed a level 16 purple quality, Crimson Star Sword. He also donned an 18-level purple quality, fire-resistant robe. If only his level were sufficient, he would certainly have tested the level 20 purple staff. If the enemies mistook him for a mage due to his equipment, it would likely deliver a tremendous shock and surprise. Gazing at the dazzling array of items in his inventory, Yi Guhong suddenly felt the joy of a hoarder, finding it utterly delightful. He inadvertently recalled a gaming advertisement he had seen online during middle school. Wow, the drop rate is truly high. Yi Guhong reined in his thoughts and looked up, only to see several spectral wraiths emerging through the walls, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed intently upon him. Following closely were several swift and agile ghouls. Leaping onto the wall like large felines, their eyes gleaming with a similar bloodthirsty cruelty. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Guhong raised his hand and dispatched several of the malevolent spirits, drawing his sword to slash in rapid succession. Each strike resulting in an instant kill. As he amassed 1,200 points of malevolent energy, the remaining two wraiths displayed palpable fear, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Please spare me, my lord. I know where the Phoenix Blood Polonia is. I can lead you there. I can guide you, my lord. If you grant me my life, I can serve you as a servant, working tirelessly for you. Though I am but a soul, I can still materialize to warm your bed. Upon hearing the words Phoenix Blood Polonia, Yi Guhong's heart stirred. The whispers of that female vengeful spirit echoed in his ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. What utter nonsense is this? Warming the bed. I am neither Su Xian nor Ning Kaichen, and I have no interest in serpents or ghosts. Chapter 39. Spouting nonsensical words to lure someone in for murder? Are you truly speaking the truth? Yi Guhong narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. These sentient malevolent spirits are exceedingly cunning. One must not be easily swayed by their words. Absolutely true. I genuinely know where the Phoenix Blood Wudong can be found. The male spirit spoke with fervor. His words tumbling out rapidly, the female spirit hastily chimed in. Yes, my lord, I can indeed warm your bed. I damn well. I am inquiring about the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Wudong, not asking for your bed warming. Who even posed that question? Yi Guhong frowned, decisively pointing a finger to strike down the female spirit, exhibiting the poise of a true Sigma male, and no matter how pitifully she pretended to be, she was ultimately a merciless fiend. Had Yi Guhong lacked strength, he might have found his very soul devoured by her. Upon vanquishing the vengeful spirit, level 18, he gained 310 points of malevolence. Yi Guhong's actions startled the remaining spirit, causing it to tremble, its face contorted with fear. You had best not deceive me. Why? Yi Guhong glared at it, a cold smile gracing his lips. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare, the spirit stammered, quickly rising to lead the way. Learning that the distance was not far, Yi Guhong refrained from summoning his skeletal steed and simply followed closely behind. During this interval, he donned the insignia of the Western District and equipped a mask along with a mage's hat. Yet, despite such disguises, he felt it insufficient. Thus, he expended 250 points of malevolence to elevate the illusionary demon art to level 10. Unlocking a new effect, the ability to modify the external visual effects of skills to conceal his identity. How intriguing! Could the Shura battle armor masquerade as the Golden Bell Shield, the mage's frost armor, or even the protective essence of an immortal? It could hide the crimson glow emitted by the dreadful eye or disguise itself as the mage's true sight. After experimenting, Yi Guhong felt quite satisfied. Clad in a fire-resistant robe, he merely needed to stow away his mount and adjust his visual level, ensuring that none would discern his true identity. Thus, regardless of how many witnesses observed his genuine prowess, they would not cast suspicion upon him, Yi Guhong mused, feeling confident he could easily masquerade as a mage. Unbeknownst to him, several vengeful spirits that had previously appeared had begged for mercy after encountering the professionals, claiming they knew the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Wudong and willingly guiding these professionals. Under the guidance of these spirits, as many as 70 or 80 individuals from various directions converged toward the same area. My lord, we have arrived. Shortly thereafter, the spirit halted, wearing a forced smile. Enter. Yi Guhong commanded, gesturing toward the entrance created between the two walls. My lord, there is a barrier here. Only the living may enter. The spirit, noticing Yi Guhong's displeased expression, grit its teeth and charged forward. Bang! The incorporeal spirit collided with an invisible barrier, rippling waves of distortion at the entrance. Ouch! It exclaimed, staggering back a couple of steps. It appears the spirit truly cannot enter. A thought flashed through Yi Guhong's mind, and he swiftly drew his sword, ending its life and acquiring another 310 points of malevolence. This spirit is untrustworthy. Perhaps there is no Phoenix Blood Wudong within, but rather a formidable boss and a multitude of malevolent beings awaiting me. Yi Guhong contemplated in secret, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. So what? A horde of malevolent spirits means an abundance of malevolence points. How could I possibly miss out? Taking a deep breath, Yi Guhong activated the Shura battle armor, manifesting it in the form of frost armor. He reached out, feeling as though he had touched the surface of water, rippling waves emanating in the void. His left hand indeed passed through. He then took a step forward, entering amidst the watery ripples. It seems I am now in the labyrinth. As he began to explore this area, Yi Guhong quickly made a discovery. Frowning slightly, towering walls of blue bricks surrounded him, the paths intricate and convoluted. Selecting any route led rapidly to a dead end. If only he could traverse these walls in a single direction. Yi Guhong instinctively looked up, only to dismiss the thought. At low altitude, a mass of blood-red runes hovered ominously, exuding an aura of danger. This peculiar barrier matched the height of the walls, and no one could predict the consequences of touching it. Yi Guhong took a step and kicked a stone upwards. Crack! The stone struck the low barrier, and blood-red lightning erupted, reducing it to dust. Yi Guhong's eyes brightened. This area is so unusual, I can only imagine the discoveries that await. What lies within this labyrinth? Yi Guhong steeled himself, determined to find the correct path and conquer this area first. As he walked along the mist-shrouded, overgrown path, he startled a flock of bats into flight. At that moment, a flicker of firelight emerged from the mist, approaching Yi Guhong at a leisurely pace. Utilizing the dreadful eye, he pierced through the fog to discern the scene ahead. It was a woman clad in a red dress, her long hair cascading down, holding a lantern as she approached gracefully. A strange expression crossed Yi Guhong's face. Yet he refrained from acting immediately, for on her head, he noticed peculiar green characters floating. An NPC? Yi Guhong was momentarily at a loss, realizing this was the first time he had encountered such a character. A being that intrudes upon forbidden grounds. Are you also here for the Phoenix Blood Wudong? The woman in red spoke in a haunting tone, her pale face illuminated by the lantern's glow. Revealing a hint of vitality. Is there truly Phoenix Blood Wudong here? Yi Guhong countered. Yes. The woman in red affirmed, turning away. Please, follow me. Yi Guhong complied, observing her flowing skirt with contemplation. He had already noticed that the way she walked was peculiar, as if her feet barely touched the ground, gliding just above it. The dark night, the thick mist, the bats, the desolate ruins of an ancient city labyrinth, and a woman in red with black hair guiding him with a lantern. Everything felt so eerie. Such scenes seemed to replicate in multiple locations throughout this area. A total of 6 groups, comprising 76 individuals, were led by various women in red, advancing deeper into the labyrinth. Before long, the first batch of professionals, under the guidance of one of the red-clad women, arrived at a plaza. A chilling wind swept through, causing several wudong trees to rustle ominously. Beautiful lady, why have you stopped? Indeed, where is the Phoenix Blood Wudong? As the woman in red came to a halt, someone could not help but inquire. Patience, just a moment longer. The red-clad woman smiled with a bewitching yet eerie expression, glancing toward another entrance. Soon after, the remaining professionals began to arrive in succession. When Yi Guhong, appearing like a mage, arrived last, 5 women in red immediately revealed unabashedly sinister smiles. Within those smiles lay mockery and cruelty. Lord Ghostshang, the living souls have been brought forth. Please feel free to dispose of them as you wish. Accompanied by the sharp, excited cries of the women in red, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom! 3 ancient, time-worn archways abruptly rose from the earth, their bloodlight swirling, blocking off the path the crowd had taken. Above, on a plaque seemingly soaked in blood, were inscribed 4 archaic characters, the gate to the netherworld. Chapter 40. As a mage, is it not normal for me to wield swordsmanship? Oh no. Instantly, everyone was struck with shock and panic, a clamor erupting as they attacked the nearest women in red. Yi Guhong, his eyes glinting coldly, was the first to strike down the red-clad woman who had guided him. Yet the message that appeared in his mind left him astonished. killing summoned entities does not yield malevolence points. This was a fundamental design of the game Demon Seed. Otherwise, summoners and necromancers could continuously summon monsters, allowing others to grind experience endlessly. Such a mechanism would be a flaw in the game's design. Therefore, it was not surprising that killing summoned entities did not grant experience points. Rather, what astonished Yi Guhong was discovering that these 5 sentient red-clad women were, in fact, summoned beings, of course, compared to this revelation. The sight of Yi Guhong, dressed as a mage yet swinging a sword at monsters, was even more astonishing. However, amidst the sudden upheaval and the emergence of murderous intent, no one had the luxury of considering such details. Roar! From within the archways inscribed with the gate to the netherworld, a tide of grotesque, hideously decayed corpses surged forth, their faces twisted in malice, each at varying degrees of decomposition. They emitted wild, savage howls, overwhelming the crowd in a frenzy of chaos and terror. Boom! In an instant, fireball spells, wind blades, ice spikes, and other skills were unleashed upon the corpses en masse. The convergence of powerful magic produced a terrifying spectacle, shaking the very ground beneath them. Waves of corpses were obliterated, their bodies shattered, limbs flying amidst the flames and frost. Yet the issue lay in, these corpses seemed inexhaustible, no matter how many were slain. A relentless tide continued to pour forth from the archways. Chusi, summoning the souls contains, soul, return. Do not descend into this netherworld. Wang Yi, a renowned figure in Eastern Han literature, provided annotations on this matter. The underworld, ruled by the subterranean earth, is thus named. Its hidden and shadowy nature gives rise to the term underworld. Presently, the archways that appeared before Yi Guhong and his companions bore the inscription Gate of the Underworld in grand characters. This is outrageous. These wretched spirits seem to be endless. A cry of terror erupted among the crowd. Smash those 3 archways, quickly. After slaying several corpse demons, Yi Guhong, realizing he too could not acquire any value from the malevolent spirits, echoed the sentiment of many others. With a thunderous roar, an array of magical assaults descended upon the 3 archways like a tempest. Yet, the material of the archways was a mystery, for they withstood such fierce onslaughts without a single blemish. Standing resolutely against the earth, this revelation sent a wave of panic through the crowd, their anxiety escalating. We cannot break through with these 3 archways in place. Even if we eliminate the monsters blocking our path, who knows if we will be teleported to the fabled underworld upon entry? The assembled adventurers turned their gazes toward the only remaining path, a weathered and moss-covered stone staircase leading to a courtyard behind the lofty green walls. The low-hanging blood-red barrier in that area rose slightly, perpetually clinging to the tops of the walls. The entrance between the courtyard walls resembled the gaping maw of a primordial beast, poised to devour anyone who approached. With all avenues of retreat blocked, only a single route into the forbidden depths remained, appearing unmistakably like a trap. Yet, at such a critical juncture, who had the luxury to deliberate, move up, the crowd descended into chaos, unwilling to be the last to linger behind. They surged across the square, jostling one another on the narrow stone steps, striving to ascend. Had these adventurers managed to coordinate their movements, simultaneously advancing and retreating, they could have entered the courtyard safely and orderly. However, amidst this turmoil, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others? Thus, the previous ferocity of magical assaults dissipated in an instant, with all the spellcasters solely focused on pushing forward, reluctant to lag behind. Damn it! Yi Guhong, the last to reach the square, found himself at the rear of the group, and upon witnessing the chaos, he could not help but curse aloud. Boom! Yi Guhong unleashed the dance of the celestial demon S Inferno, engulfing the tide of monsters in flames, as numerous corpse demons emitted wails of despair, perishing in the sea of fire. Meanwhile, several individuals had already managed to enter the courtyard. Close the stone door. The buildings in this city are incredibly sturdy. They cannot be breached. Yes, close the door quickly. Those monsters cannot enter. We cannot close the door. There are still many people outside. Enough of this. Close the door. Yi Guhong, hearing the commotion within the courtyard, felt a surge of anger and urgency. Get out of the way. He bellowed, forcefully shoving aside those in his path as he charged toward the closing courtyard door. Boom. Yi Guhong unleashed the dance of the celestial demon S Inferno once more, sending waves of flames toward the door, causing those inside to panic and evade. However, at such close range, the three individuals attempting to close the door could not escape in time, becoming human torches, each desperately employing their abilities to resist or extinguish the flames amidst their agonizing screams. With a fierce expression, Yi Guhong surged into the courtyard, decisively striking down the three individuals who sought to close the door. The adventurers on the stone steps seized this opportunity, following swiftly behind him. Yet, from the rear of the group, piercing screams echoed. Several adventurers were almost instantaneously engulfed by the corpse demons, torn asunder in a horrific display. Bang! Once all the living had entered the courtyard, the heavy stone door finally slammed shut, promptly followed by the securing of the door latch. Thud, thud, thud. The corpse demons pounded relentlessly against the stone door, yet the door remained steadfast, as unyielding as a mountain, showing no signs of damage. Just as before, neither Yi Guhong's dance of the celestial demon S Inferno nor the ice mage S Blizzard had left a mark on the blue stone slabs and buildings within the city. This ancient city, imbued with some spatial laws, was astonishingly resilient, seemingly endowed with mysterious powers. A few defiant corpse demons attempted to scale the courtyard walls but were met with the barrier above, disintegrating into ashes amidst crackling sounds as they made contact with the red lightning. With this forewarning, the remaining corpse demons hesitated to repeat the mistake. Across the square, the air was filled with the furious and menacing roars, creating a cacophony that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Relieved, the crowd turned their eyes toward Yi Guhong. "This, mage, we truly owe you our gratitude," remarked a knight, observing the long sword in Yi Guhong's grasp with a peculiar expression. A mage wielding a sword was a rather unusual sight. Indeed, were it not for your intervention, we might have truly found ourselves trapped outside by those three beasts. You must be a mage attuned to both water and fire elements. Correct? That fire spell was simply astounding. The crowd expressed their thanks to Yi Guhong, yet discreetly distanced themselves from him. After all, he had ruthlessly slain three individuals before their very eyes. Moreover, a blazing path of flames still burned within the courtyard. This instilled a sense of dread among the adventurers, their gazes toward him filled with reverence. Chapter 41. Damage too high, boss's aggro value exploded. Yi Guhong collected the deceased's equipment into his spatial item, exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, assuring them not to dwell on the matter. Though some may have felt envy toward his spoils, no one dared voice dissent as they gazed into the mist ahead. Unease washed over them, their hearts filled with trepidation for the unknown. What shall we do now? Should we wait here until dawn, or press on into the unknown? As the swordsman finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Yi Guhong. Seemingly relying on him as their pillar of strength in times of peril, the strong commanded respect. Given his previous display of prowess, it was clear that Yi Guhong had emerged as the strongest among them. "What are you all staring at me for? Have I not disguised myself sufficiently?" Yi Guhong thought to himself, bemused. Just as he prepared to speak, his pupils suddenly constricted, fixating intently ahead, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. Utilizing the effect of the breaking delusion demon eye, he discerned a terrifying shadow of a demon looming in the depths of the mist, towering at least 3 meters high. Even more alarming was the fact that, despite Yi Guhong's keen perception, he could only make out the words demonized ghost flute hovering above its head in the space where the level and monster-type information should have been displayed beneath the name. Only 3 symbols appeared. Question mark. Prepare for battle. Yi Guhong scarcely had time to ponder. Almost instantaneously upon spotting the demon's silhouette, he barked commands at a rapid pace. Knights in the front, melee classes and priests in the center, mages at the rear. Maintain a dispersed formation to minimize casualties from area attacks. The crowd erupted in fear and confusion. Although they had yet to see the boss's form, they immediately began to arrange themselves according to Yi Guhong's directives. With their lives at stake, no one dared to take the situation lightly. Ah ha 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 ha. From the depths of the mist, a chilling laughter echoed. The sound was sinister and filled with boundless malice. Initially a mere cold chuckle, it escalated into a raucous and unrestrained cackle. Merely hearing that laughter instilled a sense of insanity and madness. Bordering on lunacy, so many souls, it is truly exhilarating, Exhilarating. The voice began to roar and tremble, exuding an exceedingly morbid aura that sent chills down the spines of those who listened, as the vague outline of the demon materialized from the mist. A heavy stench of blood and a fierce aura of malevolence surged forth. Almost simultaneously, 16 mages completed their incantations, unleashing their most potent magical abilities. Blizzards, fireballs, wind blades, and lightning chains. Even Yi Guhong, wielding his sword as a focus, cast Meteor Strike, sending a brilliant beam hurtling through the void. At a glance, it bore no distinction from a mage wielding a staff to cast spells. Boom! A multitude of violent energies converged upon the location of the ghost flute, exuding an overwhelming force capable of annihilating all in its path. Yet, the surface of the ghost flute was shrouded in a thick, murky aura, coalescing into a tangible black light, nearly the thickness of a millstone. Enveloping it entirely, it withstood this onslaught, even though the murky aura dissipated significantly, leaving behind traces of flames and electricity. It remained unscathed. Only the meteor strike exhibited sufficient lethality, tearing a walnut-sized hole through the dense murk, grazing its surface. However, immediately after, an even denser murky aura erupted from within the ghost flute, replenishing its previous loss. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, yet Yi Guhong's breaking delusion demon eye captured every detail with clarity, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The ghost flute endured the barrage and then pivoted, retrieving a massive 7-stringed ancient zither from behind. Zhang, as it settled into a seated position, placing the zither across its lap. It swept its hands across the strings. The sound of its deadly melody pierced the air, causing the eardrums of all melee classes, save for Yi Guhong, to momentarily blank out, awaken. The priests within the group were taken aback, hastily casting mass dispel spells to restore clarity to their minds. As they regained their senses, the knights in the front row were met with terror. The melody of the ghost flute not only possessed a psychological deterrent effect, but also summoned a horde of undead monsters formed from black mist. Armed with weapons, soaring through the air and charging toward them. Boom! Fortunately, Yi Guhong and the mages reacted swiftly, unleashing their spells to obliterate these creatures, reducing them to mere ash. However, the next wave of attacks from the ghost flute was already upon them. The sound echoed, clang, 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 like a frenzied symphony, heedlessly plucking at the strings of fate, unleashing blades of dark silver that tore through the air with the ferocity of a tempest. The knights braced themselves, rallying to provoke the enemy. Its mental state was unstable, and it was likely to fall victim. Yi Guhong issued his command with a fierce tone, simultaneously unleashing the meteor strike while intently observing the battlefield. Ready to adapt his tactics to the ever-shifting chaos. Clang, clang, clang. The sound blades unleashed by Guisheng were ruthlessly sharp, shattering the radiant shields in an instant. Despite the knights gritting their teeth and roaring with fury, desperately bracing against the onslaught, they were forced to stagger backward. Nonetheless, they pressed on, collectively casting taunts at the boss. Their efforts bore fruit. Kill, kill, kill. By the command of the fallen general, annihilate every living thing in Wudong City. You shall all perish. Guisheng grinned malevolently, focusing all its attention on the knights, wildly sweeping its strings to unleash a flurry of sound blades. Even with priests casting Fortify, enhancing their physical attributes, the knights struggled to withstand the barrage, suffering grievous injuries amidst their cries of pain. Their shields and armor were torn asunder, their bodies marred by the cutting wounds, blood flowing profusely, tormenting them to the brink of death. The priests in the team tightened their focus, vigilantly watching over their assigned knights, ready to heal them at the first sign of injury. The melee group, seizing the opportunity, maneuvered around the front lines, following my lead. As the commander, Yi Guhong emphasized following his lead, not merely charging ahead. All mages were instructed to use single-target skills. Anyone daring to employ area attacks would face his wrath first. He barked his orders, dashing towards Guisheng while casting Meteor Strike from the side. The melee fighters, taken aback by his audacity, stared in astonishment. For a team commander to engage in close combat with the boss was already audacious enough. Moreover, he was a mage, a melee mage. Was that not a bit outrageous? That thought flickered in their minds, but they quickly regained their composure, gritting their teeth and charging towards Guisheng from the flank, with Yi Guhong, the mage, leading the charge. What was there to fear? The battle was on, and there remained hope to slay the boss. Yet if they faltered, the knights would fall, and they would surely meet the same fate. Boom. Under the dual assault of melee and ranged attacks, the protective aura surrounding Gu Weisheng finally shattered. In that fleeting moment, Yi Guhong executed the ghostly axe strike with his longsword, delivering a blow to its neck. The blade pierced flesh and bone, lodging against its vertebrae. Gu Weisheng roared in pain and rage, fixing a murderous gaze upon Yi Guhong. This was bad. The hate was slipping away. That strike from the mage was too vicious. The boss's enmity towards him had skyrocketed. Dread filled the hearts of the onlookers. Foreseeing the tragic fate that awaited Yi Guhong, the fragile mage, at the hands of Gu Weisheng. Chapter 42. The Golden Legend. The first of the universal heavenly sins. Gu Weisheng raised its hand and struck down upon Yi Guhong's chest with tremendous force. Crack! The palm, the size of a fan, glowed with a fierce dark light, its impact akin to the force of a collapsing mountain, creating a resounding shockwave that reverberated through the air. The sound was deafening, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard. The Shura battle armor, disguised as frost armor, absorbed the blow, merely caving inward, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the point of impact without shattering entirely. Yi Guhong was thrown back, internal injuries causing blood to surge forth, a metallic taste filling his throat. As he and his sword were hurled away, Gu Weisheng descended into a frenzied it withstood all attacks, spinning around to unleash a torrent of sound blades upon Yi Guhong like a storm. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Guhong activated the ghostly axe strike with the red star sword, intersecting swordlight that cleaved the sound blades asunder. Even those few sound blades that struck the Shura battle armor merely left behind fissures. Not only did he avoid injury, but he also did not even manage to graze his fire-warding robe. This scene left everyone present in utter shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Was this truly a mage? To withstand such an onslaught, even a level 20 knight would be annihilated. Yi Guhong not only displayed astonishing defensive prowess, but the damage he inflicted upon the boss far exceeded that of his comrades. It was only through the relentless taunts of 18 knights that they barely managed to regain Gu Weisheng's focus while Yi Guhong remained on the defensive. The sound rang out, clang, 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 like swords clashing in a deadly dance. The intent to kill palpable. A wave of sound blades sliced through the air, claiming the lives of 3 knights whose equipment had already been severely damaged, their bodies collapsing into pools of blood with horrific wounds. One by one, more knights fell, the 4th, 5th, 6th, by the time the 8th knight succumbed. All who witnessed were struck with terror, the morale of the knight group collapsing entirely. I do not wish to die. Spare me! Several knights, their equipment in tatters, fled in sheer panic towards the rear or to the flanks. Seeing their comrades abandon their posts, the remaining knights' hearts raced with fear, no longer daring to cast taunts. Even though Gu Weisheng was seriously injured without its protective aura, witnessing such a scene caused Yi Guhong's expression to darken. The group of melee fighters attacking Gu Weisheng was engulfed in sheer terror, their minds echoing a singular thought. This is the end. The demonic soldier morphs at my whim. Kill! Gu Weisheng roared in terror, its ancient zither transforming into a massive sword, sweeping in a wide, blood-red arc. Slash, slash, slash. The crimson blade cleaved through several melee fighters, their blood spraying like rain. In an instant, a single swing claimed multiple lives. Gu Weisheng, with hair billowing in the wind, towering at 3 meters, wielded the demonic sword with a gaze sharp as lightning, resembling a fallen deity. Such power was enough to instill pure dread into the hearts of all present. One swordsman, splattered with blood and remains, was so horrified that he lost control of his bladder, warmth flooding his pants as he scrambled backward. With a swift gesture, Yi Guhong directed the meteor strike at Gu Weisheng's temple, shattering its hardened skull, causing severe trauma to its cranium, eliciting a howl of pain and fury. Boom! A barrage of spells once more overwhelmed Gu Weisheng, leaving it bloodied and battered, its body scorched, frostbitten, and electrified. Numerous bones were visible, a testament to its grievous injuries. Yet, even as the mages unleashed their relentless barrage, Gu Weisheng maintained its focus solely on Yi Guhong. This clearly demonstrated that the damage he inflicted surpassed that of the entire mage group. In Gu Weisheng's eyes, he was the most formidable and threatening individual among the adventurers. No one compared, damn it. As Guisheng charged directly at him, wielding the heavy sword, Yi Guhong felt a surge of fury and alarm. Why was it focusing on him, ignoring the high-output yet fragile glass cannons? In a moment of desperation, Yi Guhong hastily retrieved a mid-level spirit solidification pill from his inventory and placed it in his mouth. The mid-level spirit solidification pill offered substantial mental recovery effects for characters below level 21. During the brief period after the Shura battle armor shattered, casting the skills that consumed mental energy would significantly enhance his capabilities. With the restoration effects of the mid-level spirit solidification pill, Yi Guhong, possessing 180 points in mental attributes, could easily achieve this. Thus, he recklessly attacked, exchanging blows with Guisheng. His approach was so ferociously reckless that it rivaled Guisheng's own, leaving the onlookers astounded and questioning their reality. Who, in fact, was the boss? As the Shura battle armor shattered, Yi Guhong decisively consumed the spirit solidification pill and forcibly activated his defensive skills once more, delivering a lethal strike to Guisheng's neck. What the hell? Gasps filled the air, for dozens of adventurers became mere spectators, helplessly watching Yi Guhong engage the boss in a one-on-one duel. The melee fighters dared not approach, fearing instant death from a single strike. The ranged fighters were equally conflicted, for the melee mage was locked in a fierce battle with the boss, their movements intertwined, risking collateral damage. Its combat power had diminished. It seemed that severing its head had severely weakened it. With renewed vigor, they pressed on to finish it off. Yi Guhong's eyes blazed with fervor, determination boiling within him, attacking without a hint of defense. Bang! Despite its grievous wounds, Guisheng relied on the ferocity of the demonic sword, shattering Yi Guhong's Shura battle armor into countless shards of ice that scattered like bullets. Yi Guhong thrust his sword into its chest cavity and immediately unleashed Meteor Strike. Boom! The radiant energy burst forth, piercing through Guisheng's chest and causing blood to flow from its 7 orifices, its form staggering backward in defeat. Yi Guhong's expression hardened. Gripping his sword, his muscles tensed, he twisted the blade, utterly pulverizing its heart. The madness and brutality in Guisheng's eyes faded, its gaze growing vacant, its heavy body collapsing to the ground. Thud! The sound of its lifeless form hitting the ground struck the hearts of the onlookers, sending a tremor through them. In that moment, they all gazed at Yi Guhong with astonishment and fear. Guisheng, the demonic transformation, level 21, epic boss, has been slain. You gain 10,000 points of malevolence. Equipment dropped. Universal Heavenly Sin. The first fragment, level 21. Golden quality. Collect 3 fragments to forge a growth-type demonic soldier. Universal Heavenly Sin. As the information flashed through Yi Guhong's mind, the mist and barriers within the forbidden zone dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace of the corpse demons and the toxic gate in the square. The demonic sword, meanwhile, shrank to a length of 3 feet, emanating a mesmerizing golden glow. In that moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Every gaze was fixed intently on the sword radiating golden light, revealing an unmistakable glint of greed. Chapter 43. Are you saying that you encountered Gandalf? Yi Guhong's eyes sharpened like lightning as he swiftly stowed away the fragment of Heavenly Sin into his inventory. At this point, his frost armor had already shattered, and he was severely drained of mental energy, blood trickling from his mouth and nose due to internal injuries. Even breathing was labored and rapid, causing his chest to heave violently. The combat prowess he had previously displayed was indeed formidable, instilling great fear in the onlookers. Yet now, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be at the end of his rope. No longer a cause for concern. Witnessing this scene, some eager adventurers could no longer restrain themselves. Quick, let us all attack together and kill him. But he saved our lives. So what? The boss is dead. We no longer need him. Exactly. With such high attack and defense, he must have exceptional equipment. If we kill him now, we might get 2 or 3 pieces of golden gear. Golden gear, and possibly 2 or 3 pieces. Indeed, if it had not been for Yi Guhong drawing the aggro and engaging the boss in battle, a group of fragile mages would surely have been annihilated, and everyone present would have perished. But so what? The mages were blinded by greed, decisively raising their staffs and hastily chanting their most powerful spells. In an instant, the air was thick with intense elemental fluctuations. Get out of the way. The melee fighters, sensing the impending doom, hurriedly distanced themselves from Yi Guhong. Yet he merely smiled, a smile laced with boundless derision and chilling intent. In a heartbeat, he expended 6,800 points of malevolence to ascend to level 19, instantly restoring himself to peak condition, causing the Shura battle armor, which manifested as ice, to coalesce anew. What? This is impossible. The mages were taken aback, yet they wasted no time in unleashing all their skills in a torrent of fury. Boom! Yi Guhong charged toward the mages, enduring a barrage of attacks as the Shura battle armor shattered into fragments. However, he retaliated twice with meteor piercing the skulls of two mages, causing them to die on the spot. What are you doing? Yi Guhong surged into the midst of the mages, his face twisted with a cruel desire for blood as he swung his sword, severing a head. You seek death. Kill. Eradicate these vermin who would betray their allies, like a tiger among sheep. Yi Guhong wielded the Crimson Star Sword, stirring a tempest of carnage among the mages. Not good. Run. The mages, terrified and losing their wits, scattered in all directions, fleeing desperately toward the courtyard walls. Not only they, but even those who had not engaged Yi Guhong were gripped with fear, their scalps tingling in terror. What are you waiting for? Run? Yes, this mage has gone insane. He might come for us next to loot our gear. Regardless of whether they had intended to attack Yi Guhong earlier, they now dared not linger, swiftly dispersing like frightened birds. Scrambling to scale the walls, they were utterly paralyzed by fear. The sight of Yi Guhong battling the boss and emerging victorious was simply too imposing. Yi Guhong, however, paid no mind to these fleeing figures. Vowing to eliminate every mage who had previously dared to strike at him, leaving none alive, a wind mage attempted to cast wind control, soaring into the air toward the wall, but in a flash, a brilliant light pierced through his chest, causing him to plummet to the ground with a wretched scream. His once proud speed advantage had made him an easy target, resulting in a swift demise. Yi Guhong slaughtered his way from the courtyard to the square, decimating all 11 mages. Only 4 mages, who had hesitated to strike him, were spared as they managed to escape. The deaths of these mages brought Yi Guhong a staggering 7,480 points of malevolence, a group of fragile foes, yet their experience points were quite substantial. He let out a cold chuckle, sensing that the mechanism allowing for greater malevolence from killing adventurers seemed to entice him to kill indiscriminately. Without consideration for reason, Yi Guhong even suspected it might be a trap. If he were to indiscriminately slay the innocent for malevolence, his demonization value might begin to rise, ultimately leading him to lose his mind and devolve into a mindless monster akin to Guisheng. I hope I never have to use the demon heart crossing skill, nor face the day of demonization. Yi Guhong shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. There were more pressing matters at hand. He should refrain from idle musings. Malevolence value, 14,248,400. Yi Guhong glanced at the information and consumed 8,400 points of malevolence, leveling up to 20. Since entering the Wudong Phantom City, he had risen 4 levels in a row. It was simply one word, exhilarating. Even Yi Guhong could not help but internally exclaim, as his level increased. The previously seen information also changed. Malevolence value, 5,840. Now Yi Guhong could be certain that the experience required for him to level up was undoubtedly higher than that of other professions. Why does it feel reminiscent of the sacred body in novels, possessing strength that can crush others of the same realm, yet requiring far more resources for cultivation? Yi Guhong's expression grew peculiar. Yet he felt no pressure. After all, the stronger the enemies he defeated, the greater the malevolence he would gain. With his ability to affirm his path through slaughter, the malevolence he could acquire in the future would only increase. Yi Guhong directly consumed 900 points of malevolence to expand his inventory to 50 slots. He then proceeded to collect equipment, making his way back from the square to the courtyard, this time. Yi Guhong's inventory already contained 41 pieces of equipment. Buzz. Just as Yi Guhong was about to leave, he heard a powerful whistling sound slicing through the air from a distance. This familiar yet somewhat distant sound caused him to reveal a look of astonishment. An airplane? Yet since the Night Demon era began, it had been 5 years since he had seen an airplane. How could it possibly appear in such a ghastly place? Yi Guhong lifted his gaze. Astonished, there was no airplane. Only a gourd the size of a mountain, radiating a black mysterious light, flying from the depths of the ancient city. It hovered above the courtyard, drawing in Guisheng's corpse through its mouth before soaring away into the depths of the ancient city. Who was the owner of this gourd? Why did they wish to take Guisheng's corpse? Yi Guhong gazed in the direction the gourd had departed, his face etched with astonishment. Perhaps the central area is even more perilous than I imagined. Realizing this, his heart sank, and he couldn't help but worry for Li Jing's safety. After several adventurers escaped the Forbidden Zone, they soon joined others and recounted their previous encounters. Upon hearing the survivors' descriptions of Yi Guhong, some exhibited peculiar expressions, a white-robed mage wielding a sword, and exceptionally fierce in melee combat. Sounds remarkably like a classic character from the Lord of the Rings series, a knight with a strange expression. Finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you implying you encountered Gandalf?" Chapter 44. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals from the outer regions of the dungeon learned of the breach in a forbidden zone. Yi Guhong, appearing as a melee mage and bearing the City West insignia, demonstrated extraordinary strength and prowess, naturally garnering the attention of many. Those from other factions were left astounded. Wow, you guys from City West have hidden quite deep. To possess such a master. Honestly, is he not a close confidant nurtured by Lord He? If Lord He gifted him 2 pieces of golden gear, I would believe you if you claimed he was Lord He's illegitimate child. In the face of their inquiries, the adventurers from City West exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Is there such a figure in City West? I don't know. I've never heard of him. How about you? I haven't heard of him either. He must have changed his insignia and is masquerading as one of us. Everyone was puzzled, utterly unable to discern the true identity of the mysterious melee mage. Moreover, adventurers from the eastern and western factions were also perplexed by another matter. Aside from the initial entry into the city, they had not seen anyone donning the insignias of the northern and southern cities. Among the 40 to 50 individuals present, everyone bore the insignias of the eastern and western cities. They simply could not tell who among them was a true ally and who was an undercover agent playing an insidious game. However, irrespective of their faction, the mere thought of that melee mage possibly possessing 3 pieces of golden gear left many filled with envy and greed. Numerous individuals were already contemplating how to form teams to hunt down the mysterious Gandalf. Yi Guhong had long since left the Forbidden Zone, continuing his exploration in the fog-laden outer regions. Along the way, he encountered numerous malevolent creatures, though most were level 15 or below, netting him less than 1,000 points of malevolence. Additionally, Yi Guhong discovered a plethora of nethergrass. While it held no value for him, he still gathered it into his inventory. After all, similar types of spiritual herbs could stack in large quantities, occupying only 1 slot. Perhaps the low-level herbs I collect will be sufficient for Zhou Tai to reach level 11. Why then? Won't he have to address me as his adoptive father? Yi Guhong pondered with a sense of intrigue, instinctively casting his gaze towards the foremost equipment within the inventory space. Wuxiang Tianzue Part 1. Quality, Legendary, Level, 21, Wuxiang. Can transform into various forms according to the wielder's will. Killing. Inflicts additional damage to all non-evil entities. Resilience. Enhances the item's sturdiness. Magic 1 Thought, 3000, Unlocked Effect Unknown. Magic 10 Steps, 1 Kill, Unlocked Effect Unknown. Note: this weapon is a fragment of the evolving magical weapon, Wuxiang Tianzue Da. Collecting 3 fragments allows for its combination into Wuxiang Tianzue Da. The information regarding this equipment was entirely displayed in golden text, underscoring its extraordinary nature. Based on Yi Guhong's conjecture, it would only unlock the remaining 2 attributes upon its transformation into the complete Wuxiang Tianzue Da. During his previous battle with Guisheng, he had predominantly focused on offense, rarely engaging in a clash of blades. Nevertheless, despite this, the Red Star Sword, enveloped in sword aura, had suffered such damage. Yi Guhong unconsciously glanced at the Red Star Sword, now riddled with gaps and cracks, profoundly aware of the disparity between it and the Tianzue fragment. Were it not for the fierce sword aura unleashed by the ghostly axe, safeguarding the sword's body, this 18-level purple quality longsword would have likely been rendered obsolete long ago. Despite its status as a purple equipment, it too possessed a resilience attribute. Alas, he had yet to reach level 21, rendering him unable to wield this equipment. Yi Guhong glanced at the mechanical watch scavenged from a corpse. It was already 10, 32 p.m. In the winter border city, dawn typically arrived around 7 a.m. This meant he had approximately 8 hours and 30 minutes before Wudong Guicheng would vanish with the break of day. He had to expedite his leveling. With a resolute determination, Yi Guhong sprang into action. He recklessly dashed across the rooftops of the buildings, leveraging the vantage point of height to scout for traces of evil entities. Regardless of the myriad monsters he encountered along the way, they were all effortlessly dispatched, devoid of any surprises. Such ostentatious behavior inevitably drew the attention of several professionals. Look, that's the melee mage I mentioned. Sure, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That's a killing star. Goodness, is he so bold as to not fear danger? What is there to fear? If I possessed his strength, I'd strut through this outer area. A few watched Yi Guhong's figure fade into the mist, filled with admiration and envy. Recognizing the prowess of this melee mage, even though they coveted his exquisite equipment, none dared to make a move against him. Among this group, a mage from the North City felt a surge of excitement. The fire avoidance robe, the Xianbing staff, and a proficiency in both ice and fire magic couldn't be wrong. He was undoubtedly Li Haoran. Incredible! Brother Li has slain the boss in the Forbidden Zone, acquiring a superb piece of equipment. This thought flickered through his mind, convinced he had uncovered the true identity of the individual. A mage attuned to both ice and fire elements. Li Haoran was an undeniable master of his craft, often secluded in meditation and training, undeterred by the passage of seasons. Consequently, he had little social interaction, with only a handful of acquaintances. Among them was a mage named Zhou Jia. Upon hearing about the melee mage, Zhou Jia had suspected that he might be Li Haoran. However, upon recalling that the individual wielded a longsword and excelled in close combat, he dismissed such notions. Only now, witnessing the mage's equipment firsthand, did Zhou Jia become fully convinced this was indeed Li Haoran. Though I knew he was formidable, I never imagined he was this exceptional. A mage who excels in melee combat. What a humble guy, hiding so deep. Zhou Jia marveled inwardly, growing increasingly respectful towards Li Haoran. He resolved to find a way to convey this news to the northern city denizens, urging them to protect Li Haoran at all costs. After all, he was a key figure cultivated by Lin Tiangong, and even his equipment had been gifted by Lin Tiangong. Presently, he had also acquired a piece of golden equipment for the northern city, which he would likely pass on to Lin Xinyue when his level increased. Safeguarding Li Haoran and his golden equipment would be a monumental achievement, wouldn't it? The more Zhou Jia contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Determined to showcase his value and earn praise and rewards from Lin Fengqi. Little did he know, the Li Haoran he perceived as deeply concealed had long since perished at the hands of Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong, too, remained oblivious that the northern city professionals, who were at odds with him, were contemplating ways to gather forces to protect him, eradicating the nefarious individuals intent on murder and treasure theft. Chapter 45. Huh? I am Li Haoran? How come I don't know? Time passed swiftly, and before he realized it, it was already 2:30 a.m. During this interval, Yi Guhong had encountered numerous professionals, yet none of the groups exhibited any intent to kill for treasure. Instead, they appeared rather anxious, cautiously greeting him with smiles and attempting to engage him in conversation. They referred to him as Lord Mage, displaying ample reverence. Some even offered him cigarettes, while others willingly presented low-level spiritual herbs they had found. And there were even too eager to bestow their equipment. Such behavior, akin to paying protection fees, left Yi Guhong feeling bewildered, pondering. Do I appear truly terrifying? Or perhaps, am I perceived as a leader of a malevolent force, threatening to annihilate anyone who refuses to pay their dues? Yi Guhong found himself speechless, reflecting that he hadn't done anything particularly alarming. How had this well-meaning youth become a figure of horror in their eyes? He paid little heed to these individuals and declined their meager offerings of protection fees. His inventory had expanded to 50 slots and was nearing capacity with spoils. Yi Guhong was even contemplating clearing out some equipment, finding their offerings of scrap metal utterly unimpressive. The reactions of these groups to his demeanor were hardly exaggerated. The most absurd incident occurred when one group, upon discovering him, panicked and dispersed on the spot, fleeing in different directions. Run! It's the melee mage. If he catches up, we're done for. Hearing such terrified exclamations, Yi Guhong couldn't be bothered to retort, merely offering a gentle reminder. You should stick together. Be cautious of the dangers of being alone. But the scattered professionals, heads turned away, fled even faster. He must be trying to trick us into gathering, so he can take us all out. So frightening. He truly is a killing star. They were filled with horror, their spines chilling. What on earth was happening? Yi Guhong, reflecting on these earlier experiences, felt a wave of disbelief. Why were they all so cowardly? Why had no one the audacity to be a bit greedy, to organize and confront him in a bid for murder and treasure? Yi Guhong couldn't believe that all the professionals he encountered were virtuous individuals with high moral standards, unwilling to engage in such deeds. Fortunately, even without professionals offering themselves up, he had amassed a staggering 10,000 points of malevolent energy through the extermination of evil entities. He was merely 2,000 points away from reaching level 21 and achieving the Qi refinement stage. Had he pursued the previous chase, casually killing a few individuals, he might have leveled up by now. Yi Guhong idly mused, but then a shiver ran down his spine, and his expression shifted. Why was he suddenly harboring such thoughts? Had his yearning for malevolent energy begun to influence his worldview? Had he subconsciously begun to regard human lives as mere prey measured by malevolent energy? Yi Guhong's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Sensing this as a perilous sign, he immediately opened his personal attribute panel, focusing on the one data point that mattered most to him. Demonization value, 0.01. A figure that had consistently remained at 0 had now risen to 0.01. While such a number seemed trivial, it was indicative of deeper issues. Indeed, his previous assumptions were confirmed. Slaying professionals could yield greater malevolence. Such a path was a trap, if one were to kill purely for gain. That was the way of demonization. Yi Guhong sighed inwardly, relieved by his foresight. To say nothing of engaging in indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of malevolent energy, even entertaining such thoughts was a precursor to demonization. Wasn't that the essence of demonic influence? To extinguish humanity, trample upon life, and as long as one grows stronger, they would not flinch even as the world turned into a sea of blood and a hellish purgatory. Well, it was merely 0.01. It wasn't a significant issue. He would just need to be cautious moving forward. Yi Guhong exhaled deeply, setting his sights on the mid-level area of the dungeon. Once he reached level 21, he would be able to enter the mid-level zone and hunt stronger evil entities. However, Yi Guhong quickly sensed something amiss. As he passed through a plaza, a throng of professionals emerged from the surrounding buildings, likely numbering over 100, closing in on him. Surrender all your equipment, and we may spare your life. A knight commanded sternly, brandishing a shield and advancing, revealing only his face. This group of professionals believed themselves fully prepared, relying on their overwhelming numbers to ambush him, confident they would easily eliminate Yi Guhong. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. Given Yi Guhong's current level of strength, confronting such a multitude of professionals at a similar level would undoubtedly be perilous, even life-threatening. However, the crux of the matter was, he was merely 2,000 points of malevolent energy away from leveling up. Once he achieved that, he would not only enter the Qi refinement stage, but also wield the Tianzue fragment as his weapon. Yi Guhong wasted no time with idle chatter, charging forward before they could form ranks, avoiding becoming a stationary target for the mages. He wielded the Shinbing staff to cast Meteor Strike, disguising it as Frost Ray, shooting forth with precision. With a swift strike, a blinding radiance pierced through an 18th-level swordsman, granting Yi Guhong a substantial 550 points of malevolent energy. Simultaneously, a torrent of spells unleashed by a cadre of mages assailed him like a tempest. Although a few spells missed their mark, the overwhelming barrage of terrifying attacks left the Shura battle armor riddled with cracks, imbued with various elemental forces. Just as Yi Guhong charged against the knight's defenses, an unexpected twist unfolded. Led by Zhou Jie, several practitioners from the northern district suddenly unleashed a vicious assault, mercilessly slaying several unsuspecting mages. The melee mage is Li Haoran, one of our own from the northern district. Brothers from the north, don't hide. Quickly assist Li Gu in eliminating the others. Protect Li Gu and that golden equipment, and Lin Tianwang will reward you handsomely. If you kill Li Gu in this fratricidal chaos, beware, for your entire family may suffer the same fate. Zhou Jie and his companions shouted hoarsely while launching a full-scale attack on the other practitioners. A cacophony erupted among the practitioners as chaos ensued. Upon hearing the news, most from the northern district gritted their teeth and, in a sudden pivot, turned their weapons against their erstwhile allies. The members from other factions, taken aback, scrambled to engage the unexpectedly aggressive northern practitioners. The knights at the front realized the turmoil behind them, their faces stricken with horror, yet they could only roar in defiance, channeling every ounce of their strength to withstand Yi Guhong, in an instant. Cries of battle and curses filled the air as the temporary alliance disintegrated into utter disarray. "Don't kill me. I'm also from the northern district. Shut up. I've never even seen you before. Damn it, these northern scoundrels." The situation devolved into complete chaos, with instances of northern practitioners turning on each other, not recognizing their comrades in arms. Unfortunately, everyone was adorned with armbands from the eastern and western districts, making it exceedingly difficult to discern friend from foe. Driven by the primal instinct to survive rather than be slain, and spurred by greed for equipment, the crowd acted without hesitation. Yi Guhong felt the pressure lift as he observed the scene, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. The people from the northern district are actually risking their lives to assist me. If they were to learn the truth, would they spit blood in fury? Chapter 46. The bow drawn like a full moon, piercing the clouds and sun. Such thoughts flickered through Yi Guhong's mind, yet he remained resolute in his actions. With a resounding thud, he wielded his staff like a club, shattering the light shield and splintering the metal shield into fragments. This spectacle shattered the worldview of several knights. Such ferocious and unrestrained combat style. What kind of mage is this? Roaring, several knights instantly employed taunting techniques, raising their shields as they charged at Yi Guhong, hoping to adopt an aggressive stance for defense. Alas, the staff in Yi Guhong's grasp emitted a brilliant radiance, piercing through the head of the knight before him. Having already slain 4, he amassed over 2,000 points of malevolent energy. Yi Guhong ascended to level 21, entering the realm of Qi refinement. The Shura battle armor, disguised as ice armor, instantly restored itself, radiating a brilliant glow while manifesting mysterious runes. Bang, bang, bang. Several knight shields collided against him, causing their arms to tingle, while the light shield began to crack ominously. What was this ice armor? The knights were struck with astonishment, suddenly realizing their class seemed utterly inadequate. A mage's ice armor was surprisingly more resilient than their combined light shields, akin to an indestructible divine armor, instilling despair. Finally, level 21. Yi Guhong's blood surged with exhilaration, a wild voice roaring within him. His expression turned cruel and cold as he swiftly retracted the Shinbing staff, unleashing a crescent arc of sword light with the fragment of heavenly sin. Wherever the sword light passed, all was obliterated. The knights' light shields, metal shields, armor, and even their very bodies were severed in an instant. Slaying 2 18th level knights netted him 1,100 points of malevolent energy. The knight, 19th level, was vanquished, granting him 600 points of malevolent energy. The knight, 20th level, was felled, bringing in 700 points of malevolent energy. In one fell swoop, he decimated 4 fully armed knights. Even the formidable 20th level knight fell victim to Yi Guhong's blade, instantly meeting a gruesome end. Such overwhelming might send shivers down the spines of the approaching melee practitioners, causing them to abruptly halt in their tracks. Trying to flee? Too late. Yi Guhong, like a reaper from the depths of hell, exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter, embarking on a brutal massacre. With each swing of his sword, a life was extinguished, without exception. The terror of his godlike prowess sent shockwaves through the hearts of all present. Run! We'll scatter and escape. Even he cannot slaughter us all. Practitioners from the eastern, western, and southern factions fled in a panic, desperately avoiding even a glance back. Witnessing Li Haoran's ferocity, the northern practitioners were filled with exhilaration, embodying a sense of superiority. Some even attempted to leverage their advantage to hunt down members of the 3 factions, seeking to expand their victories. However, they were halted by the more composed Zhou Jia and others. Fools! If you pursue them now and Li Gu mistakes you for escapees from another faction, what will happen? Those admonished broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly expressing gratitude for the warning. The very thought of Li Gu effortlessly slaying knights sent chills of fear and reverence through them. No one would be so foolish as to assume they could withstand a single blow from him. With a swift slash, Yi Guhong severed a head, summoning a skeletal warhorse and pursuing the fleeing practitioners ahead. His intent to hunt down his prey was unwavering. Witnessing this scene, the northern practitioners were momentarily stunned. A skeletal warhorse? I've heard that only Yi Guhong possesses such a mount. How could Li Gu have one too? Are you insane? Clearly, Li Gu must have slain Yi Guhong and taken his mount. Incredible, Li Gu is astonishing. Not only did he defeat the boss and acquire a golden item, but he has also eliminated Yi Guhong to his credit. Perhaps Lin Tianwang will reward him with another golden item. Zhou Jie and others marveled, realizing Li Haoran was truly favored by Lin Tianwang. What cultivators? No matter how boundless Yi Guhong's potential may be, he still fell at Li Ji's hands. Only those who survive can discuss the future. However, had Li Haoran known of their thoughts, he would have likely been infuriated. Is it not enough that I perished so miserably at his hands? And yet you still dare to insult me with your lies? Quickly, gather the spoils. Let us follow. Indeed, following a powerhouse like Li Gu ensures our safety. Zhou Jie and the others were elated, hastily collecting the equipment strewn across the ground, eagerly pursuing the direction Yi Guhong had taken. With reckless abandon, Yi Guhong galloped through the streets, pointing the fragment of heavenly sin into the void. The sword's edge unleashed two dazzling rays of light. Swiftly dispatching two cloaked assassins, as the skeletal warhorse thundered forward, closing the distance to the fleeing practitioners, he effortlessly cleaved through one of them with a single stroke. Blood sprayed forth, a head rolling to the ground. Slaying the swordsman, 19th level, earned him 600 points of malevolent energy. Yi Guhong's gaze was sharp as a blade, never once glancing back at the swordsman's corpse. His relentless pursuit left a trail of lifeless bodies every few paces. Surely, Zhou Jie and the others following would find such a sight deeply unsettling. Before long, only one figure remained in Yi Guhong's line of sight. Upon spotting this last survivor, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was not the survivor's swiftness that eluded him, nor their strength that posed a challenge, but rather this wind mage was rather peculiar. A desperate attempt to escape death, they repeatedly cast wind manipulation. Not soaring away, but rather ascending higher into the air. Yi Guhong looked up to see the mage had reached a height of at least 20 stories. Impressive, indeed. Yi Guhong scoffed, acknowledging their talent. Even with the range of meteor strike, he could not reach such a distant target. Ha ha ha, I survived. I survived. The wind mage exclaimed in delight, their emotions spiraling into overconfidence. Li Haoran, just you wait. You've killed so many. The three great kings will not let you go. Once they exit the dungeon, I will relay everything to them. Even Lin Fengqi cannot save you. Just wait for your demise. Yi Guhong chuckled at the mage's words, bemused. Even if the three great kings were enraged. What of it? They were seeking Li Haoran, not me, Yi Guhong. Moreover, they truly believe I cannot kill you. With a cold smirk, Yi Guhong concentrated, transforming the fragment of heavenly sin into a bow enveloped in magical energy. Drawing the bowstring like a crescent moon, he condensed the demonic essence birthed from his dantian after entering the Qi refinement realm into a black arrow. Upon witnessing this, the wind mage's countenance turned pale with terror. Exclaiming, "Wait!" with a thunderous snap, Yi Guhong released the bowstring, unleashing a thunderous roar. The black icy radiance shot forth, piercing through the wind mage's body with the force to pierce the clouds and sun. The magical energy surged through their body like creeping vines, obliterating every inch of flesh and organ in its path. Accompanied by a shrill, fleeting scream, the wind mage plummeted from the sky. A resounding crash echoed through the air. His body lay grotesquely mangled on the ground, a mere semblance of humanity. Chapter 47. Zhou Jie. It's over. I've utterly misidentified the person. Yi Guhong inhaled the cool air deeply into his lungs, then exhaled slowly. Only after slaying the wind mage did the murderous intent and fury that arose from his ambush begin to subside. The sheer scale of his slaughter had provided him with a cathartic release. Instinctively, Yi Guhong opened his attribute panel to assess his gains. Killing intent value 1105016000. Having just recently ascended to level 21, he was now on the cusp of level 22, after a bout of carnage against his foes. To have such substantial rewards was indeed exhilarating. Moreover, his corruption value remained steady at 0.01, showing no signs of change. Yi Guhong was not particularly surprised by this. After all, those professionals had sought to kill and loot. And no matter how one viewed it, they were hardly the pitiable victims mercilessly slain by demons. Their deaths were hardly unjust, an eye for an eye, as it should be. Contemplating the equipment dropped by the deceased, Yi Guhong only pondered for a fleeting moment before discarding the idea of expanding his item space to carry it all away. Ultimately, what use did those blue-quality scraps hold? They were merely a waste of space, unworthy of even being gifted later. With this thought, Yi Guhong resolutely discarded all blue-quality gear. He ensured that only items of level 15 or above, with at least red quality, remained in his inventory. As for the discarded gear, he left it for any fortunate soul who would not disdain it. Why do I feel like a boss from a web game, with a plethora of equipment strewn about? Yi Guhong glanced at the assortment of blue-quality items scattered on the ground, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his eyes. He then retrieved the Wind Mage's staff and retraced his steps to collect the spoils he had previously overlooked. Of course, Yi Guhong adhered to his principles, maintaining that his item space should not become a dumping ground. Only items of level 15 or above, with at least red quality, were permissible. All other junk was unequivocally rejected. Meanwhile, Zhou Jia and others were making their way toward him. In a sense, this could be regarded as a peculiar form of mutual pursuit. A group of professionals from the northern city rushed toward him. Among them 5 individuals, including Zhou Jia, who possessed a speed advantage, having left their other teammates behind. One by one, they encountered several corpses in horrific states. Either the heads or hearts bore gaping wounds, or they had been cleaved in twain by sharp blades. It was evident at a glance that these individuals had been killed in a single blow. While the group was filled with trepidation, they did not forget to scramble for the equipment. Disputes arose over distribution, nearly escalating into violence. Each one proclaimed that these spoils belonged to Brotherly, and they were merely holding onto them temporarily, intending to return everything shortly. Yet, in their hearts, they harbored thoughts of seizing 1 or 2 items for their own use. Unfortunately, the elation derived from such opportunistic gains did not last long. They stumbled upon a severely charred corpse. Its body reddened and blistered, even its hair scorched away. Upon seeing that the corpse bore no equipment, they prepared to leave. However, just as Zhou Jia took a step forward, he suddenly froze, as if struck by a revelation. This corpse looked somewhat familiar. In a way, Zhou Jia's heart sank, and he quickly turned around to scrutinize the corpse, its features altered by the burns. Li Haoran? No doubt about it, it was definitely Li Haoran. Zhou Jia collapsed to the ground in terror, a chill coursing up his spine and leaving his scalp prickling. If he was Li Haoran, then who was that melee mage before? With this thought, an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him like a tidal wave. Zhou Jia abruptly turned around and shouted in panic, "Stop! We've been deceived. That melee mage was not Li Haoran at all." Zhou Jia's words were abruptly cut off, his pupils dilating in horror as his heart and lungs seemed to freeze. For Yi Guhong had appeared, riding a skeletal warhorse, emerging from the mist. Has he finally realized? Yi Guhong revealed a mocking smile, sword raised, pointing forward. Swish! A brilliant beam of light shot forth like lightning, instantly piercing the skull of an assassin, killing him on the spot. Run! Zhou Jia activated his wind manipulation technique to flee, letting out a terrified scream. The other 3, jolted by the sudden urgency, attempted to scatter in all directions. Alas, Yi Guhong galloped forward, swiftly gunning down the 3 with blinding speed. The northern city dwellers had long harbored murderous intent against him. Their enmity is fierce as fire and water. Had Yi Guhong been lacking in strength, he would have perished at their hands long ago. In Yi Guhong's eyes, each of them was a target deserving of death. He acted without the slightest hesitation or psychological burden, and his corruption value showed no signs of change, silently supporting his determination to annihilate his enemies. At this moment, Zhou Jia encountered 7 teammates who had arrived rather late. However, he did not warn them of the danger but instead flew over their heads. I don't need to be faster than the skeletal warhorse. I just need to be faster than them. Zhou Jia's expression hardened, thinking that surely these 7 could at least delay that mysterious figure for a moment, right? Why is he running? Is there danger ahead? The 7 felt a chill run down their spines, and before they could turn to give chase, they beheld fierce flames surging toward them like a monstrous wave. Accompanied by anguished screams, 6 professionals were instantly engulfed in fire. The lone knight left saw a streak of light pierce through the fiery curtain before his skull erupted in agony, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Even group attack skills can now kill level 20 swordsmen in a single blow. Yi Guhong sensed a series of kill messages, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Even he was astonished by the lethality of this strike. It was important to note that at level 20, Yi Guhong had to cast his area attack skill 3 times to swiftly eliminate swordsmen of the same level. Yet now, a single area attack skill sufficed to obliterate all level 20 professionals within range who did not excel in defense. Clearly, after entering the Qi refinement stage and condensing his demonic essence, Yi Guhong's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Additionally, the fragment of heavenly sin, now manifested as a staff, played an undeniably significant role. Level 21, golden quality, added, killing, attribute, inflicting additional damage to non-evil entities. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yi Guhong's mind, but the skeletal warhorse did not pause, easily leaping over the wall to bypass the inferno, swiftly closing the distance between him and Zhou Jie. It's over. I'm doomed. Zhou Jie, seeing no hope of escape, was on the verge of collapse. In his final moments, he gritted his teeth, halting abruptly to face Yi Guhong. Who on earth are you? Zhou Jie bellowed, trembling with rage, having resolved to confront his fate. Since death was inevitable, he would rather die understanding the truth than perish without knowing who his killer was. Chapter 48. I'm not a scholar. Why waste words with you? Swish, a cold radiance shot forth like a streak of lightning, instantly penetrating Zhou Jie's skull, blood splattering. Zhou Jie's body stiffened, and he collapsed. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open. Filled with unwillingness and terror, Zhou Jie sought clarity in his demise, but Yi Guhong's approach was unambiguously decisive, leaving no room for him to inquire. Why complicate matters with unnecessary dialogue? It's simply kill or be killed. Slaying the Mage, level 19, gained 680 points of killing intent value. Dropped equipment, Gale Staff, level 17, purple quality. Yi Guhong collected the series of spoils before examining his acquisitions. At this moment, his item space contained 33 pieces of equipment of level 15 or above, with at least red quality, along with 8 intermediate rejuvenation pills, 2 intermediate spirit fortifying pills, 78 spectral herbs, and 7 earth spirit herbs. His current killing intent value had also reached a staggering 16,880 points, sufficient for him to ascend to level 22. He decided to retain the killing intent value for a critical moment, allowing himself to recover before leveling up. With this thought, he refrained from immediate ascension. Additionally, he contemplated another matter. If he reached level 22 and still retained at least 4,000 points of killing intent value, he could prioritize unlocking Demon Emperor's Steps, a skill exclusive to those in the Qi refinement stage. Demon Emperor's Steps not only represented a remarkable skill in lightness, allowing one to step through the void as if flying, but it was also a formidable killing move, compensating for the lack of leg techniques within the Rakshasa Supreme Method S4 techniques. As for the secondary skills within the second tier of the Rakshasa Supreme Method, those were not matters for Yi Guhong to consider at present. Based on the skill descriptions, 9 Heavens Thunder Tyrant and 9 Nether Dark Void Tyrant were simply overwhelming. They could channel the power of thunder and the chilling force of the netherworld into one's body, unleashing an unparalleled might. However, to wield these skills, one must be at least level 31, having reached the foundational stage. Otherwise, a fragile body could not withstand such power, resulting in instantaneous demise upon the influx of thunder or nether energy. Perhaps once I unlock 9 Heavens Thunder Tyrant, even at level 31, I could easily slay Lin Fengqi. With this thought, Yi Guhong's spirit soared, and his desire to level up intensified. Thus, he galloped onward, heading straight to the mid-level area of the dungeon. Shortly after Yi Guhong departed, several professionals arrived at the spot where he had discarded the equipment. Upon seeing the myriad of items scattered about, they were momentarily stunned before erupting in excitement. Wow, so much equipment. We struck gold. They scrambled to claim the discarded scraps, feeling incredibly fortunate. After collecting all the gear, they continued onward, soon encountering numerous corpses, leaving them in shock. What on earth transpired here? Could it be that a formidable boss has eliminated them all? No, that cannot be the case. Their equipment has been thoroughly looted, leaving behind only items of level 15 or below, most of which are of blue quality. Are you suggesting that they were not slain by malevolent forces, but rather perished at the hands of a professional? Furthermore, this professional deemed their equipment so insignificant that he discarded it all? The group exchanged glances, each feeling the shock and fear reflected in one another's eyes. If this speculation holds true, how terrifying must the prowess of this professional be, moreover, given his ruthless style of killing and plundering. Leaving no survivors, he is nothing short of a demon. Quickly, let us retreat along the path we came. This place is far too perilous. Indeed, should we encounter that malevolent fiend, we would be utterly doomed. The group exhibited a profound instinct for survival, daring not to proceed further, and hurriedly turned to flee, entirely unaware that they were merely frightening themselves. Wei Guhong was nothing like the bloodthirsty demon they imagined. One who killed indiscriminately for the sake of equipment, he did not linger in the outer regions, but rather ventured deeper into the instance. Passing through an invisible barrier, which rippled with waves, Yi Guhong arrived in the mid-layer area. However, he soon discovered that he had arrived a tad too late. After several hours of exploration by various factions, some areas had already been cleared of malevolent entities. He also noticed traces of spirit herbs being harvested and even came across the corpses of 2 team-level bosses. It was not until 4 in the morning that he finally encountered 3 professionals, a knight, a mage, and a priest, an archetypal team composition. Wei Guhong made no attempt to conceal his presence. His mage attire and openly displayed level instantly drew the attention of the trio. A mere level 21 dared to venture into such a place. It was nothing short of seeking death. The knight did not hesitate to voice his scorn, casting a glance at the mage and the priest behind him. The moment their eyes met, the mage revealed a cruel smirk and nodded. While their adversary was merely a level 21 novice, it was likely he possessed nothing of value. Yet, equipment is never unwelcome. Even if he deemed it worthless, it could still be sold or gifted to acquaintances. After all, defeating such a weakling would be a trivial task. Why not seize the opportunity? With a resounding thud, the knight slammed his shield onto the ground, casting a taunt, while the priest immediately bestowed him with a strengthening spell. The mage unleashed a barrage of fire spells, hurling 3 blazing fireballs the size of boulders toward Yi Guhong. Yet, Yi Guhong remained unaffected by the taunt, charging straight toward the knight as if he were a living target. Boom! Yi Guhong deftly dodged 2 fireballs, which crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Only 1 fireball exploded against his rune-etched, shimmering Shura battle armor. With a swift motion, Yi Guhong raised the staff-shaped fragment of the heavenly sin, unleashing a brilliant beam of light. Empowered by the golden quality staff, the meteor strike was imbued with even greater speed and lethality. With the killing attribute, it dealt increased damage to non-malevolent beings. The luminous projectile pierced through the mage's skull, leaving a gaping wound on his face. Mage, level 26, slain, gaining 1,300 points of malevolence, dropped items. Flowing Fire Staff, level 23, red quality. Fiery Mage Hat, level 21, purple quality. Fiery Mage Robe, level 21. Purple quality, dropped materials. Nether Grass X23, Earth Spirit Grass X5, Advanced Spirit Solidification Pill X1. In an instant, a cascade of information flooded Yi Guhong's mind, his eyes widening in astonishment. Tio thinks such a seemingly feeble opponent would possess such valuable items. Upon witnessing the mage's instant demise, the priest stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide as her mind momentarily blanked. What? The knight's expression shifted dramatically. He bellowed in fury, swinging his shield fiercely at Yi Guhong. Then, something even more terrifying occurred in the priest's eyes. Yi Guhong's staff morphed into a black magic blade, cleaving downward. Crack! The magic blade split the light shield and metal shield in 2, and the knight, in a state of panic, staggered backward just in time to narrowly avoid the blade's edge. But Yi Guhong followed up with another strike, severing his head cleanly. Chapter 49. I'll just go up and stomp on its head. Yi Guhong effortlessly dispatched the level 25 knight, earning 1,150 points of malevolence, causing all items within the knight's inventory to spill forth, evoking a sense of exhilaration akin to defeating a monster and acquiring loot. Please don't kill me, I beg you, the female priest cried, tears streaming down her face, exuding a pitiful demeanor as she implored for mercy, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had enthusiastically nodded in agreement when the knight exchanged glances with her. eager to partake in the spoils of defeating Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong paid her no heed, shooting her down with a meteor strike, once again gaining 500 points of malevolence. He had killed all three without uttering a single word in vain. Collecting all the items they dropped, he donned the level 21 purple quality hat and robe, now appearing exceptionally well equipped. The fiery mage robe not only provided a degree of defense, but also enhanced the power of fire-based skills. The fiery mage hat slightly reduced mana consumption while marginally increasing the recovery speed of mental energy, true essence, and magical energy. Notably, these items conform to the game's mechanics, adjusting to the wearer's height and build to ensure a perfect fit. After donning his new equipment, Yi Guhong continued his exploration. To him, the distinction between the mid-layer and outer regions was minimal. The only difference was the abundance and grandeur of the Wudong trees. As time passed, Yi Guhong encountered several malevolent entities of the same type. These entities, known as Wudong grievance spirits, were the manifestations of those buried beneath Wudong trees, merging with the trees themselves. They often disguised themselves as ordinary Wudong trees, striking when unsuspecting individuals drew near. First, they would ensnare their victims with vines, strangling them, before piercing their bodies with branches to rapidly drain their blood. The Wudong grievance spirits would not spare even the corpses, grinding them to dust and burying them in the earth as sustenance. Yi Guhong had witnessed a professional's corpse being utterly pulverized and interred by a Wudong grievance spirit. These eerie entities could even transform into Treant forms, their bark-like skin as resilient as armor, extending their branch-like arms as sharp weapons. Even more astonishing, these wood-attribute beings could employ healing spells akin to those of priests, capable of not only mending wounds but even restoring lost limbs. Undoubtedly, the danger posed by these spirits had led many professionals to meet their demise at their hands. Yet, before Yi Guhong, who wielded the heavenly sin fragment, they could stir no storm. With the magic blade in hand, he was invincible. Whether they fought in their original Wudong tree forms or as Treants, any strike from Yi Guhong would result in an immediate severance. Even the higher-level Wudong grievance spirits would fall after just a few strikes. With the infusion of malevolent energy destroying their vitality, the healing spells of the Wudong grievance spirits were utterly insufficient. The life force contained within the wood elemental essence often perished before it could effect any healing, obliterated by the brutal magic energy. What a useless skill healing spells are. Not just for priests, but even the healing spells of malevolent spirits are ineffectual. Yi Guhong could not help but think. Internally labeling healing spells as trash skills. Should a multitude of priests hear his sentiments, how many would be driven to the brink of fury? After slaying several Wudong grievance spirits, Yi Guhong amassed a total of 560 points of malevolence. He also acquired a significant number of Wudong seeds, blue-grade spirit herbs suitable for the Qi refinement realm. If consumed directly, each Wudong seed could yield 24 to 25 experience points. Although the efficacy was modest, the sheer quantity, 80 seeds, was noteworthy. Moreover, if utilized as a medicinal ingredient for alchemy, the experience yield would likely be even greater. Yi Guhong chose not to consume the Wudong seeds, but instead continued his exploration while employing his malevolence points. First, he expended 16,000 points to elevate his level to 22, restoring himself to peak condition. With this level increase, his 4 attributes rose to 230 points. Each level up in the Qi refinement realm grants a boost of 20 points to all 4 attributes. As his realm ascended, the attribute points gained with each level would only grow. Subsequently, Yi Guhong spent 4,000 points of malevolence to unlock the first skill of the Qi refinement phase, Heavenly Demon Monarch Step, level 22, treading upon mountains and rivers. Swallowing the sun and moon greatly enhances movement speed, allowing one to traverse the void as if it were solid ground, reducing stone to dust with each step. Finally, Yi Guhong, with financial audacity, spent 100 points of malevolence to expand his inventory to 80 slots. The reasoning behind such a decision was simple. He had no space left. Even after discarding all blue-quality equipment, the spoils were still too plentiful to contain. Regardless, he was not in short supply of malevolence, and inventory space would be a necessity for future endeavors. Expanding it to 80 slots seemed prudent. No matter the circumstances he might face, it would surely suffice. Boom! Just as Yi Guhong contemplated testing the efficacy of his new skill, he heard a series of thunderous sounds ahead, as colossal waves erupted into the air, transforming into a torrential downpour. A stirring arose within him, and like an arrow released from its bowstring, he soared forth with a speed surpassing that of the skeletal warhorse and the void. It seemed as though an invisible path lay before him, making his movements as effortless as walking on solid ground. Yi Guhong soon beheld a wide river, beneath which a horde of fish-like creatures engaged in battle against the undead. His eyes widened in astonishment, only to quickly realize that these undead were not malevolent spirits, but rather the summoned minions of a necromancer. 6 skeletal warriors, 4 skeletal mages, 2 abominations, and a death knight, all crafted by the same dark sorcerer. The female mage, clad in a flowing black veil and possessing a figure of exquisite elegance, was in dire straits. Despite her summoned minions forming a protective circle around her, 2 fishmen had already emerged from the muck, striking her from behind with icy blades. The radiant script of magic from the necromancer's black gown struggled to withstand the onslaught, and in an instant, it was rent asunder. Her back, now exposed, bore numerous gaping wounds, crimson with blood. The necromancer's face paled in terror as she commanded her minions to engage, while desperately attempting to retreat upstream. In that very moment, as she broke the surface of the water, her eyes met those of Yi Guhong, who stood poised above. "Save me," she managed to utter, but before she could say another word, she was yanked back beneath the waves with a resounding splash. Simultaneously, Yi Guhong discerned her features. "Liang Hong?" A sharp glint flickered in Yi Guhong's eyes as he took a decisive step forward. Boom! He descended like a tempest, shattering the water's surface and unleashing a deluge of waves. With a single step, he crushed a fishman's skull as if it were a mere watermelon. The Demon Lord's Imperial Step, Chapter 50. The Heart of Inquiry Academy, the 5 Elements Demon Suppression. With a thunderous roar, Yi Guhong plunged into the riverbed, the force of his impact sending tumultuous waves surging in all directions, crashing violently against the riverbank. The sheer force of the rushing waters nearly toppled Liang Hong, who found herself unsteady amidst the chaos. Her eyes widened in shock as she witnessed this spectacle. Her heart stirred as if it too were caught in the maelstrom of the river. Slay the Carp Spirit, Level 24, gain 580 points of malevolence. As she gazed in astonishment, Yi Guhong had already cleaved downwards, dispatching another fishman with a single stroke. "Be careful." Liang Hong's expression shifted as she realized the peril. Unable to voice her warning underwater, she resorted to conveying her thoughts through her mental energy, akin to a silent chat function in a game, where only text appeared in the recipient's mind. In that instant, her summoned minions had nearly all perished at the hands of the fish demons, leaving only the severely wounded Death Knight. Several fish demons had already begun to gather water elements in their hands, preparing to unleash their skills simultaneously. A glint of resolve flashed in Yi Guhong's eyes. With no time to ponder further, he pulled Liang Hong into his embrace with his left hand while transforming the shard of celestial sin in his right into a shield, positioning it before them. Were he alone, he would not have relied on the shard for defense. He would have braved the onslaught with the formidable protection of his Azura battle armor, swiftly annihilating the enemy forces. Yet, to shield a delicate sorceress, he could not afford such recklessness. Should he charge ahead, Liang Hong would surely perish in an instant. The air crackled as a multitude of icy blades shot forth, chilling the very waters, their lethal intent palpable. The gravely injured Death Knight was instantly pierced through in multiple places, meeting its demise. Liang Hong was aghast, witnessing the icy blades strike mercilessly against Yi Guhong's shield and frost-covered armor, producing a symphony of clashing sounds. The relentless barrage of ice blades shattered against his defenses, yet none could breach his protection. Liang Hong was left speechless, her mind blanked. "Don't just stand there. Hold on tight to me," Yi Guhong urged, his brow furrowing as he communicated telepathically. With a swift motion, he unleashed a meteor-like projectile disguised as an icy ray, striking down a fish demon, shield in one hand and weapon in the other. He moved with agility, pursuing the enemies while simultaneously protecting Liang Hong. In this tumultuous scenario, he simply could not spare a hand to manage her. If she wished to evade the icy blades, it was best for her to cling tightly to him. In an instant, Liang Hong understood, wrapping her arms around his neck, her long, slender legs entwining around his waist like a koala, free from concerns of her safety. Yi Guhong's combat prowess surged, leaving her in awe. Even submerged beneath the water, with a woman clinging to him, he moved with unparalleled swiftness, evading the icy blades with ease. Whether casting icy rays from a distance or wielding his enchanted longsword cloaked in frost in close combat, each strike proved fatal. In mere moments, the fish demons transformed into panicked swimmers, scattering in fright. Yet Yi Guhong showed no mercy, dispatching them without leaving a single one alive. As Yi Guhong broke the surface of the water, emerging onto the riverbank, he remained completely dry, the protective ice armor shielding him from the drenching waters. In stark contrast, Liang Hong was soaked through, her lustrous black hair clinging to her form. The tattered black veil she wore clung to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves and revealing glimpses of her inner beauty. Once above water, there was no need for her to hold her breath. She greedily inhaled the fresh air, her bosom heaving with each breath. As a young man, Yi Guhong inadvertently caught sight of her undulating form and the deep crevices that lay between, causing his cheeks to flush. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, though he had awakened not long ago. He had already faced numerous battles and considered himself accustomed to grand spectacles. Yet, the breathtaking scene before him was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Fortunately, he wore a mask, concealing his blush from Liang Hong, who, sensing his averted gaze, instinctively glanced downwards, realizing the cause of his embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she hastily leaped from his arms. An awkward and somewhat ambiguous atmosphere ensued. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have perished just now." Liang Hong expressed her gratitude, then added resolutely, "If you do not mind, I wish to bestow upon you all my equipment and elixirs as a token of my appreciation." "Never mind, keep them for yourself," Yi Guhong replied, retrieving an 18-level red quality robe from his item space and draping it over her shoulders. "It's a worthless piece of equipment. Had I not expanded my item space, I would have discarded it long ago." Liang Hong gazed at him in astonishment, disbelief etched across her features. Not only had he saved her life, but he also sought no reward, offering her an 18-level red robe to cover her modesty. It felt surreal. "What should I call you?" Liang Hong inquired, her curiosity and fondness for him piqued. "Eli Howren," Yi Guhong replied, too lazy to concoct a false name. Liang Hong paused, pondering. She couldn't recall anyone by that name among her acquaintances. Was he merely a kind-hearted stranger who had come to her aid without ulterior motives? In truth, Yi Guhong's thoughts were straightforward. After all, Liang Hong was a trusted confidant of Li Jing. Since Li Jing had shown him kindness, it was only natural for him to rescue her. Such was his simple value system, unremarkable yet unwavering. "Do you know if there are any bosses in the mid-level area?" Yi Guhong inquired, uninterested in her musings, focusing instead on his primary concern. "You don't know this?" Liang Hong looked at him in surprise. Upon realizing that he truly lacked knowledge, she explained, "I thought that by this point, all adventurers entering the mid-level area would be aware that there is a powerful boss in the Inquiry Academy. After all, the place is steeped in blood and malevolence. One can sense the danger from afar." Yi Guhong's interest was piqued as he pressed further. "Since everyone is aware of this, why hasn't anyone formed a party to defeat the boss?" "Well, they would like to," Liang Hong replied with a sigh, "but the Inquiry Academy is protected by a 5-elements barrier, making it impossible to enter. The central area of this dungeon is divided into 5 regions corresponding to the elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. According to our previous explorations and discussions, each region only contains monsters of the corresponding attributes, along with a team-level boss. Only by defeating all 5 bosses can one enter the Inquiry Academy." Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong recalled that when he encountered the Wudong vengeful spirit, he had indeed been in the wood attribute region. The river beside them must now be the water attribute region. 5 elements demon suppression. This dungeon's mechanics seem intriguing. Yi Guhong mused, prompting him to ask, "So how far along are we in our progress?" With dawn approaching in just a couple of hours, Yi Guhong felt a pressing urgency to eliminate the Inquiry Academy's boss, where he hoped to find what he desired. Specifically, the second shard of celestial sin, perhaps even the Phoenix Blood Wudong. Chapter 51. From the gold of reform, blades and swords ascend together. As far as I know, all 4 regions have been breached. Only the metal attribute region remains, Liang Hong stated, sharing all she knew. "Where is that region?" Yi Guhong pressed, time of the essence, urgency palpable. I will take you there, Liang Hong resolved. Quickly reciting a spell and raising her skeletal staff, the air shimmered as two gargoyles materialized before them. Let us go. Liang Hong mounted one of the gargoyles, with Ye Guhong following closely behind. The two soared through the air, racing towards their destination. Are you intending to break the seal and slay the boss of the Inquiry Academy? Liang Hong asked, glancing at Ye Guhong. Without hesitation, Ye Guhong nodded. Liang Hong was not surprised. She merely thought it was hardly astonishing for someone of his caliber to harbor such notions. However, after a moment's hesitation, she still felt compelled to caution Ye Guhong to exercise caution. The creature from the Wenshin Academy could very well be the legendary epic-level boss, whose strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the numerous adventurers ranging from levels 21 to 30 were not to be trifled with. Should Ye Guhong sustain severe injuries during the battle, these adventurers might very well turn into ravenous wolves, launching a coordinated assault against him. Ye Guhong expressed his gratitude for her concern. Yet his own resolve remained unshaken. Liang Hong could only sigh inwardly, choosing to remain silent. A brief silence enveloped them. Ye Guhong cast a glance at her, reflecting on the experience of having saved her previously. And he couldn't help but feel a wave of sentiment. Just days ago, there had been a significant power disparity between him and Liang Hong. Indeed, at that time, he could be considered a mere minor character in her presence. Yet now, Ye Guhong could effortlessly overpower her. The malevolent entities that had once trapped her in dire straits now seemed as vulnerable as pigs awaiting slaughter before him. This stark contrast momentarily left Ye Guhong in a daze. Profoundly aware of his own remarkable improvement in strength, it was astonishingly rapid. As he pondered this, he took advantage of the lull to check his current malevolent energy value. Malevolent energy, 76,80,20,000. Ye Guhong believed he could strive to reach level 23 before dawn. By the way, how did a mage like you end up fighting monsters alone in the water? Ye Guhong inquired suddenly. Liang Hong sighed, then, with a wry smile, recounted her earlier experience. Initially, she had been part of a larger team, attacking a boss known as the Land of Harvest. However, once the Land of Harvest was defeated, the entire team descended into chaos, turning against each other in a brutal scramble for the boss's dropped Earth Spirit Peralta. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Liang Hong seized the opportunity to flee. Though she managed to escape from the pursuers in the northern part of the city, she found herself utterly alone. Exhausted from her mental strain, she unwittingly fell victim to the call of a water ghost and jumped into the river. How tragic! Ye Guhong regarded her with sympathetic eyes. Tragic? Not really, Liang Hong replied with a smile. I feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered you. Ye Guhong was momentarily speechless. While he understood that Liang Hong was referring to the fact that he had saved her life, her words, devoid of context, sounded remarkably like a confession, albeit with a touch of clumsiness. Throughout their journey, Ye Guhong encountered various malevolent entities and scattered adventurers, but he had no inclination to waste time on the way. Merely glancing at them before moving on, after nearly 20 minutes of flying on the stone gargoyles, they finally approached their destination. Ahead lay the metallic zone, a place too perilous for me to accompany you further, Liang Hong remarked, gesturing toward the distance. All right, take care of yourself. Ye Guhong stood up, pausing momentarily before adding, do not die, whatever you do. Liang Hong was momentarily taken aback, then felt a warmth in her heart. Smiling, you care so much about me? Could it be that you have fallen for me at first sight? What on earth? Ye Guhong was at a loss for words, feeling that she was overthinking things. Is there a possibility that I simply think it would be a waste if you were to die after I saved you? Ye Guhong chuckled, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ah yes. You've seen right through me, truly impressive. Oh, quite the proud one, aren't you? Even after I've exposed you, you still can't bring yourself to admit it. Liang Hong mused, feeling a sweet sensation in her heart. The thought that such a formidable individual would harbor feelings for her made her puff out her chest with newfound confidence. Feeling validated in her allure, soon, the two gargoyles soared into the air, halting in their tracks. Let's go. Ye Guhong declared succinctly, leaping down, stepping through the void as if treading on invisible stairs. What a beautiful wind-riding technique. Liang Hong marveled inwardly, then called out to his retreating figure. Hey, my name is Liang Hong. You can come find me in the southern part of the city sometime, or I could come find you too. She spoke impulsively, surprising even herself. Previously, she had always been pursued by others. This was the first time she had taken such an initiative toward AMAN. As Liang Hong commanded the gargoyle to plunge into the mist. She suddenly realized, oh no, I haven't even seen what he looks like. What if he's ugly? She pondered anxiously, then clenched her teeth, thinking, never mind. As long as he's not excessively unattractive, I can accept it. As for compatibility, we can figure that out over time. However, thinking of what Li Haoran was about to embark upon, Liang Hong couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety and concern. You must come back alive. I've already prepared to be in a relationship with you. Don't turn into my deceased white moonlight in the blink of an eye. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Men can never truly fathom the peculiar thoughts that occupy a woman's mind. Just like at this moment, Yigu Hong had no inkling that due to his previous actions, Liang Hong had mistakenly assumed they were on the brink of a sweet romance. And her mind was racing with such rich thoughts as Yigu Hong entered the metallic zone. He soon heard the clamor of clashing weapons and the fierce cries of battle. Following the sounds, he stumbled upon a scene of chaos. The vast armory was filled with adventurers doing their utmost to combat various flying weapons. In the courtyard, aside from the chaotic melee of weapons and adventurers, there stood a figure resembling a golem forged from metal. With a single punch, it unleashed a terrifying shockwave that shattered a knight's shield. With another blow, the knight was sent hurtling forward, a bloodied iron fist emerging from his back. Clearly, it was the team-level boss of this area. The From Metal, Chapter 52. Team-level boss? I'll show you in 3 minutes. The courtyard of the armory was in utter disarray. Swords, spears, halberds, and various weapons seemed to have come to life, swirling with radiant light as they danced through the chaos, the air thick with murderous intent. The boss known as From Metal displayed an unparalleled ferocity. After it obliterated 2 knights with its fists, no one dared to approach and draw its ire. Among the sprawled bodies, the few remaining adventurers were gripped by fear, retreating in disarray. Damn it, taunting skills don't work on these things. This boss is too tough. My red blade shattered. The crowd was filled with dread, all yearning to escape this perilous situation. Yet they were ensnared by the relentless onslaught of weapons. Exhausted from defending themselves, these weapons, sharp and relentless, were unaffected by taunting skills, and within a very short time, they had eliminated all the mages and priests among the adventurers. The survivors were all wounded, bloodied, and some had already been pierced by weapons, their lives hanging by a thread. From any perspective, defeat was inevitable, and death was certain. Yet, amidst the frantic scramble for survival, a figure descended like a meteor from the heavens. Boom. Yigu Hong arrived, enveloped in a fierce gale, causing the ground to tremble as he landed. Beneath his feet, a heavy halberd was crushed into 2 pieces, its menace dissipated. Suddenly, the newly arrived Yigu Hong became the target of numerous weapons, all charging toward him with deadly intent. Yigu Hong stepped into the Sky Demon's sovereign's stride, moving effortlessly through the air, wielding the fragment of the demon blade with grace, in a series of sharp cracks. The once mighty weapons were cleaved in 2 beneath his blade, their energy extinguished. The crowd erupted in astonished cheers, their hopes for survival rekindled. As Yigu Hong continued to sever the weapons, he furrowed his brow. Destroying these weapons had yielded him no malevolent energy. They were merely ordinary weapons, not considered malevolent entities. It seemed these weapons had undergone a transformation, all influenced by the From Metal. This thought crossed Yigu Hong's mind as he cut through the throng, charging directly at the From Metal. His actions instantly attracted the attention of the weapons, which surged toward him like a protective barrier. Whoa, that's bold? The crowd felt a surge of relief, astonished. Yet they weren't slow to react. Several turned to flee. Take care, big shot. This boss is incredibly tough. You'll need to use fire. Some even shouted warnings as they escaped on a knight, unable to extricate himself from a spinning sword's assault. Urgently called out. Right? Even purple weapons can't. Whoa! Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock, and due to a brief lapse in concentration, he was slashed across the chest by the sword. The sight before him was simply too outrageous. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons shooting through the air clashed against the Shura battle armor, ringing loudly, sparks flying. Yet they failed to pierce it, instead shattering against its surface. Fragments scattering, Gu Hong broke through the encirclement and confronted the iron golem-like boss, his blade striking with ferocity. He exchanged blows with its iron fists, swiftly severing several metal fingers. Remarkably, the long sword in his hand showed no signs of breaking. Not even a crack. Gu Hong's performance was already astounding. However, he frowned, dissatisfied with the current situation. Just as that individual had mentioned, the boss's defensive capabilities were indeed exaggerated. With a level 21 golden weapon, he unleashed the ghostly axe strike, barely severing its fingers, causing his own hands to tingle with numbness. Fire overcomes metal. He must utilize fire-based skills. Gu Hong executed the heavenly demon's sovereign step, ascending into the air like a soaring dragon, deftly avoiding the Iron Man's sharp blades while dismantling the incessantly entangled weaponry. The flashes of the blades crisscrossed like a celestial net, swiftly severing the oncoming armaments with resounding cracks, reducing them to scrap metal that fell like petals from the heavens. Boom! After vanquishing the troublesome weapons, Gu Hong struck down with a fiery blade, unleashing a torrent of flames that roared like a tempest, instantly engulfing the Iron Man. Half the courtyard was transformed into a sea of fire as numerous objects, non-structural in nature, turned to ashes in an instant. To the naked eye, the terrifying heat seemed to warp the very fabric of space. Roar! The Iron Man emitted a furious and agonized howl, its metallic body glowing red-hot, the surface beginning to melt and ooze molten iron. Indeed, it proved effective. It appeared that if the previous group of adventurers had survived to mount an offensive, the fire mages among them could have inflicted substantial damage. Alas, those weapons were impervious to taunts, leaving the mages without the protection of knights, leading to their swift demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Hong unleashed the heavenly demon Inferno dance once more. The Iron Man, having endured such an onslaught twice, was driven into a furious rage, completely descending into madness. Sizzle. The melting of its steel frame accelerated, the scorching hot liquid metal splattering onto the ground, producing clouds of acrid smoke. Yet this was merely the beginning. The heavenly demon Inferno dance not only delivered instantaneous damage at the moment of eruption, but also inflicted ongoing harm under the searing flames. With the enhancement of the level 21 purple gear, Flame Robe, its lethality was further amplified. The Iron Man, writhing in agony, roared as it attempted to escape the Inferno. But would Gu Hong grant it such an opportunity? Back to the flames with you? Gu Hong executed the heavenly demon's sovereign stomp, his form crashing down with the weight of 1,000 pounds, delivering a powerful blow. Crack! This strike not only repelled the Iron Man but also cleaved its right arm in two with the momentum of a battering ram. Clearly, under the searing heat of the demonic flames, its once resilient body had lost its fortitude. My goodness! The knight, who had just dispatched the long sword, was left utterly astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. What am I witnessing? Who on earth is the real boss here? Seizing the moment, Gu Hong relentlessly unleashed a series of cold, gleaming blade strikes, reducing the Iron Man to several segments, ensuring its complete obliteration amidst the flames. Defeated the Iron Gold, level 27, team boss, gained 5,700 points of malevolence, dropped item. Golden Spirit Pearl, level 27, purple quality. Information surged into Gu Hong's mind as the Iron Man's shattered and melting form coalesced into a resplendent golden pearl, radiating a palpable aura of slaughter. With the demise of the Iron Gold, the once ferocious weapons within the armory lost their sentience, their energies dissipating and crashing to the ground with clinks. The knights, who had witnessed the entire scene, were rendered speechless, instinctively swallowing hard. 3 minutes. From the moment Gu Hong entered the fray to the defeat of the boss, it could hardly have exceeded 3 minutes. The knights felt as though everything was surreal, even doubting whether they were dreaming. Chapter 53. Blood Mist, Academy, Ghost Tree, White Attire, Golden Spirit Pearl, Chi Cultivation Realm Magical Artifact, Quality, Purple, Level, 27, Metal Sword Chi. Can consume mental energy or any energy to activate the Golden Spirit Pearl. Shooting forth Metal Sword Qi.it, possesses a restraining effect against all wood attribute beings and items. Shard Refinement, extracting this item can yield 270 points of refined essence, used to enhance the growth potential of equipment levels. Note: there is no specific level restriction for using magical artifact equipment, Only the corresponding realm needs to be attained. Grasping the golden spirit pearl in his hand, Yi Guhong perceived this information. A remarkable find, he concluded internally, a level 27 purple quality piece of equipment that he could utilize even at level 22. Even if the golden spirit pearl becomes useless in future battles, he could extract its essence for upgrading growth-type equipment. The complete, myriad forms heavenly sin constituted a growth-type magical weapon. He must acquire the remaining 2 fragments. Yi Guhong resolved firmly, turning to the knight who was preparing to flee. Stop. The knight jolted in terror, stiffly turning around, forcing out a smile more grotesque than tears. Big brother, can you spare my life? My equipment is truly subpar. If you want it, I'll give you everything. Just don't make a move. Yi Guhong, uninterested in further banter, cut to the chase. Take me to the Heart-S Reflection Academy. The knight, inwardly lamenting, wished to distance himself from Yi Guhong but could only grit his teeth and comply. Yi Guhong, unwilling to waste time, effortlessly lifted the armored knight with his 230 points of strength as if he were a mere chick. He then executed the heavenly demon sovereign step, soaring just above the ground where the knight could see the terrain through the mist. The wind howling past his ears as the scenery rushed backward beneath them. The knight, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but marvel silently. Wind manipulation, ice armor, and the previous fire magic. Could he be a master of 3 elemental affinities? No, wait. How could a mage wield a sword and charge at the boss without a staff? Could he be like King Li, a magic swordsman? No, that doesn't add up. I've never heard of another magic swordsman in this city. His mind raced, confusion swirling within as time approached 6 a.m., the sky gradually revealing a deep blue hue before dawn. For the majority of survivors, this was a signal of joy and relief. Once night gave way to dawn, they would no longer have to endure treacherous battles and the sinister threats of malevolent spirits. Regardless of their gains within the dungeon, at least they would be alive to carry their spoils home. But for Yi Guhong, this was hardly good news. He had thrived within the dungeon, acquiring a plethora of valuable equipment and elixirs, including a piece of golden gear. He had risen from level 16 to level 22, with prospects of reaching level 23. Yet for Yi Guhong, this was still insufficient. The second fragment of heavenly sin had yet to be claimed, and he had not caught sight of the Phoenix Blood Wudong. How could he be content to depart? Just as Yi Guhong felt the urgency of time, the knight suddenly pointed ahead. Big man, that's the Heart-S Reflection Academy. In truth, Yi Guhong had already discerned this fact. The Heart-S Reflection Academy was shrouded in a crimson mist, emanating a sinister aura that instilled unease from a distance. Big man, if there are no further commands, could you let me down? The knight, in a state of panic, hurriedly spoke. Yi Guhong acknowledged with a grunt, not wishing to trouble him further, and tossed him onto the rooftop of a nearby house before soaring toward the academy. The knight, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly leaped down from the rooftop and fled in the opposite direction. By the time Yi Guhong arrived at the academy's entrance, a throng of over 100 adventurers had gathered. They were arrayed in formation yet hesitated, unable to make a decisive move. The mages urged the knights to advance, while the knights protested vehemently. You speak so lightly. I despise you mages, always hiding behind us while we charge forward. Indeed, if danger arises, who do you think will perish first? Us knights. Every time we raid a dungeon, you're the loudest. Yet when things go awry, you scatter faster than rabbits. Yi Guhong furrowed his brow, contemplating how to break their impasse when suddenly, he heard a creak. The tightly shut doors of the academy swung open on their own. The crowd tensed and several knights in the front recoiled, casting uncertain glances ahead, eyeing the courtyard. Aside from the customary rockeries, pavilions, and pines that adorned gardens, stood a resplendent wudong tree shimmering with golden light. A small phoenix apparition danced around it, scattering ethereal clouds of fire with each flap of its wings. Beneath the tree sat a slender youth clad in white, his hair equally pale, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed. Seemingly in deep meditation, the Phoenix Blood Wudong, upon recognizing the scene before them, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The knights, who had previously hesitated, now charged forward like madmen. Other adventurers followed suit, pushing and shoving as they surged ahead. Only 2 mages, after taking a few steps forward, suddenly halted, their faces paling in shock. Why Yi Guhong's expression hardened as he keenly sensed something amiss. These individuals appeared oblivious to the white-clad youth, their faces alight with excitement and fervor. Their eyes fixated solely on the Phoenix Blood Wudong. Their mental states were decidedly abnormal, seemingly influenced by an unknown force. The two high-level mages, standing at level 29, had only managed to regain their composure due to their strong mental resilience. Meanwhile, Yi Guhong, shielded by the Azura battle armor, remained entirely unaffected. Uncertainty filled Yi Guhong's mind as he activated the demonic eye of revelation to peer ahead. His pupils constricted in shock. The once resplendent Phoenix Blood Wudong had vanished without a trace. Replaced by a towering locust tree, it stood entirely shrouded in a pitch-black hue, emanating an eerie and sinister aura. The trunk was adorned with vascular-like veins, thick as a man's arm, pulsating vigorously at the center of the locust tree. A circular array with a diameter of approximately 20 meters sprawled across the ground, etched with blood-red runes inscribing a myriad of characters. This array was divided into 5 distinct regions, each labeled with the traditional characters for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Anyone who stepped into the confines of this array was instantly enveloped in a blinding white light, vanishing without a trace. However, those who followed remained fervent, charging ahead as if oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Chapter 54. Wandering Memories, Heart Demon Illusions. Is there a small teleportation array here? Why can't I see it? Where have they been sent to? The eyelids of 2 level 29 mages twitched. A sense of unease growing within them. Not only them, but Yi Guhong also felt a powerful spatial fluctuation. With a whoosh, he tentatively unleashed a shooting star spell, but the brilliant light failed to touch the figure of the young man in white. Upon entering the array's vicinity, he had vanished into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. Yi Guhong furrowed his brow, yet resolutely took a step forward, dashing toward the teleportation array. He had no idea where he would be transported. But he was certain that was the true battlefield. How could one capture a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Wait, you're only level 22. Are you going to walk into death? The 2 mages were left dumbfounded, immediately calling out to stop him. Yet, Yi Guhong was already enveloped in white light, disappearing before their eyes. Should we follow him to investigate? The young mage in his mid-20s glanced at the older mage. Perhaps it's better to refrain. This cursed place is exceedingly sinister. The middle-aged mage's eyes were filled with deep apprehension. Very well, I shall go alone. The young mage gritted his teeth, gripping his staff tightly as he moved forward. Young man, you, sigh. Witnessing his figure also vanish within the array, the middle-aged mage could only shake his head and sigh, departing alone. After his departure, the academy's gates slammed shut with a resounding thud. The courtyard lay desolate, devoid of any sign of a practitioner. Only beneath the resplendent phoenix tree stood a young man in white, his white hair cascading as he sat cross-legged with closed eyes. The cold, chilling wind rustled the leaves of the phoenix tree. The instance mechanism has been triggered, entering the heart demon illusion of Yi Wanqin. A flicker passed before Yi Guhong's eyes as such information surfaced in his mind. Upon witnessing the scene before him, astonishment washed over his features. At this moment, although Yi Guhong was ensnared in an illusion, the surrounding scenery bore little distinction from the previous Wanqin Academy. The illusion lacked mist, the green slate floor, the moss on the stone tables and benches, and the wild grass strewn about, all remnants of dust and earth, had completely vanished. The glance revealed the absence of the mottled traces left by time. The bright moonlight flowed over the roof's green tiles, and within an ancient well that was near to overflowing, the reflection of a full moon shimmered. Though it was nighttime, the lecture hall at the back of the courtyard was ablaze with light, as bright as day, accompanied by a harmonious chorus of reading voices. The world is suffused with righteousness, flowing freely in diverse forms. Below are the rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. Amidst the reading voices, there was a resolute righteousness, and an overwhelming sword intent that uplifted the spirit, making one feel as if they were seated atop the clouds, gazing down at the vast mountains and the world below. Such an atmosphere starkly contrasted with the previous haze of blood and overwhelming malevolence, appearing as if from an entirely different realm. Could this illusion be the memory of that white-haired youth from the past? Yi Guhong was secretly astonished. never having imagined that the former Wunshin Academy could possess such a flourishing ambience. Meanwhile, the group of practitioners who had intruded into the illusion was already in an uproar. What the hell just happened? I felt as if I were out of control, and I just charged in. Damn, where did the Phoenix Blood Phoenix tree go? What on earth is this heart demon illusion? Wasn't there a Phoenix Blood Phoenix tree here just now? Why has it turned into a locust tree? Just as the crowd was engulfed in fear and confusion, a cacophony of thunderous sounds echoed from outside. The sound of iron hooves pounding against the ground resonated like thunder, coupled with shouts of battle, screams of agony, and roars. The tranquil atmosphere of the academy was shattered in an instant. Wei Shanlong. The demons have breached the walls. The city walls have fallen. Lord Guisheng has ordered that you lead the students to escape through the underground passage without delay. Two human figures resembling cavalry shouted hoarsely from a distance, their voices echoing like the roar of a lion in Buddhist lore. The two riders charged toward the entrance. One was pierced by a torrent of arrows, tumbling from his horse with a thud. The other bloodied rider surged into the courtyard. Who are you? Get out of the way! The cavalryman was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the practitioners, but in his urgency, he could not afford to inquire further. What the hell, NPC? This is the first time seeing one. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, instinctively parting to allow the cavalryman to pass through the courtyard, heading toward the lecture hall. Heeding a sharp pull on the reins, the cavalryman halted abruptly, the steed rearing up as a refined, slender young scholar emerged from the lecture hall, accompanied by many other scholars. The cavalryman, with his crossbow drawn, urgently exclaimed, Yi Shanlong, how dare you defy Lord Guisheng's orders? The term Shanlong refers to the head of the academy in ancient times. Upon seeing Yi Shanlong's appearance, both Yi Guhong and the level 29 mage displayed expressions of astonishment, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to the white-haired youth beneath the tree just moments ago. However, at that moment, he possessed long black hair, adorned with a simple hairpin. Above his head, apart from the green characters spelling Yi Wunshin, was an NPC identifier. A gentleman has his principles and boundaries. Why not ask the students behind me if they wish to flee in the face of battle and survive by any means? Yi Wunshin's demeanor was resolute as he locked eyes with the cavalryman. We refuse. Behind him, dozens of sword-bearing scholars stood resolute, exuding a shocking spirit. Yet, the cavalryman, both anxious and furious, wished to say more. But the demons had already surged into the academy from all directions. Scholars, follow me to slay the enemies. Yi Wunshin's cold command rang out, and the multitude of scholars drew their swords in unison. The battle commenced. Yi Guhong and the other practitioners were also reluctantly swept into the fray, confronting the bloodthirsty and brutal demon army. Boom! The mages in the team displayed their might, unleashing a barrage of magical skills that decimated swathes of demons in mere moments. The strength of the scholars was not to be underestimated either. Each wielded their sword aura as a protective barrier, rendering ordinary demon minions utterly helpless against a single strike. They moved like characters from a novel, effortlessly leaping across rooftops and traversing great distances. Moreover, these scholars, with their righteous sword intent, were capable of resisting various devious mental attacks, remaining unaffected. In contrast, many practitioners among them fell prey to the chaos, triggering a momentary disorder, silence in the face of the strange and chaotic. Yi Wunshin's clear call resonated, invisible waves of mental energy rippling outward, instantly awakening those who had been ensnared. The illusory forms of the demons, indistinguishable from reality, dissipated in an instant. Yi Guhong had been observing Yi Wunshin, and upon witnessing his remarkable prowess, his pupils constricted. With a single strike, Yi Wunshin unleashed a torrent of sword energy, akin to waves crashing upon the shore, swiftly annihilating swathes of demons. This fellow was extraordinarily formidable even before succumbing to corruption. How could he possibly possess the strength of a foundation-building cultivator? Such a level of boss should not appear in the mid-tier zones. The instance should not contain such absurd settings. What could have transpired to cause such a person to fall into darkness? Chapter 55. An epic boss and a slave to demonic soldiers soon. Reinforcements arrived at the academy to join the fight against the demons. As several teams converged, the situation markedly improved, and joyful shouts erupted. Look, it's Lord Guisheng. He is still alive. Wonderful, with him and Yi Shanlong here. We shall surely vanquish the demons. The morale of the human soldiers soared. Wei Yuanxin, upon hearing that his friend was alive, also wore an expression of surprise as he hurried toward Lord Guisheng's location. He eliminated the demons encircling Guisheng and swiftly pulled him up, who was bloodied and clad in tattered armor. However, what awaited Yuanxin was a fierce and overwhelming strike to his heart. Bang! The blow struck hard against Yuanxin's chest. Though it did not shatter his protective sword aura, it severely injured his frail internal organs. Wei Yuanxin spat a mouthful of blood, his form flying backward. His face a mask of horror and rage. A cruel and twisted smile spread across Guisheng's blood-streaked face. His long hair gradually transformed from black to white, fluttering in the wind as he exuded an unsettling and potent aura. Ye Guhong, observing from the rooftop, witnessed everything unfold. He casually dispatched several approaching demons, but chose to remain a bystander, unwilling to intervene. For at this moment, both Yuanxin and Guisheng bore the green NPC identifiers above their heads. Everything Ye Guhong was experiencing was merely the heart demon illusion of Yuanxin. Even the demons were not real. Slaying them would yield no malice points. Just then, a swirling mass of black fog rushed toward Yuanxin, coalescing into a towering demonic figure. Rest assured, you still hold value to me. I shall not simply kill you, become my demonic spawn, and nurture my demonic soldiers well. The demonic figure grinned wickedly, slamming a palm onto the injured Yuanxin's crown, infusing him with an overwhelming and murky energy. Yuanxin screamed in agony, enveloped by the dense energy. Much like Guisheng before him, his hair transitioned from black to white, radiating a storm of negative emotions: fury, fear, hatred, and pain. Subsequently, the entire illusory realm trembled, inundated with these profoundly infectious emotions that disturbed the hearts of the onlookers. The scene before Yuanxin and the others instantaneously froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill, gradually becoming indistinct. Yet the memories recalled by Yuanxin surged forth in the minds of the assembled. The demon general known as Defeat had imprinted the heart sacrifice seal upon Yuanxin, rendering him a mere servant. The demon handed him a fragment of a demonic weapon, compelling Yuanxin to refine it with his life and cultivation, under the threat of dire consequences. After succumbing to darkness, Yuanxin tragically murdered his own students. For the vast majority of the time, he was devoid of consciousness, merely obeying orders, refining the demonic weapon fragment, and slaying all living beings in sight. However, at each noon when the sun hung high, Yuanxin would regain his senses. The recollection of his heinous crimes would plunge him into despair, filling him with self-loathing. Yet bound by the heart sacrifice seal, he was utterly powerless to defy the will of Defeat. And even the thought of suicide as a means of escape was but a distant hope. Thus, Yuanxin devised the 5 elements demon suppression array, confining himself within the academy. Each time he awakened was limited, making the execution of such a plan exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, after the demon general Defeat had departed for the city, he never returned. Through relentless effort day after day, Yuanxin ultimately sealed himself within the academy using the 5 elements array. As time passed, Yuanxin's life force and cultivation waned. The fragment of the demonic weapon, having been refined by him, transformed from a mere embryo into a true instrument of slaughter, yet the demon general Defeat never came to retrieve it. Having left the heart demon's illusion, as the illusion dissipated, the crowd found themselves spinning dizzyingly before finally returning to the realm of reality. In the dilapidated courtyard, a white light flickered, and all the practitioners were teleported back. Appearing outside the diminutive array, including several lifeless bodies, these individuals had perished within the illusion. The illusion may have been false, but dying within it was indeed a true death. Even the injuries suffered by other practitioners within the illusion returned with them. Had it not been for the equipment dropped by the deceased having been scavenged by others within the illusion, one could only imagine the ensuing chaos over inheritance. What the hell? How could this happen? That damned fool told me everything in the illusion was fake, and I needn't worry about those monsters. Thankfully, I didn't heed his words, or I would have ended up like him. A corpse. With the bizarre experiences preceding this, the sight before them sent panic rippling through the crowd, a cacophony of alarm. Meanwhile, the practitioners at the forefront finally noticed Yuanxin, quietly seated beneath the withered locust tree. Quick, act! Yi Wuxin is right there under the tree. The frontline individuals hesitated to step lightly into the array, crouching down to signal the mages behind them. The mages, not daring to delay, immediately unleashed their spells, unleashing a torrent of magic upon Yi Wuxin. Yet, as all magic entered the array's confines, it vanished without a trace, failing to harm a single hair on him. An ineffective attack. Does this mean he is invincible? No, look, the array beside him is gradually dissipating. The crowd quickly discerned the clue, entering a state of combat readiness, focusing intently on the array and Yi Wuxin within. Just then, Yi Wuxin, who had remained utterly still, slowly opened his eyes. Such a seemingly trivial motion sent adrenaline surging through the crowd, their hearts racing as if they were about to leap from their throats. In that moment, not only Yi Guhong but everyone probing with their mental energy could perceive the text above his head. Demonized Yi Wuxin? Those 3 question marks instilled an indescribable pressure, causing some to involuntarily swallow hard, their palms damp with sweat. You should never have unraveled the 5-element seal, nor should you have come to this academy of heart inquiry. Yi Wuxin sighed softly, his voice hauntingly calm. However, I am a hospitable person, and since you have come. Yi Wuxin's smile grew increasingly sinister and cruel, entirely devoid of the gentleness he once exhibited. Then you shall remain here forever. Boom! His slender figure suddenly erupted with overwhelming malice, engulfed in a crimson glow. Yi Wuxin rose to his feet, and with a flick of his wrist, a fan wreathed in black flames appeared in his grasp. Heaven's fire rain consumed the skies. With a sweep of the fan, the heavens ignited with searing flames. The crowd looked up in horror, erupting into exclamations of shock. Massive fireballs, each the size of a grinding disc, cascaded down like a meteor shower, raining down upon them. The area of effect was so vast it covered the entire courtyard. Chapter 56. The marvelous use of spirit pearls, the 5 elements of creation and destruction. Quickly assist me in channeling the water spirit pearl. The 29th level young mage did not speak but conveyed the information through mental energy. Compared to verbal communication, the speed of mental transmission was significantly swifter. The mages, not daring to slacken their efforts, immediately poured their mental and magical energy into the raised water spirit pearl. The water spirit pearl erupted with a torrent of water elements, swiftly conjuring a barrier of profound ice above the crowd. Boom! The meteor-like black fireballs crashed violently against the barrier, causing the ice to crack and shatter. Under the intense heat, the ice melted into water, creating both steam and a deluge of raindrops pouring down. Some lower-level mages appeared pale, clearly having expended considerable mental energy. Nevertheless, they managed to thwart this wave of assault. Meanwhile, Yi Guhong felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that at the moment Yi Wuxin unleashed his attack, the fragment of heavenly sin in his possession resonated with the demonic weapon in Yi Wuxin's hand. Indeed, the second fragment of heavenly sin. Yi Guhong's eyes blazed with intensity, fixated on the dissipating array. Poised to take action so that has Guisheng been liberated? How wonderful! Yi Wuxin murmured almost to himself, a look of dazed confusion crossing his features. Yet despite his brief moment of disorientation, his actions seemed utterly beyond his control. The fan in his hand transformed into a shield of solid rock, rapidly coalescing rich earth elements. Come, the wood spirit pearl, a 29th level swordsman shouted fiercely, raising a verdant pearl that gleamed like jade. Boom! As the ground trembled violently, channeling immense power, the crowd united to activate the wood spirit pearl, causing ethereal trees to take root in the soil in an instant. The courtyard transformed into a forest. The surging earth element power became nourishment for the trees, drawn up by their extensive root systems. An overwhelming vitality surged forth, healing their wounds. The clash of blades and shadows, a silent massacre. Yi Wuxin's demonic weapon morphed again, transforming into a long spear, radiating with resplendent golden light. Fire, fire, fire! Someone shouted in a frantic voice. Here, quickly, a 29th level knight raised a scarlet spirit pearl, his voice reaching a fever-pitch whoosh. Yi Wuxin pointed the spear forward, unleashing a barrage of glimmering blades that shot forth like a torrential rain. Before the knight, roaring waves of fire coalesced, surging forth and dissolving the chilling sword shadows. Illuminated by the flames, Yi Wuxin smiled, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Thanks to the wondrous use of the spirit pearls, the crowd successfully repelled his assault twice, invigorating Yi Guhong. Now this is the thrill of teamwork. Whoosh! Yi Wuxian's spear morphed into a sword, water elements swiftly coalescing into profound ice. What the hell? Is there more? Damn it, at this rate, we won't be able to hold on. Where is the Earth Spirit Pearl? Hurry and bring it out. The crowd, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, collectively retreated, their nerves frayed. There is no Earth Spirit Pearl. The mage who possessed the Earth Spirit Pearl fled. The 29th level mage urgently transmitted a wave of mental energy. In that moment, the crowd unified in a single exclamation. What the hell? Like waves crashing upon the shore, the water-based sword chi erupted from Yi Wuxian's center. Surging forth in all directions with a thunderous roar, the crowd braced themselves, employing every ounce of skill to resist the onslaught of the tidal sword chi. Yet casualties still occurred, and their formation was thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, the small array surrounding Yi Wuxian completely dissipated. Whoosh! Yi Guhong executed the heavenly demon emperor's step, soaring through the air as he unleashed a barrage of meteor strikes. The mages also hurled various spells at Yi Wuxian, bombarding him mercilessly. Damn it, take it easy. The knights at the front felt their eyelids twitching, too fearful to advance. Yet despite their caution, they were still caught in the crossfire of the spells, faring terribly. Yi Wuxian and the demonic tree behind him remained enveloped in fierce crimson light, enduring the terrifying assault without a scratch. However, the blood-red glow surrounding him began to dim at a visibly rapid pace. As he battled numerous practitioners, he muttered to himself, seemingly indifferent to the presence of others or his own mortality. I have always feared that living beings would come to this academy of heart inquiry, forcing me to kill again. Yet I have longed for someone to unravel this five-element seal, to slay me and grant me liberation. I do not know how long it has been. I only know that the well has run dry, the trees have been demonized, yet I remain trapped here, forever reliving the same dream, over and over, my heart demon festering, enduring the prolonged torment of solitude and suffering. Yi Wuxian was utterly indifferent to whether others wished to hear his tale. He simply yearned to express himself. Yet those who would have lent an ear to his confessions, his students and friends, had long since perished. Although Yi Wuxian had awakened from the clutches of his inner demons, the clarity in his eyes was gradually fading, and his countenance twisted into a cruel and ghastly visage, betraying a flicker of agonized struggle. Come forth, destroy me, obliterate this accursed tree, annihilate everything here, he roared, as his rationality was wholly consumed. In that instant, the sinister tree behind him revealed its true form, exuding a ghastly green miasma that wafted through the air. Beware! This miasma is corrosive. As those present gasped in horror, Yi Guhong drew forth the golden spirit pearl, instantly infusing it with demonic essence, invoking the power of the metal sword chi. The golden spirit pearl? The crowd was filled with astonished delight, shocked that a mere level 22 mage could wield such a formidable artifact. Yet, in this critical moment, no one had the luxury to ponder the implications. As they all poured their mental and energetic might into the pearl, the metal sword chi became increasingly resplendent, swirling and shooting forth like a tempest, swiftly shattering the towering demonic tree, extinguishing its vitality and forcing it to emit a piercing wail akin to that of a tormented human. You have slain the demonic Sephora tree, level 26, team boss, earning 5,280 points of malevolent energy, dropped item. Demonic tree root, level 26, purple quality spiritual herb. Such information immediately materialized in Yi Guhong's mind. However, as the toxic miasma surged, several melee fighters in the front line had already succumbed, their gear and bodies severely corroded. Go! Yi Wuxian hurled a folding fan wreathed in dark flames, deftly manipulating the demonic soldiers with his mind, swiftly eliminating several foes. As the fan passed, it stirred a whirlwind of blood and carnage. Even the knights were not spared. Their heavy shields and armor merely delayed the onslaught. With a sickening thud, they were cleaved in two by the whirling demonic soldiers, their corpses consumed by the dark flames. Chapter 57. The suspected player of the fifth personality takes the boss for a ride. Such a terrifying scene instantly threw the crowd into disarray, their morale plummeting. Stop dawdling, metal nourishes water. Quickly activate the spirit pearls. Yi Guhong conveyed this thought, awakening the others from their stupor, who promptly complied. The two spirit pearls erupted in golden and azure brilliance. Intertwining the metal sword chi with water elements, boom! A torrent of gold-tinged water burst forth like a raging dragon, skillfully maneuvered by Yi Guhong and the holder of the water spirit pearl, deftly avoiding the fighters and striking the aggressive demonic soldiers with precision. The air filled with mist, and droplets imbued with metallic elements splattered like bullets against shields and armor, producing a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers. Several unfortunate souls, grievously wounded, emitted piercing screams as they collapsed, their bodies riddled with the impact of the water droplets. Meanwhile, the flames enveloping the folding fan were extinguished in an instant, sending it flying away. Yi Wunshin seemed to suffer a backlash, groaning as he staggered back a step, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. His face contorted with malice, he raised his index and middle fingers skyward, summoning the demonic soldiers once more, transforming them into a long spear radiating ominous darkness, exuding an incredible aura of death. Would Nourish's fire? Mind the skill range. With Yi Guhong's command, the others activated the wood and fire spirit pearls. Conjuring flames fueled by the energy of wood and fire shall burn, drawing upon the life force of the two spirit pearls. Alongside the mental energies of numerous fighters, a furious blaze erupted, sending the demonic soldiers flying and incinerating the metallic demonic energy that enveloped them. Yet, despite the holders of the spirit pearls striving to control the flames range, collateral damage was unavoidable, as several fighters transformed into human torches. Reduced to ashes amidst their anguished cries, however, at such a critical juncture, no one could afford to dwell on these losses. Surely, they could not allow fear of friendly fire to paralyze them in the face of such a potent combination of skills. Waiting for Yi Wunshin to wreak havoc, that would only result in more deaths. Boom. The flames twisted through the air, colliding with the skills of numerous fighters, disrupting the water-based spells and rendering themselves weaker. Epitomizing the concept that 1 + 1 can be less than 2. Nevertheless, the power of wood and fire ignited the blood-red demonic barrier enveloping Yi Wunshin. Seal. Yi Wunshin raised his sword, encasing himself in a thick layer of ice that extinguished the raging flames and shielded him from numerous attacks. Break! At the moment the ice shattered with a resounding crash, Yi Wunshin summoned the demonic soldiers back to his hand, morphing them into a long sword enveloped in a chilling aura as he lunged forward to strike. The frontline fighters, trapped in this dire predicament, could only fight for survival, roaring as they unleashed their full might against him. A multitude of knights simultaneously cast taunt spells, forcibly redirecting his ire towards themselves. Targeting the knights in order of proximity, meanwhile, the melee fighters seized the opportunity to unleash their most powerful abilities. Although they were primarily melee fighters, they possessed skills like sword chi slash. While their effective range was far inferior to that of mages, engaging targets within 10 meters was well within their capabilities. Conversely, the rear-line mages were largely left helpless. The boss had plunged into the fray, surrounded by the fighters, rendering him invisible to them. How could they attack? Mages ascend the walls, seize the advantageous terrain, and target him with single-target spells. Utilize control skills as much as possible, and minimize damaging spells to avoid friendly fire. Yi Guhong directed, prompting the mages to comply without hesitation. However, just as they occupied their advantageous positions to strike, several more fighters in the front line fell beneath Yi Wunshin's sword. Soon enough, though, the front-line fighters would no longer need to worry, as the next casualty would undoubtedly be themselves. Yi Guhong, wielding the staff-shaped fragment of Heavenly Sin, unleashed Meteor Strike, leaping past the knights and drawing the boss's attention. This was a deliberate maneuver on Yi Guhong's part. The temporary team, which had originally numbered 100, was now reduced to a mere half. Were it not for the mysterious force of the Wunshin Academy, trapping everyone within, they would have likely scattered in despair long ago. If Yi Wunshin continued his rampage, total annihilation would be inevitable. Someone had to step up to absorb damage, ideally drawing the boss away from the crowd. At the very least, others needed the freedom to unleash their skills or activate artifacts, expending their mental and energetic resources entirely in a concerted effort against the boss. Die, you wretch! Yi Wunshin transformed the demonic soldiers into a longbow, and with a thunderous twang of the bowstring, released a black arrow the thickness of an arm. Yi Guhong, meanwhile, stood firm in the void, transforming the fragment of Heavenly Sin into a shield. Boom! With a deafening roar, the arrow shattered against the shield. sending shockwaves through the void that swept outward. Yi Guhong staggered back several steps, feeling the heaviness in his limbs, blood surging from his mouth and nose. Yet, he had withstood this cataclysmic blow, and the shield bore no cracks. What the hell? His weapon can change form too, just like the demonic soldiers in the boss's hands. Damn. It has to be golden equipment, possibly with a resilience attribute. The crowd was astounded, unable to fathom that a seemingly inconspicuous little mage possessed such coveted and extraordinary gear. "Buff me up," Yi Guhong commanded, and the priests in the team snapped out of their daze. After all, no one had anticipated that a mere mage could stand firm against an epic-level boss's assault. Strengthening technique, agility technique, mind fire, all enhancement skills were rapidly bestowed upon Yi Guhong. He then leaped into the void, racing deeper into the academy, drawing the boss away from the throng. What the hell? This is incredible. He can attract the ire of an epic-level boss while employing kite tactics? The crowd was filled with elation, hastily pursuing him, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the frenzied Yi Wunshan. The wood, water, and fire spirit pearls were activated in rapid succession, unleashing terrifying power that finally shattered Yi Wunshan's crimson barrier. Just as Yi Wunshan's ire was diverted towards the holders of the spirit pearls, Yi Guhong retaliated with Meteor Strike, followed by unleashing the metal sword Qi from the golden spirit pearl, all striking at his demonic form. He had redirected the ire back to himself, allowing Yi Wunshan to continue his pursuit. "What a boss!" a voice cried out, filled with unrestrained excitement, trembling with anticipation. Yet, deep within Yi Guhong's heart, frustration brewed. Did they think he desired to play the hero? He was both the commander in this battle and the primary source of damage, while also having to act as the knight to draw the boss's ire and lead him on a wild chase. If any of them could withstand the onslaught, would he need to exert himself so fiercely?